"It, this girl you're after," Owen said. His voice was unexpectedly clear, despite his stretched lips and scarred and distorted face. A slight lisp marred his words, but not more than his Irish accent did. "Been following her, but she's never alone. Sent my cousin Will to her place. It's been a good while, but I still don't like showing my mug about. Sides, some of them tarts are particular." Connell grunted. He didn't like Owen delegating more specialised work, but his appearance did present some limitations. "So why didn't Will get her?" "She's not working. Not seeing nobody." That wasn't good. Jenny Dove suspected him. If she was on her guard... "What about your other friends?" Connell asked, like a cautious player unsure of his cards. Owen didn't wear a green ribbon in his buttonhole, but he was a ribbon man nonetheless. Across the water, the Irish secret society was infamous for murdering tithe men, for violent and deadly riots, and for their merciless treatment of turncoat Catholic informers. Fleeing English law, Owen and his brethren had joined the Irish migration to Scotland, working in factories, digging canals, and resorting to old contrivances when circumstances demanded or the work gave out. The body trade was lucrative business, so it was natural that unemployed labourers found their way there, and even more natural that a business as necessarily secret as grave robbing had fallen almost entirely under the ribbon men's control. The Brotherhood was known to be extremely loyal and merciless. "Surely you have associates who could take care of her?" Owen shrugged. "Wasn't sure if you wanted others knowing your business. It's one thing for me to ask Will, but you said you wanted our side contracts kept secret." Years before, Connell had discovered Owen's readiness to take on special commissions. But he was a dangerous man, with dangerous friends who all had to be handled carefully. "Will's been told off by the bosses already," Owen said. "They didn't like that you tried to make him renegotiate the fees. Reminded him he works for them, not you." Connell grunted, realising this reminder was probably the cause of Will's recent bruising. Last time he'd come, 2 days before, someone had clearly taken their fists to his face. "Will's mad enough at them, he might be fool enough to find that girl for you," Owen admitted. "But you don't want that. He's all right for simple jobs, but if anything went wrong, you couldn't trust him to keep your secrets. He'd spill." Connell's jaw tightened. "I want Jenny Dove gone, quickly. I don't care about the condition of the body, so the job should be easy." "Well..." Owen scratched the web-like scarring on his neck. "It isn't. Yesterday I followed her to the police station. You know I can't be seen there. They'll haul me in for questioning about that boy." Connell sent him a look. "You got away safely." Someone within the police, probably connected to the ribbon men too, had warned Owen, who then came to Connell for help. Sending him to Ireland for 6 months had been a costly manoeuvre, but necessary. "That was well over a year ago. It's out of people's minds." "Some of the police have long memories," Owen said, shaking his head. "I can't count on my friends for help again if there's police involved. 'Twould get me in trouble." They crossed a wide street, then strode along a narrow wind toward the shops and public houses of the Canongate. Owen probably expected him to buy drinks. "I doubt your friend's niceties are so well developed," Connell said evenly. "I'm willing to pay for extra trouble, but I don't like to ask twice." Owen stopped on the pavement, studying him. With all his scars, it was difficult to make out his expression. "Is that understood?" Connell asked. "Right." Owen gave a curt nod and touched the brim of his hat. But instead of leaving to tend to the business immediately, "How much extra?" he asked. "Double," Connell spat, and told himself the cost was not as reckless as leaving Jenny free to petition the police. "Double it is." Satisfied, Owen walked away, sliding between the sweaty shoulders of a pack of labourers in the next street. The next second, he vanished. Owen Brennan was good at that. "That's it, then." Adam uncrossed his legs and made to rise from his chair. "Yes, I think we can say this one's finished." Behind his desk at the Crown Office, John Stevenson set aside his pen. "Mrs. Fisher will plead guilty to poisoning her husband in exchange for a reduced sentence of transportation. Thank you, Detective." Adam nodded, plucked his overcoat from the stand and let himself out, satisfied with the conclusion to the case, but not with the man who'd done it. And really, it was no good allowing John Stevenson to get to him. The man was an able prosecutor, handling the Fisher murder most adroitly. But Adam disliked Stevenson's straightforward success, his uncreased forehead and his easy tone. Thomas Tate deserved some tired shadows from beneath his father's eyes, and more streaks of grey at his temples. There ought to be traces of his life and death on his father's face. Adam was certain Isabel wouldn't look so unchanged. Not that she or Stevenson were any of his business, though he'd done the difficult work telling both of them there was little chance of finding the boy. Still, every time he spoke with Stevenson, he couldn't help thinking the man should have tried harder. Back at the station, Adam collected his messages. "Fellow to see you," said the desk sergeant, jerking his chin at a rumpled-looking man with greasy hair, sipping from a flask and occupying himself watching the crowded occupants of the station's holding cell. Not one of his usual informers, and there was no sympathy in this man's face. He wore a look of canny appraisal Adam saw too often and always found distasteful. "Give me 2 minutes," he said to the sergeant, "then bring him up." Fortified by a biscuit and a nip from his own flask, Adam greeted the man Stevenson style, from behind his desk without offering a chair. "Sergeant Grey said you want to speak with me," he said, not wanting to waste time with preambles. "Been waiting since noon," the man said. "It's important." Assuming this was merely a ploy for more money, Adam raised his eyebrows. The man leaned on the desk, his dark-rimmed fingers perilously close to Adam's stack of pristine papers. "I hear tell you're looking for someone," the man whispered. His eyes were steady, fringed with eyelashes so pale they'd disappear at any greater distance, and his cheeks were burnished with streaks of grime and glittering stubble. "A child?" "What can you tell me?" Adam reached into his pocket, noting the flicker of disappointment in the man's face as he extracted a pencil and notebook instead of his purse. Most of the time, Adam received good value from his informants, maybe because he looked different from the other police. Try as he might, he couldn't completely inhabit the role of officialdom. Looking at this man, Adam promised inwardly not to overpay. "Found her. Stole her from a workshop making silk flowers yesterday. Me and my woman have her safe, but you can't have her lest I get some reward." The last sentence, almost a threat, overrode most of Adam's questions, but he forced himself to speak deliberately, to act unconcerned. "You are talking of Nan Burt." He'd been thinking of Thomas Tate, so naturally his mind had gone to him first. The man nodded. "And you are?" The man hesitated, loath to give up his name. "Well, Brennan." "And how do you know I've been looking for her?" Brennan shrugged. "I got friends. Didn't know it was a secret." "It's not. I have nothing to hide," Adam said. you still want her?" Brennan couldn't have been more unconcerned about Adam's motives. "Yes." "I want £5. It was a ludicrous sum. "You can't be serious. What is she to you?" Brennan straightened. "I had to break her out of that workshop. There's risk involved in that. Could still be, if word spreads around." Adam tilted his head, narrowing his eyes. This man was just as likely to have plucked Nan off the street to sell to a workshop, or worse. Adam wouldn't have trusted him with his stepmother's flatulent pug, let alone a child. Brennan didn't fluster under his stare. "Can't trouble myself for nothing." Adam stood. "Let me see her. Then I can judge what your trouble is worth." If Brennan was expecting payment, he probably hadn't mistreated her. Still, there was no saying what might have happened before, assuming Brennan was telling the truth. On the way out of the station, Adam glanced at Gray, the desk sergeant, and straightened his collar, lingering by the door until Gray returned his sign. Foolish to follow Brennan anywhere without a couple of constables tracking behind. Brennan was wrapping a muffler around his face, though the day was warm. "Where have you got her?" Adam demanded. "Westport. My woman keeps a lodging house there." Probably nothing more than a few unlit rooms filled with straw. "Let's go," Adam said. The distance wasn't far, and the house was just as wretched as Adam imagined, with dark stained walls, papered windows, and a rickety flight of stairs zigzagging up the outside wall, over the front door, up to the second floor. Adam glanced back, locking eyes with a young constable in plain clothes, before following Brennan inside. The room was dark, and so pungent Adam blinked his eyes. A quick scan revealed a smoking fire, a pig, and a piss pot, but no Nan. "Ellie! I brought him!" Brennan shouted, and the stairs outside groaned beneath a cascade of quick feet. A second later, Mrs. Brennan, if that's who she was, hurried into the room, skinny and snub-nosed, with hair as lank as her man's. She scratched her neck, grey with dirt, and peered at Adam. "He paid up." "I want to see her first," Adam interjected. Futile quibbling. He'd have to pay, even if the girl they had wasn't Nan. He wasn't leaving any child here. "I'll bring her." Brennan darted outside and up the stairs, no doubt anticipating his money. Adam tensed, hoping the constables were out of sight. Brennan returned, and any relief Adam might have taken in his unconcerned demeanour was destroyed when he saw Nan, towed along by bound hands. There were marks on her cheeks and welts on her ankles. Her eyes widened at the sight of him, but he couldn't give her more than a glance. He glared at Brennan. "Why are her hands tied?" "Knew she was important to you. Couldn't risk her running off." Brennan grinned appeasingly. Behind him, Ellie shifted on her feet, edging toward the poker propped near the fire. "Go on, and take her," Brennan said, holding out his cupped hand. Adam floated a hand to his pocket, judging the seconds between him, Ellie Brennan, and the iron poker. There had to be enough. "Now, Cathcart!" he shouted, and lunged for Nan. Whistles shrilled. His hands closed on bird-like shoulders, and he and Nan crashed to the floor, rolling over wet straw to the wall, out of reach of the poker, which whooshed past his head and thudded into the ground, just as Cathcart and the other constable, clubs raised, burst through the door. Nan cried, but she didn't say anything until they were back at the station, and the Brennans on their way to Colton Hill Prison. "What happened?" Adam asked. "She said she had a job for me, washing clothes. But she took me to a house where we were locked in, making velvet roses all night and day." Her fingers were red and calloused. and the easiest things for both her and Adam to look at. It was hard to meet the girl's eyes. "Can you show me where it is?" he asked. She swallowed. "I think," she dropped her voice, "the foreman there buys protection from the ribbon men, because nobody comes to the place who's not supposed to." "Adam, you better speak with Cathcart, cutting in, was quickly silenced by Adam's sharp glance. Raiding the place might not be the wisest move, but it was better than knuckling to criminals. The superintendent and Fraser were meeting with the Lord Advocate today, leaving Adam as ranking officer. He could arrest the people who'd stolen Nan, even if he paid for it later. "If we don't act now, they'll clear the place," Adam said, and Cathcart sighed. "I can show you," Nan said, her interlaced fingers blanching at the knuckles. "Good lass." Adam smiled but didn't touch her. He'd seen how she flinched when Cathcart had patted her shoulder. "I'll assemble the men," Cathcart said, resigned, as he heaved out of his chair. They were at the house within half an hour, but the door was unlocked, the room swept bare, the place empty. And Nan, insistent this was the place whenever she managed to move her compressed lips, was pale and sweating, even across the street where Adam had stationed her, hand in hand with Constable Craigie. "What will you do with her?" Cathcart said in an undertone, though they wouldn't be overheard, not here on the same side of the street as the house. "You need her as a witness if you're going to prosecute the Brennans for kidnapping." Cathcart knew he'd taken her to the orphanage already, and how that had ended. For a moment, Adam thought of his stepmother, Emily. A difficult proposition, but not impossible. She was a kind woman with charitable impulses. Then he looked at Nan, a mouse of a girl he couldn't lose again. "If Nan will come," Adam swallowed, wondering how on earth he'd persuade her, "I'll take her home with me." Chapter 24. I refolded my duster and reached back behind the jars to the far corners of the shelf. "The police will come soon," I whispered to Thomas. This time I'd be ready. Burnett wouldn't be able to intimidate Jenny into silence or suborn the law with lies. I'd contradict his evidence, with lies of my own if I must, but hopefully with proof. The circumstances of Lizzie Dove's disappearance were too similar and too suspicious. The pattern as plain as the repeating melody of a Bach fugue. To me, at least. Burnett hadn't yet added a six-fingered hand to his collection. The nearest thing to evidence I'd found was the drawing of Owen Brennan, and that was locked in Burnett's desk. I needed the keys, but once again I had to wait for a careless moment from Burnett. Suppose it didn't come? My cloth showed only the faintest traces of dust, but I refolded it once more, exposing a pristine patch of cotton. I stepped back, surveying the shelf, then the room, looking for streaks on the window, for fingerprints on the doorknob or cabinet handles. Nothing. The room was immaculate, just like the 87 human specimens on display. Some, I knew, Burnett had inherited from his mentor, Dr. Barclay. But even so, there was a great difference, a grave one, between finding and taking. He must be stopped. "Help me," I pleaded silently. No answer came, so ignoring the aches in my tired arms, I drew the curtains and locked the room. Next morning I searched Burnett's bedchamber and his mother's, while he saw patients and she met with the ladies of the Episcopal Congregation of St. Peter's on how to improve the lot of Edinburgh's poor. She didn't seem particularly prone to charity, but her son was encouraging it, so she went. I wondered what the ladies thought of her. if she said much, or if she concealed her scanty education by stitching studiously, while others traded gossip and household recipes. Cook had offered to send preserves for the ladies' hampers, but I was keeping out of it. Mrs. Burnett and I managed best when we stayed out of each other's way. Any offers I made would be swiftly rejected, even if I'd wanted to earn her approval. Her room was prettier now, with lighter curtains and new sheets, but I didn't find the extra keys. It was the same in Burnett's, though his washstand was more disordered, the basin filmed from his shaving water, his used towel tossed onto the floor. I wiped the basin, straightened his razor and shaving brush, and hung up the towel, then swept the room with a disappointed glance. No keys, no specimen records, nothing. And the police didn't come. On my half-day, I returned to Greyfriars Kirkyard, where I'd arranged to meet Jenny in case she needed help. This wasn't the first or even the second time I'd looked for her again. After walking the paths for an hour, the verger braved the rain, abandoning his room in the little gatehouse and approaching me through the drizzle.
"Can I help you, ma'am? Is there a grave you're looking for?"
"No, thank you." More explanation seemed necessary because he studied me with a puzzled frown. "I'm just organising my thoughts." I left soon after, crossing the mile to brave a walk down Lady Wynd, reminding myself there was no reason to be squeamish. I cleaned a room full of body parts, but it was still necessary to press my lips together, to look past the poverty and pretend I was impervious to the smells. Jenny said her house was 9th from the corner. Next to the others, it appeared of sound constitution and reasonably clean. A woman sat on the step, smoking a pipe, saving me from knocking on the door. "Do you live here?" She nodded, blowing a long stream of smoke. She might have been 40 or 80. Her face was brown as shoe leather, and though her eyes were clear, the crisp curls peeking from beneath her bonnet were white as winter frost. "I'm looking for Jenny." "Not here. Left a week ago at least. Took her clothes too." I frowned, stepping closer. "She's gone?" "Said so, didn't I?" I couldn't argue with that. "Did she say—" The woman rolled her eyes at me. "For the last time, she didn't. And you might as well tell whatever man it is that sent you that none of us has the least idea where that girl's gone." The skin on my arms prickled. I licked my lips. "What man?" She took a long draw from the pipe, shrugged. "What did he look like?" I glanced over my shoulder, but no one was paying us any mind. "I'm trying to help her. I'm worried she isn't safe." She seemed to consider, squinting at the space behind my shoulder. "Hard to say what the fellow looked like." I reached into my pocket, drew out a coin without looking at it, and pressed it into her swiftly appearing palm. Just as quickly, her hand curled into a fist and vanished. "Was he dark? Tall?" I asked. "Might have been. Not so dark as me, but not many are," she said, and coughed a laugh. "He had his coat turned up and his hat low. Didn't stay once I said the girls were gone. Wasn't interested in any of the other ones." "You knew Lizzie?" She nodded. "Know 'em both. Fine girls. This is my house." I nodded, uninterested in the property or the character reference. "No name?" She gave me a pitying look. I tried again, guessing names didn't mean much here, where folk probably offered false ones simply from habit. Jenny and Lizzie's surname almost certainly wasn't Dove. "Was his voice—" I hesitated, wondering how to describe Burnett's baritone. "Pitched between the low and the high tones?" I said. "And—" I circled a hand. "Carrying?" This time her expression suggested I was taking leave of my senses. "I'm just trying to explain," I said.
"I know. I wish I'd paid more mind. I didn't know—"
She shook her head.
"Jenny said she'd find Lizzie, and she was being careful. Wasn't working at all. Barely left the house. Nearly always had me walk with her. She said someone was helping her. But I don't think she'd have stayed away this long, not if she had any say in the matter."
She stared at the pipe, turning it round in her hands.
"I wish I had more to tell you, but—"
Her hands turned upward, and her shoulders sagged. "If you notice something or remember anything else—" I stopped. I couldn't give my name or leave an address. "I'll come back and ask again." Again the eyes were pitying. "Just be on the watch, will you?" She nodded, but I could tell she didn't think it would help. That night, when I carried the coffee tray into the consulting office, Burnett was deep in a newspaper, his stocking feet propped on the footstool, his coat tossed on the opposite chair. I set down the tray, poured him a cup, and stirred milk and sugar into it.
"Thank you, Ross."
Lately he'd taken to referring to me by my last name only, like the gentry tended to do with her housekeepers. Yesterday Maggie had said he was acting like he's born to the purple, which had earned her a swat from Mrs. Williams. I crossed in front of the fire and shook out the discarded coat so wrinkles wouldn't set into it. No keys jingled, but there was a weight in the right-hand pocket. "This is a little damp, sir, and there's a spot on the sleeve. I'll just sponge it off and hang it in your bedchamber. There's a fire going, so it'll dry just as quickly up there." Maggie would have said, "in a jiffy," but these days Burnett didn't like his servants using slang. He nodded. No, thank you, this time. I gathered the coat and hurried away as if I had wings on my heels. I dipped my hand into the pocket the moment I gained the hall. Burnett's ring held 4 keys, one to the front door, one to his collection, one to the consulting office, and the smallest one for the drawers of his desk. I had my own copies of the first 2. Only the sharp-edged consulting office key and the dainty silver one held me back. I slipped the keyring into my pocket, plotting out my surreptitious search as soon as Burnett quit the room, when he called me back, freezing me on the stairs.
"Ross?"
"Yes, sir?" Like any good servant, I would normally have returned to the room with my answer, but I could barely force the words past my seizing throat. Burnett didn't notice the omission. Instead of waiting for me, he went on, his voice even and unconcerned.
"I believe my keys are in the pocket. Bring 'em back, will you?"
Weight settled on me, a giant hand trying to squash me into the steps. The metal keys burned inside my tightly closed fist. "Think like a thief, lassie." I didn't know this voice, and though it sounded only in my head, I swore the breath of a conspiratorial whisper swept past my face, stirring the loose strands of my hair. With my free hand, I reached into my mouth, pulling the pads of wax from my cheeks. Warm and wet and slippery, I wrapped them around the 2 keys that stymied me, then carefully pried them loose and slipped the wax impressions into my pocket, praying they'd survive intact until I could hide them in my room. Drying the keys with my skirt, I waltzed back to Burnett, wearing my calmest smile, trying to hide the natural contours of my face. The room was brighter than before. My imagination, unless he'd actually turned up the lamp. "Here you are, Doctor." I placed them in his outstretched hand and he nodded, eyes still on his book. Now I just needed to find a locksmith who thought like a thief too. Unfortunately, I spent the next day settling accounts, writing lists, and negotiating with the woman who came 2 days a week to do laundry. Mrs. Burnett had hired her at the urging of a newfound acquaintance among her church ladies. A pleasant enough soul, but she wouldn't have been my pick, and her cut-rate prices were contributing to Dr. Burnett's unhappiness regarding matters of starch. Last week's cravats hadn't been crisp enough. He was turning finicky, just as my patience waned and my preoccupations grew. So before I could puzzle out a plan to locate a willing locksmith, I found myself cleaning the drawing room again, running my duster over the shelves with a new mixture of polish I'd concocted myself with witch hazel extract instead of lemon oil. The scent was clear and piercing, not dissimilar from my previous recipe, but it soothed me in a way the other could not. Maybe the polish or the care I took with this room would also comfort any troubled spirits lingering here. As I rubbed a high gloss into the walnut table supporting Mr. Grant's femur and its enormous osteoma, the voice of an earlier whisper floated up to me, raising the hairs on my neck as the words climbed my spine. "You make your own chances." My hands didn't slow. I simply nodded, barricading the way to thoughts that might question my judgment or wonder from where the counsel came. "My own chance," I murmured.
"What are you talking about, Ross?"
I set down the bottle of polish and turned to face the grumbler behind me. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Burnett. I didn't realise you were back." I'd been too wrapped up to hear either door, and I frowned, studying her more closely. "Are you well, ma'am?" The sweat beading on her forehead argued against it. So did the pale cheeks and greying lips. "Please sit down," I said, quickly taking her arm.
"Don't touch me."
She crossed herself, stepping away from me and closer to the settee in the middle of the room.
"Hurts like fire."
"Let me get you some sherry." Cook had some in the kitchen. It might be the thing to restore her. She looked like a drawing, faded from too many years spent facing the sun.
"No, just some—"
She broke off, her face contorting with pain. I rushed to her, plucking at the buttons of her coat. "You're not well, ma'am." She must have been too frightened or too pained to contradict me. This time she didn't even swipe at my hands. "Mrs. Williams," I called. "Tea and sherry for Mrs. Burnett, quickly." She arrived as if I'd conjured her, drying her hands on her apron, the bottle of sherry tucked under one arm. Breathless from her dash up the stairs, she thrust the bottle at me. "Maggie's coming with tea." I looked around me for a glass, but Mrs. Williams hadn't carried up any. I uncorked the bottle and brought the rim to Mrs. Burnett's lips. She moved her face away. "Just a wee stiffener, ma'am," Mrs. Williams urged. "Your colour is dreadful. Why those ladies would expect you to walk to the church on such a hot day." I righted the bottle, afraid Mrs. Burnett would sputter on her 2 small sips, but she downed both. "Let's take off your coat." I set aside the bottle and tugged at her sleeve. Mrs. Williams took the other side, and we soon had her out of it.
"I'm feeling better,"
she said, expelling words between shallow breaths. "Don't stand yet, ma'am. Give yourself another moment or two." She had a little colour in her cheeks by the time Maggie arrived with a tea tray. "We should send for the doctor," I said.
"Rubbish,"
Mrs. Burnett said.
"No need to trouble him. He's lecturing."
Mrs. Williams didn't argue, though I could tell from the set of her chin she agreed with me. "Let Miss Ross and I take you upstairs. Rest is what you need after a spell like this. Maggie can bring up the tray." Mrs. Burnett rose to her feet unaided, with no sign of pain. Still, Mrs. Williams and I stayed close beside her as she climbed the stairs.
See, it's nothing, Mrs. Burnett said when she gained the upstairs floor, though she was quite short of breath. Just the heat, I agreed, and offered my arm, but she looked away, taking Mrs. Williams's. When we reached the bedchamber, Mrs. Williams decreed it was necessary for Mrs. Burnett to change into comfortable clothes. While she and Maggie divested the mistress of her dress with its rows of hooks and tiny buttons, she mouthed to me over the lady's head, "Fetch the doctor." I nodded. It was relatively quiet in Surgeon Square when I crossed over to Burnett's Institute of Anatomy. A placard hung from the closed door. Lecture in session. No latecomers admitted. I knocked. Twice. Finally, an elderly porter in a new-looking coat opened the door. "Ma'am?" He seemed astonished. "Janet Ross. I'm Dr. Burnett's housekeeper. His mother just had a spell. I thought—" The man's forehead creased. "Dr. Burnett's in the middle of a lecture? I can't—" "If you just let me into the room, he'll see me and understand that something's wrong. She's recovering in bed and the cook is watching her, but he'll want to examine her." He hesitated. "I clean his specimen room," I said. "I'm his housekeeper. I won't be distressed by the lecture." "All right," he said. "This way." Compared to this building, Burnett's home was extraordinarily modest. Our feet tapped a brisk tempo down the long tiled corridor, lit by a wall of long windows facing the square. "That's the laboratory," the porter grunted when I veered to the first door. "Next one's the theatre." He stopped outside it. "Don't talk to anyone. Don't interrupt the lecture. Wait for the end, or for Dr. Burnett to come to you. And stay at the back." I nodded. Unwrapping his hands, tangled together with misgiving, he turned the knob and ushered me in. At first, all I saw was a dark wall, but when I turned my head, I discovered a narrow flight of stairs. Soft-footed, I climbed them, timing my steps to a steady bass rhythm of muffled words. Above, the place opened to a brilliantly lit theatre, obscured by a barricade of closely packed shoulders. Burnett's voice, clearer now, marched relentlessly, accompanied by a furious scratching of pens. I stepped closer, looking for a gap, skirting the ranks of pupils 2 and 3 deep, pressed against a railing. At the end of the row, I saw that there were 4 U-shaped tiers arranged in widening, ascending arcs from a central area holding Burnett, Ferguson, the other assistant Jones, and a partially disassembled body stretched out on a table. I stepped closer, and the nearest student, he was taller than the ones beside him, looked over his shoulder. Immediately I retreated, pressing my back against the wall, but he studied me for a moment from the corner of his eye. I retreated farther, edging back to the middle of the curve. Burnett's voice followed me. "Thanks to the excellent work of Mr. Jones, I'm able to present you with an unparalleled view of the arm and shoulders before we turn our attention to the feminine organs. Here on the left, when we retract the—" In my mind's eye, I saw him gesturing with a baton like my father had, leading an orchestra. "The lower branches of the bronchi." I glanced up at the windows, but though all were open, the room was unpleasantly warm. A few of the students looked back at me, but none were willing to spare more than a glance from their notes and the body below, intent as vultures on the feast lying on Burnett's demonstration table. I pressed my hands to my stomach and leaned against the wall, disappearing into the sound of Burnett's voice, sonorous, controlled, regular. He'd never see me back here. I'd have to wait until the end. Stay calm, Isabel. The minutes stretched unbearably.
Finally, there was a surge of motion and sound. Students talking, chuckling, closing their books and preparing to leave. I caught plenty of askance looks, but most passed by without pausing. I was out of place, but I didn't look important. Then I caught a pair of dark eyes in a face higher than most, coming toward me from the far edge of the row. I turned away, sheltering behind my bonnet, convinced I'd been mistaken. Counting silently, I waited for the man who looked like Adam Kerr to pass by me. At 50, I glanced up and saw I'd judged wrong. He was almost in front of me, frighteningly close. I thought of my eyebrows, my padded cheeks, my strange but seemingly effective herbal charm. Uprooting my feet, I pushed away from Kerr into the flow of students pouring toward the lower tiers, the stairs and the lecture theatre door. Until I lost Kerr, I couldn't be seen by Burnett. No one could be allowed to piece my two lives together. I veered between two students, talking earnestly and gesturing with her hands, and darted for the stairs. Out in the hall, I hurried away from the students crowding around the cloakroom, toward the doors at the end of the hall. I'd hide someplace until the crowd was gone, then find Burnett. "Watch out," someone said, and I stepped aside, half stumbling when I turned and saw that two students were propelling the body just used in the demonstration toward me on a wheeled table, without any covering sheet. When I'd glimpsed her from above, naked and largely deconstructed, I'd missed an important detail. Her face was intact, waxen and bruised, but with a lovely profile and a head of fine flax hair. A pair of hands caught me as I swayed on my feet. "Careful, madam. I don't think you're meant to be here." I glanced up. Kerr. I stepped out of his grip, dropping my eyes to his shoes. "You're mistaken. I work for Dr. Burnett. I'm here with a message for him." His hand reached out, closing hard on my arm. "Is that so?" He stepped closer, whispering angrily, "What are you doing here, Isabel?" "You aren't a student," I countered. "I am for this course," he replied. "Gynecology?" I said, incredulous. I'd understood enough of the lecture to glean that much. "I'm following up on a tip from an informer. She came to me, recommended by, she said, the doctor's own housekeeper, but I didn't imagine. Not here." I silenced him with a quick sideways jerk of my head. He took a long breath. "Tonight's lecture was very informative," he said. "You didn't notice?" He motioned with his eyes to the table, receding down the hall. I frowned. "Look closer," he commanded under his breath. I forced my gaze back to the exposed body as the table turned right and disappeared through a door. The arm nearest us stopped at the wrist. "What?" "Left hand," Kerr muttered. I bit my lip, confused for a slow, stretched second. Then comprehension seized me, sharp, ice-cold and bitter. "It's missing." "Exactly." Lizzie. Her hand with the extra finger. "She could be our missing girl," Kerr whispered. I was going to be sick. "Quiet, he's coming." Kerr didn't wait to see if I listened. As he spoke, he slipped away into the crowd. I spun around and found myself face to face with Burnett. Chapter 25. Connell frowned at his housekeeper.
"Miss Ross? What are you doing here?"
His eyes flicked to the man who'd just left her. Detective Adam Kerr was completely humourless, rumoured to be part Indian, and memorable for the simple fact that, not so long ago,
He'd questioned Connell with insulting persistence about a juvenile heart in his collection, a remarkable specimen and a valuable instructional tool, though Kerr hadn't seemed to see that. So why was he here? And why was Miss Ross? "Do you know that man?" Connell demanded. The police barely troubled to work themselves, nearly always relying on informants, so— "I don't know him," Miss Ross denied sharply. He was— She swallowed, cheeks burning. "I suppose I shouldn't be here." "Was he disrespectful?" No admission, just a heightening of the colour on her face. "Wait here." Connell strode after the detective, relishing the thought of taking him to task. What business had he here anyway? He wasn't a student. He shouldn't be allowed. But it was unexpectedly hard to find him, even in the thinning crowd. Connell frowned and quickened his pace, scanning both sides of the hall, finally catching him just as he slipped out the door, his shoulders hunched and his hat pulled low. "Kerr!" Other students stopped and stared, but not the detective. Connell darted after him, shoving his way through the door. "Kerr!" Already the man was halfway across the square. Connell broke into a run, pelting after him and grabbing his shoulder. "Hey!" Kerr wheeled around, brushing his coat and looking offended. "Detective Kerr!" He didn't deny it, and there was something both infuriating and unsettling in his stare. "What are you doing in my school?" Connell demanded, face heating, annoyed he'd had to run. Kerr reached into his pocket and held out a card identical to the ones the other students carried, an admission ticket to the current gynecology course. Connell snatched it, turning it over in his hand. Not a fake. The institute's seal was engraved clearly above the penciled registration number, and the porter's signature was written boldly across the back. "I've paid the fee," Kerr said laconically. "Why haven't I seen you here before?" Connell demanded. Kerr shrugged. "The others make me stand at the back." "Yes, but why come at all? This isn't your line of work." Connell tugged his coat, tired of sparring from the wrong foot. He was on firm ground here. A police detective might attend forensic lectures, though this was stretching the point. Kerr flexed his mouth into a mechanical smile. "Heard you put on a good show. I've taken an interest. Forgive me, but I can't stay. Have another appointment." He touched the brim of his hat and walked away with such an air of purpose Connell didn't dare follow. He'd only look ridiculous, chasing him. Choking back a mouthful of profanity, words beneath his station, Connell marched back inside. "Take that man's ticket away," he snapped at the porter. "I don't want him here again." "Certainly, Dr. Burnett." "Sir—" "What?" He rounded on Miss Ross, and she shrank, her eyelids dropping and her lips pressing together. "I'm sorry," Connell said. God, he was making a scene. "It's your mother," Miss Ross murmured, so quiet he had to strain to hear. "She had a spell. I came to fetch you." Bloody hell. And he hadn't even readied tomorrow's specimens. "Perhaps I shouldn't have interrupted you, but we thought it best. She's never taken faint before," Miss Ross added. No, you did right," Connell said, deliberately loosening his jaw. "I'd best hurry back." Sam, the porter, held out his hat, stick and coat. Connell was halfway out the door before he realised Miss Ross wasn't following. "You might as well ride in the carriage with me," he said, and she scurried after him. His usual hired driver was waiting at the end of the square, and though she hesitated before joining him, she climbed inside without a word. They lurched into motion, and Connell turned his face to the window and his mind to the previous scene, studying his housekeeper from the corner of his eye.
Kerr had been standing extraordinarily close to Miss Ross, close enough to trade whispers. At one point, his hands had been on her arms, though she'd looked startled by the body on the stretcher passing by. Maybe he'd simply taken the chance to manhandle her. It was unlike her, though, to be upset by the tangible efforts of his work. He couldn't think why the body on the cart today had distressed her when she'd always exhibited admirable composure. He tilted his head at her.
"You're certain you haven't seen that man before?"
No flushes this time. She was her usual self, untroubled as a painted Madonna. "Quite sure, Doctor. He didn't impress me as a pleasant fellow, but I doubt our paths will cross again."
Connell shifted in his seat. "Well, you're right, I'm afraid. He isn't pleasant. Not at all the type you'd wish to know."
"Then how does he know you?" she asked. "Is he training to be a doctor?"
Connell snorted. "I doubt it."
"Then why is he interested in you?" Something in her level stare unsettled him.
"He's a half-breed. Works for the police."
But instead of looking repulsed, her eyebrows rose.
"The police? What do they want from you?"
Mentioning that was a mistake. Now he was compelled to explain.
"Our paths crossed some time ago,"
Connell admitted.
"There were some unpleasant rumours, a professional matter."
"So Mr. Kerr was a patient?" Her eyes held his, as if she was divining his thoughts instead of waiting for an answer.
"Not exactly, no,"
Connell said, adjusting his cravat.
"Suffice it to say, he didn't impress me as a genteel kind of person."
"I see." Her hands traded places on her lap, right over left. "And he didn't think you'd done anything wrong?" A half-second's pause as Connell fumbled for his best world-weary sigh. He supposed he was grateful for her hard work, and that made it harder to prevaricate.
"I don't know. I was hoping you might help me understand that, but if he didn't say anything to you—"
"Nothing," she said, and his shoulders eased until she glanced up at him. "At least, nothing that made any sense." She shifted her hands, left over right this time, arranging them like she was waiting to be sculpted. "Your mother will be very glad to see you, Doctor. She doesn't like to admit it, but—" Smiling mechanically, Connell let her continue, nodding at intervals, yet examining a very different problem internally: ways to make the police dismiss Adam Kerr. Chapter 26. I stared out the carriage window, my breath leaving in a rush. Kerr believed me. In spite of what he'd said when I told him about the heart, cautions and excuses mostly, he must have questioned Dr. Burnett. My whole body tingled, as if I'd just touched one of those glowing blue jars charged with vital electricity. It was hard to keep still, and even if my hair wasn't actually standing on end, surely Burnett would notice the effort to restrain my restless hands, or the colour flooding my face. Luckily, there was his mother to discuss, and once we returned home, to tend. After a thorough bleeding, Dr. Burnett informed her, and Mrs. Williams and me, that she needed a few days in bed and to carry some smelling salts. Horrified at the suggestion, she took some cajoling from her son before accepting this as a legitimate treatment for spells of faintness and pain, not merely a fashionable affectation. Still, the salts disappeared into a drawer every time she was left alone in her room. Light-headed and fretful from the cupping, Burnett's leeches had taken a surprising amount of blood. She was edgy with everyone, even Mrs. Williams, who thankfully took on most of her care. We were all tired, She and Maggie and I, spending much more time above stairs, though things were not so behind that Burnett was required in the kitchens. But I found him there when I returned downstairs to fetch more hot water. "Doctor, can I help?" He started, then smiled sheepishly.
"Peckish, I'm afraid. Was hoping to find some bread and butter."
I pointed to the shelf behind him, and the loaf wrapped in a green oilcloth next to the crock of butter. "You really should let us fetch it for you," I said, with just enough edge to raise a blush. "If you moved one of Mrs. Williams' saucepans, she might never forgive you."
"You're right. You've all been busy caring for my mother. I didn't want—"
"It's our job." I waited, and a moment later he realised I wanted him to move away from the shelf. He scooted to the other side of the table. "Jam too?" I asked, knowing his liking for it.
"If there's more of the strawberry."
"Of course." I added the jar to the tray, then sawed 2 thick slices off the loaf. "I suppose there's no law against you eating in the kitchen, but it is startling to find you here, sir, if you'll forgive me for saying so." He smiled.
Yes, and I'm happy to take it upstairs."
He held out his hands and I surrendered the tray. When he quit the room, I walked around, wondering what he'd really come down for. Everything looked undisturbed, and my bedroom door was always locked. I frowned at it, thinking of the wax impressions of his key still hidden behind the folded stockings at the back of my drawer. I thought I had all the household keys except his, but now I wasn't sure. I wasn't the only one capable of snooping. Burnett could order extra keys much more easily than me. I couldn't afford to be careless. It took only a second to unlock the door and retrieve the wax impressions. But the stone-flagged floor, the painted brick walls and simple furniture left few options for concealment. My eyes landed on the washstand and the silver snuff box that had been my father's and now held my pins and a lock of Thomas's hair. I unsnapped the lid and tipped out the pins. But Thomas's hair. I crossed the room to the little writing desk and tore off the bottom of a greengrocer's bill, folding the soft golden lock into the paper and wedging it into the snuff box lid. Then, half afraid they were already gone, I reached into the drawer for the wax imprints of Burnett's keys. They were still behind my stockings and just fit inside the box. From now on, I'd carry them with me. Sunday evening, Maggie was busy at cook's elbow, helping her with tomorrow's baking and listening raptly to another ghost story. The fire was warm, my feet tired, and I ought to have found the room inviting, but I felt off-kilter around Maggie, especially times like now, seeing her healthy and happy, knowing how disastrously different things could have been. And I was still unsettled about Burnett's foray to the kitchen, by his questions about Adam Kerr. Judging from his presence in the lecture and what he'd said, he must have spoken to Jenny. But after being chased away by Burnett, would he keep looking? Or was I on my own? Jenny was missing now too, and I shrank at thinking what might have become of her. I couldn't count on Kerr's help or hers, so my best way forward was still Burnett's keys. I had to take the wax impressions to a locksmith, but if I approached the wrong one, he might report me to the police, unless I had enough money hidden away to buy silence. Wishing I'd learned less music and more about bribes, I carried the broom outside. The August days were warm and dry, with no rain to rinse dirt from the street or dust from the doorstep. I smiled at the maid from next door, busy polishing the knocker, her sweeping already finished. Never one for idle chatter, she only smiled back, leaving me free to attack the grime lodged in the corners. When these were clean, I stretched my back, catching a glimpse of the brown spaniel and retired Navy lieutenant who lived across the street. They proceeded down the close on their usual after-dinner stroll. The dog glanced my way, but I was beneath the notice of the naval officer. Finished with the front door, I began sweeping my way down the servants' steps, putting off the moment when I'd have to return to Maggie and Mrs. Williams through the kitchen door.
"I see you decided not to be careful,"
a familiar voice said. I looked up, because down here I was 6 steps below the street, my eyes level with Adam Kerr's boots. "I can't talk here," I said tightly, and turned away, chasing dirt from the corners with my broom.
"I can't understand why you were here at all. I nearly died of surprise when I saw you get into a carriage with him. He's dangerous, you know that. You've got to come away."
"No." I might not know precisely how to do it yet, but I had a partial plan, and Burnett had to be stopped.
"I've been watching for you,"
Adam said. "Don't. He asked if I knew you. I said I didn't." His throat bobbed, and his eyes flicked to the windows.
"When's your half-day?"
he asked. "Tuesday."
"And you go out? Where?"
I thought about turning my back, marching into the kitchen and slamming the door, leaving him with a stymied face and nothing to say. My belly warmed with satisfaction. But he might just come back. I didn't want that, and maybe... Adam Kerr must know all kinds of locksmiths. I jerked my head right, wordlessly indicating the craggy mount that overlooked the city. "I take Piper's Way."
"I'll meet you there,"
he murmured, and walked away, giving me no chance to reply. A new specimen arrived without warning the following afternoon, in the arms of Burnett's porter, the same man I'd seen guarding the door of the anatomy school.
"For the salon, ma'am. Dr. Burnett said to bring it right inside."
"He didn't say anything to me about this." The porter shifted, so I could see more of his face behind the wooden box.
"Well, he forgets sometimes."
"And what's that?" I motioned at the wicker hamper sitting on the step beside him. The porter shrugged.
"Grocery delivery."
I shook my head. Groceries came Tuesdays and Fridays, save for the odd things Maggie and I went out for.
"Dunno,"
he said.
"But I didn't bring it. So will you keep me waiting, or—"
"Bring it in." I stepped away from the door and he carried in both box and basket while I unlocked the salon. Leaving the unknown delivery in the hall, a puzzling find, since we weren't in the habit of receiving unlabelled packages, the porter preceded me into the salon, setting to work immediately on the cords tied around the crate. Inside, swaddled in a bed of straw, was yet another jar. I turned my face to the window.
"I'll just pull it out for you."
"Yes, put it on the table. I'll find a place for it." I pressed damp hands to my skirts, unable to look or think of anything but Lizzie Dove's missing left hand. I could almost hear Burnett telling his visitors about it.
"You all right, ma'am?"
I mustered a smile. "Of course. Please tell Dr. Burnett the specimens arrived safely and—"
"They've arrived,"
he corrected, smoothing back his greasy hair. Frowning, I glanced without thinking, and gasped. The porter grinned.
"Something, aren't they?"
This jar was much smaller than the box that held it, and far too small for an adult human hand. Inside was something quite different. 2 mismatched eyes, one brown, one green, set alongside each other on some sort of glass frame inside the jar.
"You wouldn't think it, but they came from one woman. That's what the doctor told me."
I swallowed. telling myself these eyeballs couldn't possibly be scanning the room. It was just my imagination, or the movement of liquid in the jar. "I haven't seen eyes as specimens until now," I said, my voice high and thin.
"Maybe you should sit down," the porter suggested.
He seemed to enjoy my distress, and that rallied me, even if it didn't cure my churning stomach. "Not necessary," I said firmly, to make it true. "Did Dr. Burnett want anything else?"
"No, nothing else."
I hurried the porter out of the house and was bolting the door when Mrs. Burnett exclaimed behind me,
"Oh, good. They're here."
I'd have liked a cup of tea or a splash of cool water on my face. Instead, I composed myself again and turned around. "Do you mean this hamper? Is it yours, ma'am? I wasn't still sure what to do about it. It seems to have simply appeared, and you can see there's no label."
"Donations," she explained hastily. "I'm bringing them to the parish, but it won't hurt to take a look first. There may be something Mrs. Williams might like."
She hesitated, adding grudgingly,
"Or you, I suppose."
I almost suggested she go through the basket first, and I wouldn't have put it past her. Instead, I produced a hard smile. So many in so short a time made my face ache, and said, "That's very thoughtful of you, ma'am."
"Maggie,"
Mrs. Burnett called.
"Come help Ross carry this down to the kitchen."
Just get it over with, I told myself. It won't be worse than eyeballs. Maggie, of course, was too young and from too poor a family to have scruples against picking the best from a basket of donated clothes.
"Oh, how pretty!"
Face alight, she held up a tartan shawl, then, not wanting to look greedy,
"It would look lovely on you, Miss Ross."
"My old one is fine, but you could use one for cold days." Seeing her smile, I chided myself. I had no right to be sanctimonious. "It brings out the colour of your eyes," I told her. Maggie carefully folded the shawl and set it aside before diving back into the basket. She was so excited it was easy for the rest of us to sit back and watch her, letting her judge what might suit each of us. It was a motley collection, including a repulsive pair of old trousers, some crumpled hair ribbons, stockings in need of darning. Mrs. Williams offered to fix those so they'd be fit to wear by some poor soul, a velvet jacket too small for any of us women, and too large and far too fine, so Mrs. Burnett decreed, for Maggie. A feathered bonnet, only slightly battered about the brim, was quickly appropriated by Mrs. Burnett herself. "And why not?" said Mrs. Williams quickly. "None of us should be too proud to make use of something that still holds use in it. Isn't that right, Miss Ross?" I couldn't agree with her heartiness, but I did produce a nod, busying myself refolding a pair of trousers. "Look at these gloves, ma'am," Mrs. Williams said to Mrs. Burnett. "They're in very good repair." "Might I give this to my brother?" Maggie asked, holding out a knitted cap. "His is getting worn."
"Of course you can,"
Mrs. Burnett said, setting the gloves beside her new bonnet.
"He's a hard-working boy. Deserving."
"And look at this! See how lovely!" With a flourish, Maggie held up a green wool skirt. Her glance, quickly flying between the three of us, revealed that, too late, she'd seen her error. It was a fine skirt, but it would only fit my waist, not Mrs. Burnett's or Mrs. Williams. "I'm sure it could be altered," she added. "May I have a look?" Maggie thrust the skirt at me gratefully, pleased to have it out of her hands before anyone else said anything. I held it up, examining the weave and colour of the wool in the light from the kitchen window. In spite of myself, My hand ran along a well-turned seam. "It's very—" I broke off, remembering another voice. "Almost new. She has a skirt to match. I sewed it for her." Green wool. Just like the jacket Jenny wore, which she swore her sister Lizzie would never leave behind. Lizzie had worn the matching skirt to her appointment with Dr. Burnett. The light in the room dimmed, retreating beneath a black wave. I reached out a hand to steady myself. In front of me, Maggie's mouth moved, but I couldn't hear. My ears were stopped by the sound of someone's laboured breathing. "I can't see," I said, as everything went dark. But I could still hear the breathing. Blurs came back to me, swirls of brown and orange, surrounding a bright blaze that might have been a lamp if my eyes were clear enough to make sense of things. I thrashed and kicked, for although those panting breaths filled my ears, my lungs burned and ached to the point of bursting. I couldn't move my head, but the rest of me writhed, needing freedom, needing air. For a half-second, I jerked away, and though I gasped a mouthful, I got no more than that, pinned again by the weight on my mouth and the mass holding tight to my green skirts. "Janet! Janet!" "I'm here," I croaked, hoping this would convince Mrs. Williams to stop slapping me. "I'm awake. Drink this." There was nothing wrong with my eyes now. The kitchen was exactly as it was, strewn with clothes, lit from the window, not some hideous blur of a lamp. I swallowed and coughed. "Can I have tea?" I didn't like sherry. "Don't let her faint again," Mrs. Burnett warned, and attacked with her smelling salts. "I'm all right." I recoiled as far as I could, not much, into the back of my chair, pushing her hand away. "You were having some kind of fit," Mrs. Williams said, "kicking and shaking, and all without making any sound." "It's nothing," I said. "See?" I pushed out of the chair, in spite of their restraining hands, and though they were surprised, I could see all of them wanted to believe me. Maggie was white as goose down, Mrs. Williams wrung her hands, and Mrs. Burnett was crossing herself and praying in Gaelic. I crossed the room and unlatched the window. "I just need some air. These clothes are terribly musty." Somehow, I wasn't even trembling, aware I couldn't alarm anyone, least of all Dr. Burnett. Returning to their circle of gaping mouths, I picked the skirt off the floor. "I like this very much. Do you think it suits me?" Mrs. Williams gave a dumbfounded nod. "I may have to raise the hem," I said, holding it up to me for a critical inspection. "Just a little," Maggie said, glad to fall in with my assertion that nothing was wrong. "No more than an inch." "I thought an inch and a half." "I agree with the girl," Mrs. Burnett said, her gaze disapproving. I nodded, as if the matter was settled. "I'll do it tomorrow," I said. More than anything, I wanted to grab the skirt and run, but I had a role to maintain, so I folded the skirt into my lap and myself into another chair, one closer to the breeze from the window. "How much more do you have in there, Maggie?" Chapter 27. "I hope you think this is worth it," Fraser grumbled, watching another pair of constables setting out from the station. Though they'd never found the people running the workshop where Nan had been imprisoned, the Brennans' kidnapping trial was looming, and Adam was trying to be content with that. But earlier today, a constable had been set on and beaten in the Westport. Cathcart, who'd been with Adam when he found Nan. Adam hoped it was a random attack, but if Cathcart had been targeted, it didn't bode well for him, the girl, or the coming trial. It might be a warning from the workshop owners, or the ribbon men, that they were fighting back.
"Our men will be fine in pairs,"
Adam said, for himself as much as Fraser. The Brennans might be crooked as the path to hell, but they couldn't be important enough to warrant this kind of trouble. Cathcart's beating had simply been rotten luck, and his bruises and cracked ribs would heal. For now, increasing the number of constables in the Westport would keep everyone safer, and make certain this kind of thing didn't happen again. Everyone, ribbon men included, would learn not to trifle with the police. Adam checked his watch. Nearly 7. Nan would be expecting him.
Once the trial's done and the Brennans awarded long sentences, the ribbon men, if they're connected to this, will know we won't be intimidated.
Fraser grunted.
If Stevenson doesn't back down.
You think he will?
Adam frowned.
He didn't give me that impression when he agreed to prosecute the case.
If anything, he seemed anxious to correct the perception that ribbon men could evade justice in the Westport.
Since when have you had anything kind to say about Stevenson?
I don't have to like him to trust he'll do his job,
Adam retorted.
It's a straightforward case.
And we'll be in the soup without him, he added silently. Stevenson wouldn't give up, not when they were this close to convicting Will and Ellie Brennan. Fraser was just broodier than usual, upset about what had happened to Cathcart.
I should go. Getting late. Surprised you're still here.
Adam forced a smile but couldn't quite keep the edge from his voice.
What will Sarah say?
Fraser's early departures from the station were starting to needle him. His friend gave another grunt and a wry smile.
Nothing good, I promise you that. But listen, I've been thinking about that girl, Nan Burt. Where did she end up?
My stepmother found a place for her,
Adam said, used by now to the lie. He wasn't taking chances with Nan's whereabouts, not until after the trial, even with Fraser. Their straightforward case would come to nothing without her testimony.
I forget the details.
Hope she's all right. Poor thing.
Adam nodded.
Me too.
He put on his hat.
Evening, Hugh.
Give my best to Emily.
Adam just rolled his eyes. It was dark by the time he returned home, but there were lights waiting. He still wasn't used to it. As he drew nearer the house, he noticed something different about his front door. He broke into a run. The door was shut and locked, just as it should be, but there was a message scrawled on the panels. Beware, half-breed.
Nan?
He shouted, pulse climbing into his throat. He was used to casually delivered insults and snide whispers, but not this. Not right on the heels of Cathcart's beating. The Brennan case might be at the root of this trouble after all. Coming! Nan's voice, muffled by the door, was untroubled. Relief seeped into his palms.
Wait there, I'll be right in.
He whipped out a handkerchief and scrubbed at the words, but only succeeded in smearing them, staining his handkerchief a rusty brown. Blood. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his spine. Nan couldn't stay here. It wasn't safe. Clumsily, he stuffed the handkerchief into his coat pocket and unlocked the door. Nan was waiting for him inside, grinning like a monkey and bouncing on her toes. "Did you find them?" she asked. He'd completely forgotten. The blood on the door had driven everything else from his mind. On reflex, he patted his pocket. His fines from the pawnbrokers were still there.
Maybe.
He peered back into the empty street, then locked and bolted the door. "You were gone so long, I was sure you'd found them. Let me see." Nan wouldn't talk about her mother's disappearance, but when she'd learned he was on the trail of another missing woman, she'd developed an interest. Adam wasn't sure it was good for her, but what did he know about children?
"Once we're in the kitchen," he said. "I'm starving."
A lie. His appetite was gone, but the fire, the smell of soup, and Nan bustling about like she'd been keeping his house for years instead of a month, eased his tension a little. He reached into his pocket, past the blood-stained handkerchief, retrieving the results of this afternoon's searching.
"Here."
He set 3 pairs of simple gold earrings into her outstretched hand. "These all look the same," she said.
"Nearly," he agreed. "It's what makes detecting so hard."
It took persistence, patience, and time, narrowing the range of possibilities and chasing down leads.
"We'll send these to Mrs. Dove and see if any belong to her missing sister."
"And if they don't?"
Her voice caught. She wasn't just asking about earrings. "We keep looking until we find her. Or until we find who's responsible."
"And take care of you in the meantime," he added silently.
"You stayed indoors today?" he asked,
hiding his concern by tugging lightly at her ear. "I always do," she said, ladling a bowl of soup from the pot over the fire. "I'm quiet and the curtains stay shut."
"We should think again about school."
She froze, ladle poised in midair. "Please, please let me stay." His stomach twisted.
"It might be dangerous to stay with me. After the trial..."
"Did the ribbon men mark the door?" Caught off guard by her question, his face gave away the answer. Nan cursed under her breath. She'd lived all her life in the Westport, even before her time on the streets. He'd no hope of hiding the truth from her.
"Someone did,"
he said uneasily, forcing the tension from his hands by pressing them flat on his knees. "They don't know I'm here," she insisted, and set a bowl in front of him. "Marking the door is just a warning. You've upset them is all. I'm safe here." Adam wasn't as confident. But would she be any safer at a school? The trouble was, he was gone far too much.
"Sit down,"
he said, nudging out the nearby chair with his foot. "In a moment." Taking 2 mugs, he'd had to buy a second, smaller one for her because he'd only owned the one, she filled them with ale and carried them to the table, setting them down without spilling a drop. Adam shifted guiltily in his seat and reminded himself at least her fingers weren't bleeding and scabbed from overwork now.
"School is important," he said. "More important than waiting on me."
Her hands tightened on her mug, the knuckles blanching as she lowered herself into her chair. "Were you happy there?" she asked.
"I hated school,"
he admitted. Nan was afraid of being left again, so he took his luncheon at home every day now, and left his father's watch with her when he departed for work to help her keep time and trust he'd come back. He even slept on a pallet on the floor next to her bed because it was the only way she could sleep. But he wasn't much of a guardian. Out at all hours, inexperienced, never mind the latest threat imposed by his work. And Nan would never manage school, not with the condescending attitudes or outright bullying that would come her way as surely as it had to him. A child of Nan's class would be nearly as foreign and despised as he'd been. He needed help, but there was no one to ask, not if the ribbon men were after him. Someone rapped on the door. Adam jumped but recovered quickly, reaching across the table and turning down the lamp. "Into the cupboard," he whispered. Nan was usually painstakingly obedient, but her speed surprised him. She vanished in a blink. Moving slowly, without any sound, Adam left the table and closed the kitchen door. There was a pistol hidden in the hall stand. With that reassurance resting comfortably in his hand, Adam went to the door.
"Adam, let me in."
A woman's voice, a familiar one. Adam tucked the pistol in the back of his trousers and opened the door.
"What are you doing?"
his stepmother demanded, stepping inside.
"You never came to dinner. We were all expecting you. Your house is dark as a tomb, and—"
She was small, barely up to his shoulder, red-haired and freckled, like both of her boys. Adam was the only one of the family who didn't look like he belonged. But even after his father died 9 years ago, Emily refused to let him loose, expecting him to dine once a fortnight and forcing him into company with her sons, his half-brothers. She was only 6 years older than Adam, and he'd never quite kicked his boyhood habit of standoffish resentment. "Hello, Emily," he said. She turned her cheek and he bent to kiss it. "I'm sorry," he said. "I completely forgot about dinner."
"It's not hard to remember. Every second Wednesday,
She let out a shriek, clutching his arm at a sound from the kitchen, a cupboard door opening. So much for obedience.
"Who's that? Who's here?"
Emily demanded, alarmed by the noise in his darkened house and perhaps a glimpse of his pistol. Adam fumbled for words, and Emily's cheeks went scarlet.
"Holy Jesus, you're not alone. Well, why should you be? I'm sorry, what a busybody."
Spinning on her heel, she practically lunged for the door. Adam stopped her.
"No, it's not what you think. I'm having some trouble at work."
And a pushy stepmother might be just what he and Nan needed.
"Come into the kitchen, Emily," Adam said. "I'll explain everything."
Connell had felt only pride and satisfaction toward his housekeeper until he realised how much power she carried. It was a trifle disconcerting. She moved through much of the house unobserved and had found her way inside the school and into conversation with Detective Kerr. And Kerr didn't like him, not since they'd met over the matter of that hysterical mother's claims. He'd put them to rest quite efficiently. At least he thought he had, until now. Twice now he'd seen the same man, a dirty organ grinder with an eye shot of his house, watching the comings and goings. Even if the man was what he appeared, his presence put Connell on edge. He might notice things. It ought to be a simple matter to stifle any qualms about Janet Ross's loyalties, but he couldn't get into her room. His mother didn't have the keys.
"You took them,"
she reminded him with a sniff.
"I didn't want to give them to her."
His thumb twitched, a nervous habit he'd long since repressed, impeding both a surgeon's work and an anatomist's. Weaving his fingers together, he studied his hands, following the tendons to the tips of his fingers, visualizing the delicate architecture beneath the skin, the sheaths that allowed his tendons to glide and move and grip, the thread-like nerves and blood vessels, the bands of ligament that fastened bones together. In combination, a perfect miracle.
"You were always so pleased with her,"
his mother said waspishly, snaring his attention again.
"I suppose she's been thieving."
"No, I don't think so,"
Connell said, alarmed at where this conversation might take him. Chances were there was nothing to fear from Janet Ross. He valued her, and didn't want to rouse anger or suspicion if nothing troubling was there.
"But some of my colleagues' wives told me they inspect their homes every so often, just as a matter of practice. Prevents carelessness and Other things.
Pity you didn't think of it earlier, his mother said. I can't help you. Mother's sitting room was much prettier now, though sadly deficient in keys. Connell drummed his hand on the occasional table at his elbow, topped with a lace-trimmed tablecloth. He couldn't even have a locksmith in, because during the 4 hours or so Miss Ross had off each week, his other servants were here, and news of that kind couldn't be kept quiet. They'd probably all be offended.
There's no money missing, is there?
His mother asked.
No, no, I wouldn't stand for any of that,
he assured her. She set down her knitting, something lacy and fine burgundy wool.
I don't like to nag, but,
he filled in, sure of what was coming.
There's something not right about her,
she insisted.
Something in the eyes. They seem to work just fine to me,
he said, suppressing a smile. His mother's suspicions were always vague and unfounded. Miss Ross has an odd face. Her hands aren't as plump as her middle. She buys bunches of odd flowers and uses scissors with her left hand. As if he would ever worry about nonsense like that. Try to like her, he said, for probably the 20th time.
She hired a wonderful cook for us,
his mother said, in the tone of one making concessions.
Mrs. Williams is a treasure, and Maggie is hard-working, in spite of her sickly constitution.
She's only been ill the once, Connell said. You took sick yourself not long after. Seeing the beginnings of an affronted frown, he added, Is the tonic still agreeing with you? She nodded, her face clearing.
Yes, and I do much better with it than my evening cup of tea, though I don't sleep as soundly.
Well, if that's a trouble, I can prescribe some powders for that. She tilted her head.
Can you?
Of course. Would you like some? She tapped her lips with her finger.
You haven't already tried them with me, have you?
Of course not, Connell said, affronted. But if you need them...
You know, I think I might. As long as it's no trouble. Are they expensive?
Not at all, he promised.
They aren't dangerous?
Not with me measuring them out for you.
Thank you, Connell. You are very good to me.
She'd said the same words when he presented her with a silver medal from school, his first prize and his first real step forward. She'd sold it to pay the landlady and to buy his next term's books. I'd be nothing without you, Connell said, as he bent to kiss her cheek. Don't worry about the keys. It's not important. He'd think of something. Already the germ of an idea was taking root. There were other ways to test his housekeeper's loyalties. Chapter 28. Tuesday afternoon couldn't come fast enough. Mrs. Burnett lurked everywhere I went, watching me sideways, but she only made excuses when I asked her what she wanted and muttered in Gaelic more than ever. So as soon as she took her luncheon, I left Newington Place at a pace that quickly carried me beyond the houses to the base of the hill. A pair of gentlemen were far up the path. Another party of walkers was visible moving along the top of the crags. I waited, fidgeting with impatience, expecting to see Kerr, but the only person who appeared was a sandy-haired man with a pointer dog and a walking stick. After about a quarter hour, I started the climb myself. Had Kerr changed his mind? I couldn't believe it. He was investigating Burnett, just as I'd hoped, and he wouldn't want to miss our meeting, even just to scold me again. But I had a use for him, and if he didn't come... Afternoon, Isabel.
I yelped as Kerr emerged from a brush-filled dip in the ground, my hand flying to my throat. "You didn't have to ambush me," I snapped, once my heart steadied. "I waited for ages at the bottom of the track."
"I know. Didn't think you'd ever start climbing up."
"You were watching? Why didn't you—"
"Couldn't. I can't meet you in the open, not after Burnett saw me talking to you at the school. He might have seen me on your street, and out there," he motioned with his chin, "we're visible to anyone with a telescope."
I stared at him. "Are you mad? No one in their right mind would do such a thing." His lips thinned.
"It's a reasonable precaution, if you and I are right about Lizzie."
"Oh, so now you believe he might be guilty of actual crimes?" It wasn't kind, hurling back his words, but they'd festered for a long time.
"Yes, I do. You're in his house, Isabel. That's worse madness than I've ever seen or heard."
"What else was I supposed to do?"
"Not that. The longer you keep on, the greater chance that you'll be the next body on his table."
I shook my head, cutting short the argument by holding out the basket on my arm. "Here. You said you need proof." He took it gingerly, as if it might explode. Lifting the lid, he let out a sigh and drew out the skirt.
"If you're expecting me to cry, 'Aha!' and run down to Newington Place shouting for the constables—"
"I think it's Lizzie Dove's," I explained. He grunted.
"And here I was, thinking you'd brought me her hand."
I shook my head. "I haven't seen it, but I'm watching. I met her sister, Jenny, after she came to the house asking questions. She told me Lizzie was wearing a skirt this colour when she went missing. It appeared at her house in a hamper of old clothes. The porter denies it, but I think he brought them over from Burnett's school." Kerr folded it up, unimpressed.
"Lots of people wear green."
"It's more than that. The sister, Jenny. She spoke to you, aye?" He gave a reluctant nod.
"I take it you sent her to me?"
I nodded. "She sewed this and a matching jacket. She was wearing it when I met her, and so far as I can see, the fabric is the same." I took a deep breath, crossing my fingers. "Do you know what's happened to her? I tried to find her again, but—"
"She's fine. She's in Leith. I gave her some money. Didn't want her disappearing too. Someone was following her. Come on, sit down."
He motioned just beyond the brush, where his cloak was draped over one of the larger rocks. I wanted to protest, but my calves were aching.
"It's a steep climb,"
Adam said apologetically.
"But it's your usual route, as well as the least used path."
His makeshift bench was wide enough for two, but not comfortably. As I sat, he folded easily onto the ground, examining the skirt again, rubbing the wool between his fingers. "You're sure we're safe from telescopes?" I asked. He nodded, refusing to treat the question as a joke. I sighed and tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear.
"I don't know if he's killing people himself or paying others to do it, but he's dangerous, Isabel. You can't go back."
I reached down and picked a burr off my stocking. "Is the skirt proof enough to stop him?" His breath left him in a gust, swirling up to join the birds circling the hill.
"I'll show it to Jenny."
Not a straight-out refusal, but definitely not a yes.
"I've been looking in local pawn shops, hoping to find Lizzie's earrings," he said. "Figured there was a decent chance of them turning up. If we had both—"
"You and I both saw the body," I put in. "So did all those students." Kerr rubbed his cheek.
"But we never met Lizzie, and the students are all loyal to him. So are most of the doctors in the city. Even the few that dislike him wouldn't go against him, Not for accusations like this. They look after their own.
What about the rest of us? Lizzie? My Thomas? He can't just take people. If people knew, they'd...
Even if Jenny can identify the skirt and earrings, we have to prove they've been in Burnett's possession. It's not impossible, but it won't be easy.
There's the hand, I suggested. Burnett had it somewhere. If police search the school and I search the house... He shook his head.
I'd search both if I had a warrant. Doubt we'll get one if all we have is this.
He touched the skirt, folded in a neat square on one of his knees.
I had to register for his course just to get inside.
There's more evidence. I can find it. He shook his head before I even finished speaking.
I don't want you to.
He saw my look and sighed.
It's too great a risk.
I won't need to stay much longer. I reached into my pocket for the silver box. It was warm in my hand. Look. I passed it to him and he flipped the catch. They were impressions of his keys, for the only places in the house I've been unable to search. But I unlocked his desk once before. I swallowed and busied myself smoothing the cuff on my wrist. He had a drawing of the man with the scars, Owen Brennan, the one I think took Thomas. His head lifted.
Do you have it?
I shook my head. Saw it months ago. I didn't want to take it in case... I'd planned on killing him then. A missing drawing would have made him suspect me. Kerr winced. I reminded myself there was no way he could guess my thoughts.
Isabel,
can you get me copies of these keys? I interrupted, not wanting to hear another warning. He hesitated.
I know a fellow,
he admitted reluctantly,
but
I'm not leaving. This is the best way for us to get proof. How many more will he kill if we wait to do things your way? I almost smiled when he had no answer for that.
2 days,
he said finally.
They'll come in a delivery of candles. You can get them before anyone else?
I nodded. He closed the box with a snap. As he carried it to his pocket, my heart lurched. Detective? He paused and looked up. The paper in the lid, it has a lock of Thomas's hair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He fumbled with the box. No, leave it there. Just keep it safe.
Of course.
For a moment he held it in both hands. Then, instead of reaching for the side of his coat, he slid it into his breast pocket.
It's safe with me, Isabel.
I reached for the empty basket, wanting to shift his gaze off me. In my life as Janet Ross, no one knew about Thomas or looked at me with painful pity, which made it easier to talk and eat and go about my days. My throat thickened. I didn't know if I wanted easier anymore. I should go. I picked up the empty basket. 20 yards or so away, I looked back, but I couldn't see Kerr. Maybe he was concealed again by the brush. Maybe he'd already gone. Chapter 29. As soon as he came down from the hill, Adam sought out John Stevenson. It wasn't possible to go to anyone else. Not for this. He's doing a decent job with the Brennan trial, Adam reminded himself. Because Stevenson hadn't given up. Since Cathcart's injuries, he'd been questioning the Brennans so relentlessly it was a wonder they hadn't pled guilty yet. The trial was just 2 days away. Adam didn't find Stevenson at his home. He wasn't even in the Crown Office behind his desk. Following the advice of his clerk, Adam found him walking off Bruntsfield Links after a game of golf. Though surprised to spot Adam, Stevenson greeted him with a smile.
"Hello, Kerr. I didn't know you play."
"Once in a while," Adam admitted. Only rarely since the death of his father, but he owed Emily for watching Nan, and she wanted him to teach his brothers the game in exchange. A poor trade, since he figured they'd all enjoy it, but Emily seemed happy enough to have Nan about during the day, now that his brothers were away at school.
"Finished your game?"
Adam asked, looking at Stevenson's companions, other lawyers, talking a few paces away. Stevenson nodded.
"We're headed to the golf tavern for a drink, if you'd like to join us. I'd like a word, if I may, privately."
Stevenson's eyebrows lifted.
"It's important,"
Adam said.
"All right, be right with you. Just let me leave my clubs at the pub."
He was wary now, because in less than a minute they were walking away through the park, though there must have been plenty of Stevenson's acquaintances talking and drinking in the tap room.
"You heard about Brennan, I suppose?"
Stevenson said with a sigh, squinting into the distance like a sailor assessing the wind.
"No, what happened?"
"Yesterday he agreed to plead guilty. I've been speaking to him, suggesting his sentence could be reduced if he were to give up some names, help us root out the trouble in the Westport, those ribbon men."
Adam nodded, pretending that his breath wasn't catching in his throat. So there was a connection. And if Brennan was ready to break faith with his brothers...
"He died last night in prison," Stevenson said. "So did his wife. No one saw anything."
"Of course not. Bloody bastards,"
Adam muttered. Stevenson nodded.
"Still, I think it's an overall victory for our side. At least we know we got 2 of them. Probably wise if you and I take a little extra care this next while."
His hand flew to his hat as they rounded a corner into a gust of wind.
"So, what did you come about?"
His voice dropped.
"Is it Thomas?"
Adam shook his head.
"No, forgive me. I don't know why I thought—"
Stevenson broke off, extracted a small engraved flask and took a swallow. Almost as quickly, the flask disappeared again.
"There was just something about your face."
Adam cleared his throat.
"Actually, I was going to say, no, not entirely."
Stevenson stopped, tensing as if expecting a blow.
"Well?"
Since Thomas's disappearance, Adam had thought and held in any number of pointed comments, building an arsenal that made it surprisingly difficult to begin. He needed Stevenson on his side. He tugged at his cuff.
"Have you heard from Isabel Tate?"
Stevenson started walking again.
"I don't hear from her," he said sharply. "That was our arrangement. Only when Thomas—"
"She left her lodgings months ago,"
Adam said, taking long steps to regain lost ground.
"No one knew where she went. This was right after she came to me, suggesting Dr. Connell Burnett kidnapped Thomas. I thought it was suggestive. I made some discreet inquiries. She'd withdrawn all her money and simply disappeared."
Impossibly, Stevenson's face became even harder.
"I heard about that. Not that she changed lodging, that's news to me, just that what she claimed about Burnett's collection."
"Did she go to you too?"
Adam's voice was tight, forced past the prickly, unspoken comments stuck to his tongue. Stevenson shook his head.
"I heard through my wife. Her brother is a doctor. We dined with him and Burnett was there. The conversation was," he swallowed, "quite warm in his defence."
You didn't think Isabel might be right? His ownership of the heart is at least an interesting coincidence.
But wildly improbable.
Stevenson tugged his coat, moderating his tone.
"I'm sorry for her, you know I am, and though there was some sympathy for her around the table, what was I supposed to do? I can't stick my neck out again."
"Did you before? I didn't much notice," Adam said, sharp enough to draw a glance.
"I don't expect you to understand the difficulties of my position,"
Stevenson muttered, barely audible above the leaves crunching under their feet. The path was strewn with them, harbingers of an early autumn and perhaps an especially cold winter.
"But I do expect you to explain why you are here."
Adam shoved his hands into his pockets, the familiar fabric prickling against his skin.
"If the superintendent didn't think her claims warranted investigation back then, you're acting outside your authority," Stevenson said.
I had to do something. I couldn't find her son," Adam spat. "No one else was helping."
"So you made discreet inquiries? If that's supposed to convince me to help you talk yourself out of trouble, you'll have to do better," Stevenson said.
"I'm not in any trouble," Adam began.
"So what did you do?"
Stevenson asked, before he could elaborate.
"Then or now?"
Stevenson's face darkened.
"Start at the beginning."
"After Isabel told me about her suspicions, I called at Burnett's house. I may have exaggerated and said there were concerns from the public." Stevenson snorted. "I may also have suggested Burnett could dispel any trouble that might be brewing by being forthcoming."
"And was he?"
2 days later, he invited me back, said he'd reconsidered and would take my advice. He showed me a catalogue of his specimens, acquisition dates, what he'd paid for them. It all looked correct, Adam said.
"And?"
"All in the same colour ink. And I didn't see the variations I'd expect to see in records assembled over time using a variety of pens."
"That's not evidence,"
Stevenson said. They were nearly at the end of the park, where a palisade of houses fronted the green and lined the road up the hill. Stevenson might not give him much more time.
"It's suggestive,"
Adam argued.
"You didn't think to see her then? Write to her and ask."
Stevenson scowled.
"I did think of writing, as it happens, but since there was nothing to accomplish by it, You might have stopped her,"
Adam snapped. Stevenson turned a blank face to him.
"Stopped her from what?"
"You need him on your side," Adam reminded himself. "It won't help if you kick him."
"She's gathering evidence against Burnett."
Stevenson's eyes narrowed.
"Are you saying there is evidence?"
"Some," Adam said, unwilling to reveal his hand. Jenny Dove hadn't even confirmed the skirt and earrings were her sister's yet.
"I'm working on it." "Does anyone know you are?"
"Isabel does. I spotted her during one of Burnett's anatomy lectures." At this news, Stevenson's eyebrows climbed to his hairline.
"I'm afraid to ask why, but
I was there looking for someone. A body. Another person who's disappeared."
"I?"
Adam started walking again, unable to push the suppositions and fears out of his throat without the lubricant of motion. It took a few strides for Stevenson to catch up. A petty win,
but Adam enjoyed it. Quietly, their heads bent together to keep their words from passers-by, he told Stevenson about Jenny Dove's missing sister, Lizzie, and why no one in authority had been persuaded to care.
"That kind of woman often goes missing," Stevenson said. Noting Adam's scowl, he added, "I'm not saying I'm glad of it, just that it happens, and she had an extra finger. Within a month, I saw Burnett dissecting a body with a missing left hand."
Adam kicked a pebble off the pavement into the gutter.
"There are other disappearances too. The child who was kidnapped."
"Nan Burt?" Stevenson seemed wary now. "She—" Adam interrupted. He didn't want to talk about Nan. The less attention on her, the better.
"Her mother went missing earlier this year. And there's others. Here."
Adam passed the prosecutor a folded list. 7 names he'd culled from 3 years' worth of investigations, and all still missing. Thomas Tate was written across the top. Stevenson's lips thinned.
"I don't know anything of what's happened to them," Adam said, "but I've talked to the family or friends who initially spoke to police. All these people," he cleared his throat, "are unique."
He pointed at the paper at the second column of writing. Across from Thomas's name, he'd penned mitral valve defect. Across from Elizabeth Dove,
polydactyly. I looked it up. Means extra fingers.
Adam said. Unusual in humans, apparently, but common enough in cats. And at the bottom of the list, across the name of Mary Burt, Nan's mother, mismatched eyes. At some point, he'd have to tell her, but he couldn't face it yet.
Burnett's colleagues defended him because they all use human specimens. They buy stolen bodies from resurrection men and talk about the needs of science to improve medicine anytime someone objects or turns squeamish.
Adam tapped the list.
But this
might be something different, Stevenson said quietly. He looked older since taking that list, as if his face were made of the same building stones as the city.
"There's more,"
Adam said, reluctant because this was even more tenuous. But the connection was there, and it wouldn't stop tickling the back of his brain.
"The burned man, the one Isabel thought kidnapped Thomas."
"Owen..."
Stevenson stopped. "Brennan," Adam finished.
"You think there's a connection between them? The kidnappers of Nan Burt? And..." His voice broke.
"They're cousins,"
Adam said.
I asked.
"I meant between the ribbon men and Burnett," Stevenson said slowly. "Is he one of them? Hiring them to help him collect? Oh, God!" Stevenson put a hand over his eyes.
"I don't know,"
Adam admitted. Stevenson shook his head as if to clear it. "You can't..." He stopped, his eyes falling once more on Adam's list. An inch below the others, Adam had penciled in one additional name. Now he regretted it.
"That's just a guess,"
he muttered.
"Another? Guesswork isn't policing."
But Stevenson stopped walking, his forehead creasing.
"I knew John Barclay. He taught my brother-in-law. Burnett was his pupil too. Joined him right after he left the army. Barclay started the school and the collection. He offered Burnett a partnership."
"Aye?" Stevenson's eyes were riveted to the paper. Adam cleared his throat.
"Barclay died a month after they signed the papers, and Burnett was the doctor who registered his death." Stevenson grunted.
It fits, Adam argued. If I'm right, it fits. He's bold with his murders. He's an opportunist. I want to help. Stevenson hesitated. You know I do, for the son I lost, if nothing else, but this isn't enough. I know, I'm looking.
But it was a daunting prospect, and if Burnett was allied with the ribbon men... Stevenson combed his fingers through his hair, then replaced his hat.
Guesses and accusations and even a few trifling proofs won't do it. We need irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing so terrible his colleagues won't risk protecting him. As it stands, if a whisper of this gets out, they'll jump on you. Have you dismissed?
Like what happened to Isabel, Adam said.
Mrs. Tate,
Stevenson corrected, then dropped his eyes at Adam's incredulous snort. Stevenson glanced aside at the dome of the university.
If you're right, these are terrible crimes.
Adam nodded, but there was one more terrible thing he hadn't touched on yet. They walked silently up the hill, past university bookshops, medical instrument makers, and student lodging houses.
John.
Adam stopped walking.
There's something else. I'm even less certain of it than the rest.
But Will Brennan and his wife had just died in prison, and by unlucky coincidence, Adam knew 3 men from the station who'd visited Calton Hill yesterday, and Stevenson had heard him out so far.
Tell me,
Stevenson said. Adam hovered a hesitant hand over the waistcoat pocket where his private notes were folded away. Notes with all 3 names on them, even before he'd heard about the Brennans dying at Calton Hill. If he gave them to Stevenson, there'd be no going back.
I'm not sure, he said again, almost pleadingly. It's just some observations of mine, possibilities.
Assumptions, really. And Adam was relying on a particularly common one about the Irish, a prejudice he particularly despised, because it was a variety of the prejudice folk applied to him when they called him half-breed and Indian and treated him like he was less. But Stevenson was waiting, so Adam reluctantly surrendered the much-creased bit of paper, filled with pencilled lines he'd written, crossed out, then rewritten. As Stevenson read, slowly enough he must be perusing it more than once, a stone grew in Adam's stomach. Would Stevenson dismiss him for this? Or just laugh and call him a fool? But too many things had gone wrong. These days he was always looking over his shoulder. Stevenson's lips pressed together.
I'll come with you to the station, he said. I'd like to look over the records myself.
Adam didn't know if he should scowl or sigh with relief. He settled with something in the middle.
Thank you, John.
And Adam?
Aye?
Stevenson slipped the paper into his own waistcoat pocket.
If you're right, I'm behind you.
Adam turned his face so Stevenson wouldn't see his rapid blinks. But the fact was, no one had said words like these to him, not in all his years on the force.
Appreciate it,
he said curtly, and they resumed walking, turning eastward toward the station.
You haven't told me what Isabel is doing,
Stevenson said. Something must have shone in Adam's face because Stevenson's voice sharpened.
Kerr, where is she?
I'm thinking, Adam said, but he was still unsure what to tell him, even when the pavement levelled at the top of the hill.
I can't tell you,
he said finally. If the least suspicion crossed Burnett's mind, Isabel would never escape that house.
It's too dangerous for her. Suffice to say, she's gathering evidence.
You didn't...
There was a tightness around Stevenson's eyes that hadn't been there before.
Is she? She's alive, Adam said, but she isn't safe. I didn't urge her to do anything. Her actions are all her own. I'd have dissuaded her given the chance.
You have to stop her, Stevenson said. If you're right about Burnett, he'll...
Adam huffed. Tried. Don't think anyone can.
He hoped to God this didn't end badly for her. Stevenson opened his mouth, prepared to argue.
Use your imagination, Stevenson. If Burnett has committed or paid for half of these disappearances, think of the risk. There's danger to you and me, but multiply that by a dozen and you'll have an inkling of the risk she's facing. No one can know. Not my superintendent, even if he'd support us. Not your clerks, not Detective Fraser, not any constables. If I didn't need your help, I wouldn't have told you.
Stevenson looked ill.
Another dram,
Adam suggested, reminding him of his pocket flask. The prosecutor shook his head, then changed his mind, downing a long gulp and wiping his mouth on the back of his hand. Usually Adam begrudged this man's well-kept fingers, his old gold ring with a family crest, his pale colouring and classical profile, a face any woman would find handsome. Adam saw them as much as ever just now, but for once he noted these advantages more ruefully than resentfully, which surprised him. Stevenson stoppered the flask, giving no sign he'd noticed any change in Adam's thinking.
Bring me the evidence, Kerr.
He was frowning, his jaw tight.
As soon as you possibly can.
After bidding good evening to the constables on duty and to Fraser, who was headed to the pub because of a quarrel with his wife, Adam walked to his family's home, a 3-storey townhouse on Clarence Street. Though no one was visible through the windows, it was a good bet that by now Nan was watching. A retired constable, Emily's new manservant, admitted him.
Any progress?
Emily asked, coming down the stairs.
Possibly, hard to say. Meeting with the prosecutor went better than I expected.
It was strange to have confided so much to Emily, and once begun he hadn't quite known how to stop. But her help certainly made life simpler, and he couldn't have taken it without explaining all the risks. It shouldn't have surprised him that Emily, who'd thrived in her marriage to his much older father, hadn't quailed an inch. She'd always been the type to take charge of things, while Adam had been the kind who wouldn't let her. He smiled past Emily at Nan.
How was your day?
She's making beautiful progress with her letters, Emily reported. Nan made a face.
And I learned how to make silk flowers today, Emily added. See?
She held up a lopsided yellow blossom, then tucked it behind the wide ribbon of Nan's bonnet.
Not as nice as the one you made me, but the colour suits you.
Nan had her cloak on already. Though she was always anxious for Adam to collect her and for the two of them to leave, she thanked Emily with a perfect dip of a curtsy.
I'll see you tomorrow, Nan,
Emily said. Over Nan's bonnet she mouthed, "Be careful." Adam nodded. The two of them slipped out the back door, soft shadows in the dim evening. A block away, Emily's carriage waited to drive them home.
"May I speak to the prosecutor?"
Nan asked.
Why?
She'd already given a statement when her kidnappers were arrested, upsetting to her and to him. He didn't understand why she'd want to go through that again.
"I want to help," she said. "We'll be safe then."
Adam squeezed her hand and said nothing. Once they were home, they sat down to supper. Bread and cheese and beer. Deplorable food, but the kind they both enjoyed. Adam brewed coffee afterward and Nan munched an apple, practicing writing vowels on a slate.
"I can write 15 different letters now," she said, And I know all of them.
Adam nodded.
So did you find out anything today?
Nan demanded. Found some clothes that might have belonged to Lizzie Dove. Nan stirred uneasily.
You said she was special too, like my mum.
It was pure chance that had made Nan mention her mother's eyes. Unfortunately, it put a new and sinister light on her disappearance. Warily, Adam nodded. Aye, she is.
What about you?
Nan asked.
You're different.
Adam bit his lip. Don't worry about me, he said. I'm not... He stopped. With black hair and russet-toned skin, he didn't look like a typical Scot, but that wasn't nearly enough to attract an anatomist's interest. But how could he possibly explain that to her? If anyone kills me, it will be because I'm a detective, not for my looks. Abruptly, Nan got up and stirred the fire. He'd muffed it again. Natanis, he said, and her stiff shoulders softened just a little. It's sad for me to sit alone.
What does it mean again?
She liked his pet name for her and couldn't possibly have forgotten, but Adam liked that repeating his explanation seemed to reassure her. He'd remind her 12 times, if that helped. Natanis, it means you're mine to look after, he said. Remember? Nan nodded, and his chest eased as she came back to the table, sitting down with her feet tucked under her knees. Wary of her feelings, he hadn't used Scots or English words for daughter around her. Natanis meant the same thing, but she didn't know that, and conveniently it shared some of the sounds of her given name. It was strange how this word, and so many others he'd forgotten, were inexplicably coming back. I'll look after you as long as you want me to, Adam told her, offering her another apple from the bowl on the table. Here, you need fattening. She took it and turned it in her hands, choosing where to take her first bite.
You'll tell me about the people again?
The Sinawak. That word had come back to him too. He didn't talk of them, too used to people not caring to know, but Nan, for some reason, couldn't hear enough. He set down his spoon. There's many different peoples there.
In Prince Rupert's land,
Nan said, adding as Adam raised his eyebrows,
beyond Upper Canada. Aunt Emily showed me an atlas today, with your dad's maps.
Aye, well, he, as you know, was Scots. He went to make maps for the company. My mam
was mixed, she inserted,
then added,
That's why you're darker than I am.
Something wistful in her tone made Adam pause before replying. He put down his coffee cup and picked up Nan's hand, stained with sepia ink. Not, he realised, from a mishap during writing practice. Nan, she looked up at him. You didn't smear this on yourself practising vowels, did you? She flushed. Good thing you started with your hands instead of your face. Nan sent him an injured look, then relaxed into a smile.
It was a silly idea,
she admitted. And it won't work, he told her. It doesn't have to. You're just right the way you are, and so am I. He wove his fingers between hers and laid their clasped hands on the table. We mix together fine. She nodded slowly, then let his hand go and picked up her apple again.
Did you go to school there too?
Adam shook his head. There weren't any. My grandmother taught me to hunt and trap and fish. Over there, that's how you do housekeeping. At least, that was what she'd had to do, after the Nor'wester men, passing traders from a rival company, had burned their settlement,
killing Adam's mother and grandfather and leaving Adam in her care. His father had been away on a map-making expedition during the massacre. Nan's eyes widened.
I probably wouldn't be able to do it.
He thought of her, escaping the bigger girls at the children's home who stole her food, beat her where it wouldn't show, and lied to the matron about it. After her mother vanished, when she lived rough in the streets and toiled in the workshop, she'd kept body and soul together. She was canny, tough, and also appallingly young and fragile. Kanapawamakan, his grandmother, would have loved this child. It frightened him a little, after so many years alone, that he was remembering her, just as he was needing help from the ones he had here, who'd tried to be family to him, but couldn't. He couldn't imagine what his grandmother would have made of Emily. But then he'd always been hard on her, since she'd stepped into his dead mother's place, only 6 years older than he was. Kanapawamakan might have liked Emily, if only for her kindness to him, clumsy though it was, at least in the early days. His grandmother had carried more than her share of grief, but she hadn't let it get in the way of living. She'd brought Adam to her people and taught him to smile and laugh again, until Adam's father found them. By then, Jock Kerr had decided to return to Scotland and work for the company there. He'd done well for them in the New World, and they were offering a promotion. Naturally, his son would go too. She'd argued long and hard, and lost. But she hadn't let that break her either. She'd just hugged Adam hard, gave him gifts and blessings, and let him go. They would be brave, both of them. Adam studied the shape of Nan's head, the shine on her smoothly brushed hair, the fullness and healthy colour re-establishing itself in her cheeks. Natanis, I'm sure you'd master my grandmother's lessons just fine. Chapter 30. Dr. Burnett was at the window when I returned to the house, smiling at me as I descended to the kitchen door, acting like this was ordinary for him. I nodded a hasty acknowledgement, let myself inside and hung up my shawl. "Why isn't the doctor at the anatomy school?" I asked Maggie. Usually he and his assistants were busy in the laboratory at this time, something I knew from the extra laundry. "Dunno." Maggie didn't look up from her scouring. "He didn't mention anything to me," Mrs. Williams said. "Took tea with the mistress and ate 4 lemon biscuits." Like this was some accomplishment. Well, maybe it was hers. The biscuits were excellent. I'd eat 4 myself if I could do it without earning a stomachache. "He did say Mr. Ferguson is taking leave for a day or 2, visiting his family. Someone's unwell, I think," Maggie said. "So maybe none of them are working this afternoon." "Wouldn't that be nice?" grunted the cook, scraping peelings into the rubbish pail. Her half-day wasn't until tomorrow. I considered Maggie's theory as I drank a cup of tea and helped myself to bread and butter. No use touching the biscuits yet. Mrs. Williams wouldn't let us have any until after supper. No use either taking fright at every change in Burnett's schedule, because an afternoon at home with his mother probably meant nothing. Except when I carried my lists upstairs to present to Mrs. Burnett, I found the doctor in the hall. Was he trying to make me trip? He was ubiquitous as dandelions today, popping up everywhere. "Afternoon, Ross. Did you enjoy your half-day?" He looked suspiciously genial, unless my uneasy mind was affecting my temper. "Yes, very enjoyable, sir." "You took a walk? It's a fine day for it. Back early, though, aren't you?" "The breeze is a little chilly today. It gets lonesome up on the hill." I smiled like there was nothing in the world to trouble me. Besides, I like the kitchen chatter. He nodded, seemingly satisfied, but I'd have given £1 to be sure. Why did it take so long to make keys? That night, I couldn't sleep, no matter how I arranged the bed covers or reshaped my pillow. Eventually, I got up and paced, giving rein to the wild thoughts chasing through my head. I couldn't let Burnett catch me off guard. Even if nothing was wrong, I wouldn't go on unprepared. Brimming with the resolve of midnight decision, I crept to the kitchen and felt my way to a meat fork and the file Mrs. Williams used for sharpening knives. Back in my room, I sawed off the hook on my window catch with anxious, chilled fingers until the sash popped free at a nudge. The easiest place to hide the meat fork was under the mattress. I'd prefer a blade, but Cook would notice and complain about the absence of one of her knives. That done, I returned the knife sharpener to the drawer, more awake than ever. My bed was cold. Still unable to settle, I prowled upstairs. There was no noise in the house but mine. Everyone else was asleep, and the night-time hours were lonely. Unlocking the specimen room, I passed the vague shapes lining the walls, nodding greetings to the odd-coloured eyes and the femur, the adult skeleton and the tiny child's. Then I lifted onto my toes and breathed against the jar holding Thomas. "I think I've found a way," I whispered. Not much longer. In 2 days, I'd have the keys. I'd comb through Burnett's papers every day if I had to. I'd take the drawing of the man with the burns. There would be something, because there had to be. Once Burnett was arrested, the police would extract the truth, and then I'd know Thomas's story, so much worse than any fireside tale. Only happy people wanted frightening for fun. My eyes stung, and I didn't touch them. It was a relief to feel warm tears run unimpeded down my cheeks. Real crying, silent or not, always takes ages. I picked myself up off the floor when I was done, reaching for the shelf because I couldn't rely on my knees, which were protesting after all that time folded on the rug. The carved shelf edge moved beneath my hand. Unsure, I pressed again, and the moulding slid another fraction of an inch. No, I thought, licking dry lips, it couldn't be as easy as this. I pulled, and a narrow drawer slid open 1/2 foot. Too dark to see inside. I looked with my fingers, closing them on a bundle of papers. "Is this it?" I asked Thomas. Nothing. I glanced around the room, then shook my head at the folly of waiting for an answer. I didn't need ghosts to tell me what my skin knew already. The papers pricked like shards of glass. Seizing them, I pushed the drawer shut and hurried back to my room. Just before my candle expired, I found it. An entry on the day Thomas and I had visited Dr. Burnett. Suspected mitral valve defect, underlined, and on the next line, my old address. Penciled faintly in the margin was a check mark and the words, "Delivery via EB. Owen Brennan." The scarred man. I didn't read anything else. I stuck the pages under my mattress, next to the meat fork. When the police arrested him, Burnett would learn how lucky he was that I'd taken these pages to them, instead of tiptoeing, prongs in hand, to his bedchamber upstairs. Chapter 31. I woke late, with eyes coated in sand, a pounding headache, and Maggie at my door, telling me not to worry, she'd already done the rooms. "Aren't you well today, Miss Ross?" "Just tired. Poor sleep,"
I mumbled.
Cook said you've been looking peaky, and I should let you lie abed this morning.
What time is it? I asked, squinting at the window. It was far too bright for my usual rising hour. I stood up quickly, light-headed and swaying on my feet. Closing my eyes to steady myself, I missed Maggie's reply. "I'm fine," I said. "Tell Mrs. Williams I'll be right out."
"She's not here, Miss Ross,"
Maggie said, twisting her fingers.
"Received an urgent message from her sister, and Dr. Burnett said you could take the day. She left half an hour ago, before breakfast was done. Dr. and Mrs. Burnett have both eaten, but Mrs. Burnett just rang her bell and—"
Maggie grimaced.
"I'm sorry to wake you in such a hurry."
"You did right, Maggie." I hurried to the washstand to splash my face. The water was so cold I gasped, but it sharpened my thoughts, dispelling most of the cloudiness brooding above my shoulders. "Tell Mrs. Burnett that I'll be right with her." She didn't like to be waited on by Maggie. I jammed the spectacles on my nose, hurrying through the rest of the usual modification to my face. Maggie might comment about the change in my appearance when I finished, but I didn't intend to remain here much longer. I had my proof. The sand in Burnett's glass had nearly run out. As soon as I was ready, I'd take my stolen notes and Thomas's heart and go straight to the police. If only my buttons weren't so troublesome this morning. It was like they'd been bewitched and were trying to thwart me. Tugging on my stockings, I heard voices from upstairs. Maggie's was conciliating beneath the strident and authoritative tones of both Burnett's. I stumbled into my shoes, anxious to relieve Maggie of Mrs. Burnett's displeasure. This wasn't her fault. Smoothing my collar, I jogged up the stairs, just in time to see the front door swing shut. The hall looked empty. Had Mrs. Burnett left? But why would she take Maggie? I stepped toward the door to see who'd left when— "Don't worry, Ross." Dr. Burnett's voice was unsettlingly close. I spun around. He was an arm's length away, poised on the balls of his feet.
"Doctor, I thought that was you who'd just left,"
I stammered.
"No, my mother has an appointment this morning. I suggested that someone go with her, so she wouldn't be alone."
Again, his face was unsettling, friendly but opaque, the gaze too intent for me to meet with composure. "Is that why she wanted me? I'm so sorry I didn't come up earlier," I said, smoothing my perfectly starched collar again. "Things were in a bit of a crisis downstairs after Cook left unexpectedly."
"It's no matter. It's best this way. Maggie can be spared, but I'm sure you have plenty to do."
He came a step closer, and the hairs stood on the back of my neck. Everyone's gone. Burnett and I are alone in the house. I retreated a step, a split second closer to the door. He wouldn't be able to block me. But then I remembered the papers stuffed beneath my mattress. Adam's warnings clanged in my head. Burnett was a killer. But with the means to stop him finally at hand, I couldn't afford to guard my life. Stopping him was more important. I stepped forward. "Is there anything you need from me, Doctor?" I asked with as much coolness as I could muster.
"No, I'm leaving directly."
I nodded. "Then I'd best look after things downstairs." Muscles tight, breath locked inside my chest, I slipped past him, my steps quickening as I lengthened the distance between us, as I grasped the door to the servants' stairs and to safety. Out of his sight, I raced downstairs to the kitchen, snatching up my cloak and fastening it on my way to my room. I dropped to my knees and pushed one hand beneath the bed, my breath easing as my fingers brushed the papers. Why had I shoved them so far back? I reached further, straining my shoulders,
fingers closing on a folded edge just as my head slammed forward in an explosion of sparks. I cried out and slid to the floor, helpless against the foot that rolled me onto my back. "No!" Burnett had followed me. Still smiling, he plucked the papers from my hand.
"I thought you might take these. They'll be no good to you. I didn't even write them. Give them to the police and they'll identify them as a forgery."
I pushed against the floor, struggling to get up, but he shoved again, dropping on top of me, fracturing my scream with a scythe-like slap that made the room go dark. Before I blinked my eyes clear, his hand mashed over my mouth, his thumb a vice against my chin, his fingers clamped against my nostrils. I thrashed like a beetle on my back, desperate for air.
"Who sent you?"
The hand on my face loosened as the other tightened around my throat, giving me just enough breath to rasp, "I'm not... You can't..."
"You took the bait."
"I didn't..." I stopped for want of air, not persistence, but it was useless to lie. He'd seen me with the papers.
"Someone sent you here to spy on me. Who?"
Black spots danced in front of me. I could barely see. "Thomas."
"Who?"
he demanded again. "My son," I gasped. "You took him for his heart. Thomas Tate." My son's heart. Lizzie's missing hand. "When he was alive, you taught me to hear his arrhythmia. Remember?" His grip slackened a little, his eyes narrowing. "I hear his pulse when I'm in your specimen room. I know you killed him, and that he's not the only one you've taken. The victims speak to me. Your collection is witnessing against you." Speaking it aloud, for the first and probably only time, I was sure of it. More sure than I'd ever been of anything. If that made me a madwoman, so be it. He blinked once, but then his hand closed again on my nose and chin.
"I don't think so."
I battered his arms with my fists and tried to catch his skin in my teeth, feebler at each attempt from lack of air. I condemned him with my eyes, but he wasn't looking at me, his gaze fixed on his hands like he was trying to shove me right through the stone floor. My lungs ripped and burned. My hands dropped to my sides as his face disappeared in a whirl of night specked with stars.
Lub-dub, lub-dub.
A pulse, but this slow, stumbling beat couldn't be mine. Da-dee-la. Fainter than I'd ever heard it before, the pulse skipped along, borne on the line of music that had first helped me detect the cadence, back when Thomas's heart was still inside his chest. Vivaldi. Such beautiful music to hear while dying. The sound grew in my ears. I smiled. He was here. Thomas. My hand flopped out, reaching, but instead of a soft child's fist, I felt the side of my bed. The fork. Blind, moved along by fragile puppet strings, I probed beneath the mattress and wrapped muzzy fingers around the handle, hefting an impossible weight with muscles of air. The music in my head whirled faster, pushing my hand, lending it strength. Quickly now. I plunged the fork down, and a scream like a gale tore past me. Burnett was on my belly, howling, both hands pressed to his thigh. I pushed up on my elbows and filled my lungs with air. "Witch!" His leg ran with blood, but the way he writhed, I didn't think he was bleeding enough for the wound to kill him. "I know your secrets." My lips moved. I couldn't tell if I made any sound. "They're ghosts. Tell me." I brandished the fork, and he lurched back, scrambling out of range. My free hand came to my face, touching the indents he'd left.
"Is this how you kill? Is this what you did to my son?"
His hand moved sideways, to the rolling pin he must have collected on his way through the kitchen. I lunged forward, forcing him back, and scrambled to my feet, kicking his improvised club to the wall by the door. I staggered, catching myself with an outstretched hand. The dark spots were bobbing around me again. Though I could have sworn the window was shut, a wind circled around me, buffeting me from side to side.
"Run, ma'am!"
Thomas shouted.
"Run! Now!"
Clutching the fork in my fist, I stumbled past him, through the kitchen and out the kitchen door. Cold air struck my face. I glanced back, heard Burnett howling, then hauled myself up the steps, using the iron railings. At the end of the row of houses, an alley, narrow enough to touch the walls on each side, ran into a busy thoroughfare, full of people and carriages and wagons. Bolting into the bustling crowd, I tripped on the pavement, falling headlong into the street, almost beneath the hooves of a horse, who, instead of trampling me, whinnied and reared. Amid curses and shouts, creaking wheels and panicking horses, I heard Burnett yell, "Thief! Stop her!" Back in the dark recesses of the alley, I glimpsed a rounded form, limping. I don't know how I stood up. I simply arrived on my feet. A high wind, plucking off hats and whipping up cloaks and skirts on its headlong course down the street, pushed me hard in the shoulders. Run. Chapter 32. Slowly I walked the streets of the city, the fire in my lungs cooling to a bed of ash. People gave me strange looks, and every few steps I glanced behind my shoulder. I never saw Burnett. Empty-handed, with only a cloak and the clothes I stood in, nothing in my pockets, I trembled incessantly, unable to tell if my quaking was leftover fear or cold. The usual tethers between mind and body were slack as the strings of a broken violin. "You're a mother, not a murderer," I told myself regretfully. I should have aimed for his heart. It wasn't safe to remain here. Burnett had money. His hirelings or his students would find me. If he hadn't already, he'd teach them to close my nose and mouth until darkness swallowed me, like it nearly had before. Just like it had swallowed Thomas and so many others. I sank into a doorway and rested my forehead on my knees. I'd planned on finding Kerr today, victorious, not shattered by defeat.
"You all right, lass?"
I glanced up, and the man who'd paused beside me flinched, reminding me that my face was throbbing.
"You'd better,"
he swallowed.
"I don't know if—"
He rummaged in his pocket and thrust a coin at me.
"Is there a friend you can go to?"
he asked. I nodded. There was one.
"Do you need help to get there?"
"I can find my way," I said hoarsely, and the man nodded, lingered, then shuffled off. Could I find him? I needed Kerr, but I couldn't go to the police station, not with Burnett calling me a thief. Burnett might already be there, and I knew who the constables would want to believe. I needed help, just not the kind that man could have given me. I picked myself up and hid my face in the hood of my cloak. Kerr had a home somewhere. I just had to find it. I took my coin to a tap room near the station, bought a mug of ale and waited for the right kind of person to walk in. Someone familiar with the place, who greeted the barmaids and the other patrons by name. Though hungry and thirsty, I rationed my drink, making it last. A brown-skinned man with an accent knew Kerr, but changed seats and moved away from me the moment my talk nudged to where Kerr lived. I couldn't pry information from either barmaid. They eyed me with growing impatience, measuring the inch of ale left in my glass. I was about to down it in a swallow and give up when a tired-looking errand boy sat down with a mug and a pie on the opposite end of the table.
"Busy at the station today?"
the barmaid asked him. He nodded, gulping food in enormous bites. His fingers were red from cold.
"Where you off to next?"
the barmaid asked. They had similar profiles, but different colouring. Maybe she was an aunt or an older sister.
"Newtown."
"And that's all right then,"
she said.
"Been there twice already," he grumbled. "Andrews and Gibson, and now I've another for Detective Kerr."
She patted him on the shoulder and picked up the empty mugs left on the table, humming as she disappeared into the kitchen. I wet my lips and slid a little closer on the bench.
"I can carry it for you. Give you a chance to get warm."
He looked affronted.
"Please," I asked.
I deliver important messages," he said. "You'd just throw it away."
"No, I won't. I know Kerr. He's the tall one. Dark eyes and hair. Doesn't like talking much." He tried to look deeper into my hood. I shifted on my seat, reluctantly drawing it back an inch. His eyes widened when he saw my face.
"I'm not paying you until you come back," he said.
"That's fine. Give me the letter. I'll be back before you've finished your supper." He hesitated.
"You'd better be quick."
I nodded. "Newtown isn't far, but you'll have to tell me his house."
"Deanbank Lane, right by Leithwater," he said,
and gave me a number as he laid the letter in my hand. Most of Newtown was houses like Burnett's, identical boxes built in long rows of grey stone. I knew the district well. Most of my former pupils lived nearby, but I didn't recognise Kerr's address and had to ask directions to the street, counting out house numbers until I spied a short, square house with a steep slate roof, tucked into the space left at the point of two converging streets. It was tiny, but that seemed right for Kerr. He'd want a place on his own, not the comfort or convenience of a suite in a gentleman's lodging house. I drew a breath, telling myself to look like I belonged here, so that the carriages and muffled pairs of pedestrians wouldn't have reason to take notice. Night was falling, and a woman alone at this hour, in this neighbourhood, drew notice no matter what. His door was painted green, a noticeable exception among neighbours dressed all in shiny black. And a threat, "Where, red man?" was scrawled across it. A chill ran up my arms. So much for my safe harbour. But I had nowhere else to go, so I knocked. And waited. Maybe he wasn't home. I turned away when a movement at the window caught my attention, a blur ducking behind a swinging curtain. I'd have missed it if I wasn't practised at searching out a child's face. She was older than Thomas, more guarded in expression, even in a brief glance. I rapped on the glass, but there was no sound from the house. I pictured her, resolute and crouched in a corner. No chance she was letting me in, not with that warning written on the door. She'd learned not to trust strangers, and if I lingered outside the house, some passerby would question me or summon a constable. I walked around to the back of the house, into a small garden and away from the light, and stationed myself on the step, pulling my cloak tight around my shoulders. I could be resolute too. Since I had nothing to do but sit, shiver and listen, it wasn't hard to hear when Kerr approached the house. He cursed, and then I heard him run up the steps and jostle the key into the door. I imagined him rushing inside, anxiously holding the child, his daughter. But why was she alone? Then frowning as she recounted the visit of a filthy-looking stranger knocking at the window and the door. What if he refused to help me? Light bloomed in the kitchen window, falling on my feet. I edged closer, preparing for another try at the door when it swung open, revealing Care holding out a lamp.
"Isabel, thank God you're here."
He glanced behind me and pulled me inside. The room was cramped but comfortable, with a fire burning and a tea tray on the table. The girl was perched on a chair, eyeing me disapprovingly over the rim of her cup, and Care was in his shirt sleeves. He looked me over as soon as he bolted the door behind me, recoiling even more than the man who'd given me the coin had done.
"You've blood all over you,"
he said. "It's Burnett's."
"Sit down."
He waved me to a chair. "I'd rather warm myself," I said, and moved to stand by the fire. My fingers and feet had lost feeling ages ago.
"I'm sorry you couldn't come in sooner. Nan isn't supposed to open the door to strangers."
I nodded, wishing others had been so wise.
"I've explained that I know you, and that you'll be staying with us for a while."
I wanted to protest, but had nothing to say. I had nothing and nowhere to go but here, so I nodded, unable to cough out even the roughest thanks. "Someone's threatening you," I murmured. "There was a message on your door."
"I know. I'm taking care of it,"
he said, and turned his attention to the child, sitting down with her and sharing a slice of bread. He cut one for me, so I sat down and ate it a crumb at a time, as she showed him a slate of letters and he praised her wobbly attempts. He wasn't, I gathered, her father, and yet...
"Time for bed, Nan,"
Care announced.
"Is she?"
The girl glanced at me and looked away. She hadn't spoken to me at all, though she watched whenever she thought I wasn't looking.
"Mrs. Tate can have my room,"
he said, and before I could interject, I'd take his bed only if he wasn't in it, he added,
"I'll be in the truckle bed next to yours, same as always."
By the time he returned, alone, my face was perfectly composed again.
"Nan has nightmares,"
Care explained.
"so I can't leave her for long. Did you get enough to eat?"
I nodded.
"We can talk now,"
he said.
"I don't want her upset. What happened? Did you find—"
I dropped my gaze to my hands. He tricked me. Left some papers where I'd see them. Payment records for deliveries. One was the day that Thomas disappeared. And there were other entries matching specimens he has in his collection. When he saw that I'd taken them, he knew I wasn't only a housekeeper. The worst part is that it was fake. He had someone else write it. Said if I brought it to the police it would have been proved a forgery. I rubbed the back of my hand over my mouth.
"He told you that?"
As he was trying to kill me. He sent everyone else away, followed me to my room, and stopped my nose and my mouth. I broke off, swallowed, and said in a breaking voice, "I think that's how he killed Thomas." I thought of the suffocating faint when I'd picked up the skirt that had belonged to Lizzie Dove. Burnett's consulting room had bright lamps. He could have smothered her right there, with Mrs. Williams in the kitchen and his mother upstairs. Did Jenny identify
"The earrings and the skirt, but I spoke with one of the prosecutors and it's not enough."
I swallowed, dreading his reply but needing to ask. "What about my testimony?" I gestured vaguely at my face. "All this?" He shook his head.
"Burnett summoned the constables to his house this morning. claiming his housekeeper and a rough-looking man attacked him.
I choked out a laugh that sounded like a bellows breaking. He couldn't even allow me the revenge of being accused of stabbing him.
He says you stole money and a valuable human heart.
Mine stopped. You didn't see it?
I wasn't at the house, but Fraser was. They went over the whole place, taking notes.
I reached for the half-eaten loaf of bread and cut another slice. One morsel reached my mouth. It tasted like dust, so I shredded the rest with my fingers as Kerr tried to explain the limitations of law.
So the burden of proof is on us.
I know that very well, better than you, I snapped. Kerr stopped pacing and slumped back in his chair.
I'm sorry. I'm trying. For you, for Thomas, for Nan.
He sighed and shook his head. Why her? Was she also connected? I remembered the comment about nightmares. Isn't Nan your daughter? Kerr hesitated.
I hope she will be, but...
What happened to her? He leaned his elbows on the table, weaving his hands together and resting his forehead there.
Guess.
Another disappearance? He nodded.
Her mother. We thought she must have abandoned her to go off with a new man. It happens, you know. Some fellows will take a woman on, but only if she leaves her children behind. This was after Thomas's disappearance, so I should have put two and two together.
He shook his head.
I didn't. I brought her to an orphanage, but she ran away and was living rough. Found her again.
One side of his mouth hitched up, but the half-smile faded as he rubbed a tired hand through his hair.
We investigate a fair number of disappearances, but there is a worrying number with the same pattern, sudden, unexpected, and we never find any real leads. They're always the kind of people who aren't missed beyond their family, and there's often something unusual about them. I have a list.
He met my gaze and nodded at my unspoken request.
It's in my room. Come on, you must be tired.
He helped me stand, my aching muscles protesting. The rooms we passed were small, matching the size of the house. His bedchamber hardly looked inhabited. There weren't any clothes lying out, and the washstand was empty.
It'll be over here.
He thumbed through a stack of papers on a table that served as a writing desk. Is that mine? I reached past him for the silver snuff box next to the inkstand. He nodded absently, still searching. I flipped open the lid, unfolded the paper, and lightly touched the lock of Thomas's blonde hair. Thank you for taking care of this. If I'd had it with me, it probably would have been left behind with all my other things. Didn't you get the keys made? Besides Thomas's hair, the snuff box was empty.
They're in the drawer. Not that they'll be any use to us now. Burnett said because of the thefts, he's changing the locks.
He grimaced.
Here.
I took the paper from his hand. He glanced about the room and seemed to find it wanting. Like the rest of the house, it was practically bare. Bed, table, stool instead of a chair. A plain wooden box with his initials burnt into it, and 6 books arranged on a shelf mounted to the wall. He didn't own much more than I did, but there was a pleasant scent in the air, and I didn't see any dust in the corners.
Are you cold? Shall I light a fire?
I nodded, since it seemed likely to put him at ease again, but what I really wanted was a flannel and some hot water. As Kerr bent over the wood laid in the grate, I turned my attention to the list. I recognised his handwriting. The letters were compact and written firmly, with more pressure than could be good for his pens. Thomas's name was there, and Lizzie's, but the rest were unfamiliar, though I recognised 2 of the peculiarities written in the second column on the sheet. "Which is Nan's mother?" I asked, scanning further down. He pointed to the line at the bottom, and my breath stopped. "Isabel?" I'd put them in the room myself. Mary Bert's mismatched blue and brown eyes. "He has these in his collection," I said. "At least, he had last time I looked. But if Thomas's heart had been stolen from him, he might have taken the precaution of hiding other trophies. I didn't believe he'd get rid of them, though, not after risking so much to collect them. He'd hide them away for 6 months or a year, then bring them out again when suspicion ebbed, just like he had when I'd made my first accusation. "You can go look. The next tickets are for Tuesday next week. Bring Nan. Maybe she can recognise—" "No." The word was unnecessary. The expression on his face said enough. "Nan doesn't know yet, and I need time to tell her. Even then, she's to be left out of this. Burnett isn't fool enough to let me through his door, and I'm not fool enough to try it, especially not with a child in tow. What would it do to her, seeing her dead mother's eyes on one of his shelves?" "How else are we to stop him?" I demanded. "We don't have to plan anything now. Better if we don't. We need to think. And just now, you aren't—" He licked his lips, choosing his words carefully. "He nearly killed you today. I can't look at you without my face hurting. Fraser promised to assign extra constables on the street for the next week at least, so Burnett won't be able to—" "I know what he can do better than you," I insisted. "Constables outside won't stop him. We can't afford to wait." Believe me, I'd like nothing more than to march over and arrest him right now. And maybe we'd put up a fight with the things we know, but we can't prove anything. I don't want to fight him, Isabel. I want to win."
"Fine." I rubbed the back of my neck. He looked around the room a little helplessly.
"You really should rest. Can I—"
"I don't have a nightdress."
"I'll give you one of my shirts," he said, relieved at solving such a simple problem.
"Some hot water?"
"I'll bring everything you need," he promised.
Soon I had a can of steaming water, a flannel, a towel, and a pair of leather slippers embroidered with roses, ready for my soon-to-be clean feet. A nightshirt waited on the bed, and a comb lay on the washstand.
"Do you need anything else?"
He looked tired too, so I shook my head. But a scent creeping into the air with the steam of the water made me ask, "Did you scent the water?" He dropped his eyes, gave a half-hearted shrug.
"Old habit. Something my grandmother used to do."
I sniffed again. "Is it—"
"Bergamot. It's the closest I've found to the plants she used. And witch hazel. My own addition, but I'm fond of it. Do you not like it? I can bring up more."
Without waiting for an answer, he started for the stairs. "No, please." I stopped him. "I like it. It surprised me. But it smells refreshing." He smiled, surveying me again, top to toe, in a way that was hardly flattering.
"I hope so. I really do."
Chapter 33.
"She likes children, Natanis,"
Adam said again, then wondered if he'd made a faulty assumption. Isabel loved her lost son, but that didn't mean she'd take to Nan, and Nan was cool with strangers. But the next few days, crucial ones if he was going to corner Burnett, would be much simpler if he could count on Nan and Isabel to watch each other. He switched tactics.
"I have to work. Would you like to go to Aunt Emily's tomorrow instead?"
She nodded, and Adam sighed.
Half solved was better than not at all, and he could figure out the rest in the morning. Lie back down then. It's late. You should be asleep. She snuggled back under her covers, a bit of rabbit fur from an old mitten beneath her cheek. She liked the feel of it against her skin, and stroking it seemed to help her sleep. At least she was having fewer nightmares since Adam dug it out of an old box.
I heard you talking to her,
Nan announced to the ceiling. Adam turned his head on the makeshift pillow. He'd had to leave his behind for Isabel. Emily always said his housekeeping was impossible, and it seemed she was finally proved right. He didn't own nearly enough cutlery, comforts, or linen, not for 3. He propped himself on an elbow so he could see her better. What did we say then? His stomach tightened.
You can't trick me. I know my mum's dead.
The words seemed to press him into the mattress. Adam stretched out a hand in the dark, but instead of laying it on her arm, he set it next to her on the sheet. I'm not trying to trick you, but I want you to feel safe and not sad. He didn't want to burden her with expectations of happiness, like his father and stepmother had wanted from him. Her head rolled sideways. Their eyes met in the dark. But it's all right to be sad, Adam added quickly. I was sad when my mother died. My grandmother said I didn't speak for a long time after. A whole winter, if what she told his father was true, when he finally caught up with them, 2 years after the massacre of their family and the burning of the house where Adam had been born. He hadn't expected to ever see his father again. Kanapawamakan had told him Jock Kerr was probably dead too, what with Nor'wester-men pursuing Hudson's Bay Company surveyors like his father. Out in the wilderness, it was all too easy to make rival company men disappear. Adam often thought about what his life would be like, how different it would be if he'd stayed on the other side of the Atlantic. Even there, being mixed was different, but there were others like him, plenty of them, and being Mitchif was its own way. He wouldn't have grown up surrounded by Scots, every one of them convinced their language and traditions were better. Even his father never understood that Adam might have wanted something else. But this wasn't the time for poring over fading dreams. Nan wanted the truth, and he owed it to her, even if he feared she wouldn't understand. I planned to tell you, as soon as I was sure. I wanted to be sure first.
Other policemen aren't so picky,
Nan said with a sniff.
And I'm sure. I told you she wouldn't have left me.
I know. I'm sorry. Even so, it seemed too cruel to say that Mary had been murdered for her eyes. Did you hear everything? Adam asked. She nodded. She was staring at the ceiling again, but he could see a silver trail running from the corner of her eye to her hair. Try to be kind to Mrs. Tate, Adam said. The same man took her son. A quick look, a quivering lip swiftly stilled, and a nod. Throat tight, Adam swept a hand over her forehead, smoothing her hair. We'll stop him, Nan, he promised. Chapter 34. Kerr must have spoken to Nan about me, encouraging her to be less shy. Today she responded to all my conversational sallies at breakfast, in between bites. Her face was full enough now, but when Kerr found her she must have been troublingly thin, because he kept urging her to eat more. I chewed slowly, my face and jaw still too sore for larger bites.
I thought you might like to spend the day at my stepmother's house, Kerr suggested, as Nan rose to clear our porridge bowls. Nan usually visits there.
I held back a grimace. Have you thought of a plan? I asked, voice low, hoping Nan was out of hearing distance.
Not in my sleep.
I have one. He looked at me warily.
Let me see which way the wind is blowing today first.
Is that code for speaking with the prosecutor? He gave a reluctant smile.
Aye. Whether a court accepts your testimony or not, we still should record a statement. Your version of what happened, not Burnett's tale. It should be recorded by someone you haven't met before. Not me, and not... He cleared his throat. Not this particular prosecutor. Maybe the superintendent, I'm not sure yet. And I'll call on Burnett today for another statement. He's lying, so it'll be harder for him to be consistent. If I catch him in a lie on record, your statement will be more credible by comparison.
It was one way of going about it, I supposed. Hand picks and shovels could undermine a fortress. I wanted gunpowder.
You're lucky to have escaped, Kerr reminded me. Rest for a day at least, and you'll be safe with my stepmother.
Maybe he didn't want to leave me unattended in his house. After all, he didn't really know me. But I preferred a dull day hiding here to being foisted on another woman's company. I straightened the cuffs of yesterday's dress, the only thing I had to wear today. It was still damp from sponging, with Kerr's list tucked out of sight inside my sleeve. I'm not at my best, I said, thinking of the bruises that had bloomed even larger across my face overnight. He frowned, turning thoughts over in his mind, but these were opaque to me. Finally, he turned to Nan.
I'll take you to visit Emily. Mrs. Tate will be more comfortable here.
Nan flashed me an unreadable glance. I don't mind staying here, if Mrs. Tate is agreeable.
I don't think...
Perfectly agreeable, I responded quickly, impulsively, without examining why. You might help me with my letters, Nan suggested. I worked to keep the surprise from showing on my face. I'd spent much of the night thinking about letters, the carefully crafted ones I intended to write today. Of course, Nan meant practicing the alphabet, but I'd be glad to, I said. The smile she gave me in return was so demure I distrusted it immediately, unsettled that she seemed to perceive my thoughts.
If you're certain.
Adam glanced between us. Quite certain. My plan, really just some stirring ideas, and the letters I wanted to write, didn't add up to much. Picks and shovels, just like Kerr's next moves. But these tools could strike a spark, and sometimes one spark was all you needed to start a fire. Not everyone, I hoped, would be as hard to convince as the law. After Kerr left, Nan brought me a stack of writing paper from the hall cupboard. A strange place to keep it, but this wasn't a typical house. As I wrote, discarded and rewrote my letters, Nan stubbornly formed bent-backed K's and misshapen G's. It was easy being in company with a child again. So easy it made me uncomfortable. I knew just how to help her rearrange her slate and her left hand to better manage her stick of chalk. And when her fingers grew tired, it was my idea, not hers, to share a story. Does Mr. Kerr have any books? I asked, terrified of what I'd just done, without even thinking. All my stories were invented for Thomas, and I swallowed hard. He wasn't here. Some, but I like the ones he tells about the New World, Nan said. He's been there? My eyebrows rose, a new idea nudging my consciousness, one that might explain his singular looks. Dr. Burnett had called him a half-breed, but I'd interpreted that to mean part Greek, or perhaps even part Arab. I hadn't considered he might hail from some place even farther. When Adam spoke, there were no foreign traces in his speech. He sounded like anyone else who'd grown up here.
He has?
Nan nodded earnestly.
It's his home. It's where his people are, his mam's lot anyway, but his dad took him away.
They were both transplants. Maybe that was the similarity knitting them together.
We don't have to have a story,
Nan said. Then, when I didn't reply, she added,
I'm sorry for your son.
I thought of the blue and brown eyes in Burnett's drawing room, my heart twisting. Did Mr. Kerr tell you mine? I asked. She nodded.
What's your plan?
To my horror, I laughed, unnerved by her matter-of-fact tone, her calm expression.
You told Adam you have one,
she said, before I could deny it.
What are the letters supposed to do?
Kerr would kill me for this. He'd spent 20 minutes with me before he left, explaining the risks he took as a police detective and how that endangered people around him, like Nan. I was not to talk about her mother's fate. I was not to let her leave the house or even stand near the windows until he'd arranged for a trustworthy servant of his stepmother's to come protect us. It's not just letters, Nan. I reached into my pocket and took out the pair of copied keys I'd taken from Kerr's room. Not having spent time in the Burnett household, he assumed Burnett would change all his locks, but Mrs. Burnett never paid twice when once sufficed. Why trouble with more than the front door? That single lock would have stopped me, even with these illicitly acquired keys, if I hadn't prepared an escape route through my bedroom window. Now it was my way in, so long as no one had found it. You've seen Mr. Kerr's list? I asked. She was just learning to read, but a sharp mind like hers would understand its significance.
He's been working on it a long time,
Nan said.
These people aren't just taken, like I was.
She swallowed.
They aren't coming back.
No, I admitted, my stomach heavy, because I knew where their unique oddities were displayed, had cleaned and polished them. Before Nan asked something I couldn't bear to answer, I said, But I know where their bodies are. I'll go back for them. And then I'd tell everyone. That night, Nan rapped softly on the wall between our rooms as soon as Kerr was asleep. I rose, still dressed, and crept out of the house following the route I'd practiced with Nan, avoiding the creaking spots on the floor. There should have been a moon, but rain clouds hid the lady in the sky, rinsing the roofs, the church spires, the streets. By the end of the block, my toes were wet in my shoes. By the time I crossed the Royal Mile, wet hair clung to my forehead, beneath my heavy cloak. The lantern in my hand, though safely shuttered, surrendered and went out. No matter, I knew the way. Edging out of passing carriage lights, skirting huddled figures sheltering beneath eaves and covered doors, I ghosted through Surgeon Square, down sloping streets with running gutters, and peered around the corner into Newington Place, just as a cloaked police constable strode into the weak light puddled beneath a hissing street lamp. 3 steps, and he vanished into the dark. I walked past the house at the corner, the bookend to this long grey row, and into the alley running parallel to the street, until I came to the back of Burnett's house. Crouching down, I pried at my old window with my nails, tearing them in jagged flakes and bruising my fingers, until it finally budged enough to slip one of my keys into the gap. The latch hadn't been repaired, thank God, but I should have greased the casement hinges. Lucky for me, I hadn't actually resorted to this avenue when I escaped. Even a second or two of delay, and Burnett would have grabbed me before I clambered free. I nursed my hands for a moment, then wrestled the window open and pushed inside, discovering more flaws in my earlier plan. My skirts and cloak caught on everything. I dropped onto the floor with my skirts around my shoulders and the lantern clamped between my teeth. Striking a spark proved nearly impossible with my numb, mashed fingers, but eventually I coaxed a light into being and persuaded it to stay, fiddling with the lantern shutters until only the slimmest beam escaped to show the way. Keys in hand, I stole into the specimen room. The place had grown larger in the dark. I felt half as tall, ranged against cabinets and shelves twice their usual size. Beneath the swaying beam of my light, the ears and intestines, the cancerous testicles and curled-in feet churned slowly inside their jars. My breath was the only sound, but it echoed heavily, as if these stolen bones and bits were grasping at me, trying to share breath and life again. Though I expected it, the empty space where Thomas's heart used to be made my hands twitch. A reckoning falls on everyone, I reminded myself, and Burnett's was coming. A whirlwind stirred up by the thieving of hands and eyes and hearts. I would call it down and open the door to the blast. Beneath my cloak, I'd slung a loose satchel over my shoulder. I didn't need to retrieve Kerr's list from the hiding place inside my sleeve. I walked without hesitation to the shelf by the window with Mary Bert's eyes and unstoppered the jar. Too large, too heavy, too prone to clink. Lifting tenderly, I extracted the eyes, wrapped them in a handkerchief, and stowed the damp bundle in my bag. From my pocket, I took out a card, replacing the one next to the empty jar. Mary Bert, it read, in Nan's wobbly block capitals, instead of Burnett's neatly penned Latin. The femur with the osteoma was too big for me to carry away, but I tore up Burnett's label, replacing it with a name, Oliver Grant. I wrapped and pocketed the tiny curved leg bones of a woman with osteomalacia from Adam's list and opened the shutter of my lantern a little wider so I could search for Lizzie Dove's hand. She'd disappeared nearly 2 months ago. By now Burnett might think he was safe. Or maybe I looked because of a premonition, a sense from Lizzie herself that her hand would be here, because there it was, floating as delicately as a rose blossom inside a blown glass jar on the far side of the room. "Hello, Lizzie," I murmured. "That's not my name," said a voice behind me. I leaped and spun, confronting the living body that had followed me into the room, a dark shadow outlined in the wildly swinging beam of my lamp. Mrs. Burnett. "Don't scream," she whispered, thrusting a pistol into my belly. "I'll shoot. There's constables patrolling the street." "Don't." I gripped her forearm, realised what I'd done, and breathed out because she didn't fire. "I'm not a thief. These are from people he's murdered." I licked dry lips. "Please, I know it sounds crazy, but if you just listen to me—" "You stabbed my son when he caught you stealing." "That's a lie!" My voice punched through the air between us, making her flinch. "He came to my room. He tried to smother me. If I hadn't fought back, he'd have killed me too. Like the owner of that hand. Like my son, Thomas. He was only 7. Her eyes widened, and her lips, pale in the uncertain light, fell open half an inch. "No." "It's true," I countered mercilessly. "The police suspect. It's only a matter of time before they bring proof against him. His victims are here, and their names— Stop! She pushed the pistol deeper, forcing out my breath. But she was rattled. Convincing her was my only chance. Thomas had a damaged heart. Your son diagnosed it here, then had him kidnapped a month later. Elizabeth Dove had 6 fingers. She also disappeared after visiting this house. I expected an explosion after each word, but she was transfixed by my recital, name after name. I pressed on, desperate to make her understand and dreading the moment, seconds away, when my names would run out. "And that's not all," I said, drawing the moment out, hoping to delay our reckoning. "There's suspicion over the unexpected death of his mentor, John Barclay. He died—"
"I know,"
Mrs. Burnett interrupted.
"I remember.
Practically as soon as he signed the partnership. Don't you see?" She prodded with the pistol, and I stepped back, the lamp swinging. In the erratic beam, her eyes glinted with unholy light.
"You're the blind one,"
she giggled, the lace at her neck trembling against sinewy skin.
"I killed John Barclay."
Recoiling, I stumbled, caught by the leg of a chair that had crept up on me while I'd inched away from Mrs. Burnett. The lantern fell from my hand and she sprang, knocking me back to the floor.
"Connell needed the chance. He'd worked for so long already, and as a junior partner, everyone credited Barclay for Connell's work. But it was simple. I read how in one of his books, and you thought I couldn't manage things."
I'd spent hours studying Orfila's treatise on poisons, but never considered whether someone else had already put the information to practical use. Senseless, stupid, foolish. She motioned with the pistol.
"Lie back."
Eyes on the gun, I lowered my shoulders to the floor, the room spinning above me, a hot scratchiness at the back of my throat. With the gun pointed at me, there was nothing else I could do. She straddled my chest, just like her son had, and reached for my face. I turned away, but my lungs were burning already, as if in anticipation. Her hands weren't strong, but she'd have little trouble smothering me. Why couldn't she just shoot instead? Then I smelled it, and understood the heat in my lungs, the rasp in my throat. As her hand smashed onto my face, fingers seeking out my nostrils but jabbing my eyes, I gasped, "The carpet is smoking! My lamp!" She flew off me with a speed that would have been disorienting if I'd had a second to waste. Instead, I struck out, sending the pistol spinning to oblivion in the corner of the room. She fought back, clawing, biting and battering me with fists, but age told, and I forced her back. She thrashed beneath me, nearly oversetting me onto the smouldering rug. I silenced a yell with a jab to her stomach, then clapped my hands to her mouth, terrified she'd alert the constable outside. My overturned lamp lay just past her shoulder, and my eyes stung and watered from the rising smoke. If I didn't beat out this fledgling fire, this house, the next, whole streets could burn. Almost unbidden, my thumb slid down to clamp her mouth shut as my fingers closed her nostrils. Just until she stops fighting, I told myself. For ageless seconds I pressed, my own chest too tight to breathe. Finally her shoulders relaxed, and I freed my other arm, righted the lamp, and began flailing against the carpet, striking it with my flat palm for lack of anything else, the heat scorching my skin. She tossed, and my left hand gripped harder as I battled the rug and her, trying not to be thrown off. I couldn't let her scream. I couldn't let her escape. In the dark, I couldn't see if I'd extinguished the embers, and it was impossible to judge by the smell of the smoke. I fought until I was sure, and Mrs. Burnett was limp beneath me, then rolled off, desperate to get away from her. Everything hurt, from my eyes to the tips of my fingers, and I moved heavily, stumbling about the room. The hand. I couldn't go without that. After several clumsy attempts, I extricated it from the jar and slid it into my bag, twitching at each imagined sound and every sway of my skirts. Why just Mrs. Burnett? How come I hadn't been attacked by the doctor? I glanced at her, splayed on the floor, unmoving, and the prosaic information returned to me. This was the last Friday of the month. Burnett was dining with the Aesculapian Club. I shuddered and looked away from her, drawing a long breath of relief. I had to get out of here. I'd never managed to hoist myself through the basement window. My limbs were as shaken as laundry left out on the line, buffeting every which way as I stumbled through the hall to the door. I cracked it open and peered down the street, waiting for the sentry outside to walk to the bottom of the close. Then, burdened by the remains of Burnett's victims and an additional, unaccustomed load on my soul, I escaped into the wet street. Chapter 35.
Good night, George.
Connell touched his hat and climbed from Ballingall's carriage, stepping awkwardly over a pooling gutter.
Thanks for bringing me home.
The wound on his leg made it impossible to walk far.
I'll see you next week at Mrs. Stevenson's, Ballingall said. Unless you want me to take another look at that injury of yours.
He'd stitched the twin punctures closed yesterday and applied fomentations to the skin. Connell eased the weight off his injured thigh. The wound still hurt like hell.
Thank you. I'll give it a couple of days.
Ballingall nodded and rapped his stick on the side of the carriage, signalling the driver, who flicked the reins. The carriage rolled off toward the end of the close, where a hunched and miserable-looking constable prowled the pavement. If he was lucky, they'd stop patrolling here tomorrow. Though Connell was glad to have convinced the constables of his story, it wouldn't be convenient having sustained scrutiny on this street. Not even Isabel Tate would be fool enough to come back. He limped up the steps, wishing he'd taken the time to buy a stick. Ballingall took his everywhere he went, and there was nothing wrong with his legs, so carrying one wasn't conceding weakness. It looked quite distinguished, in fact. He could have one made, with something appropriate fashioned into the handle. A snake referencing the caduceus, perhaps. He'd drunk more wine than usual tonight to combat the pain in his leg and mute his frustration with Brennan. Owen still hadn't found the sister of that six-fingered woman, so he applied extra focus to the extraction and selection of his keys. He wasn't used to finding the new one yet by touch. He brought it to the lock and discovered the door was open, ajar by half an inch. His pulse jumped tempo, and he glanced over his shoulder. The constable was within hailing distance now, and he caught the look, raising a hand in half-hearted salute.
Evening, Doctor. Good evening, Constable.
The face was familiar, but for the life of him, Connell couldn't recall his name.
Everything all right? Perfectly, Connell said. Just a little the worse for wear this evening. I'm right here if you need anything, the man said, with an edge in his voice that spoke more of irritation than solicitude. Much appreciated.
Unable to put it off any longer, Connell pushed his way inside, bracing for anything. The hall was dark and empty, with nothing disturbed, no felons, no additional police. His tight-strung muscles eased. With a sigh, He removed his coat and hat and limped toward his study and the decanter of whiskey beside the window. Halfway to the door, he stopped and sniffed the air. It smelled like smoke, not just the traces of a hastily extinguished candle. His wine haze retreating behind a wave of apprehension, Connell applied flint to steel, sparked a flame and lit a candle, raising it high to inspect the hall. Shadows fled from his light, and he saw what he'd missed before. The drawing room door was unlocked and open, just as the front door had been. And for this door, he had the only key, save for the one kept by the Tate Ross woman. Somehow she'd found a way past the new wards on his doors. A chill crawled up his arms, and he reminded himself the murmuring heart was safely away at the school, but his blood congealed when he thought what she might have done to the rest of his collection. He rushed into the drawing room, nearly extinguishing his candle, and stopped dead on the threshold, swaying on his feet. His mother lay supine on the carpet. He clutched the door frame, but was too used to bodies to stop the swift and automatic cataloguing of her urine-stained skirts, blue-tipped fingers and staring eyes. Swallowing twice, he glanced away from her face and set down the candle, just in case, though shock was passing and his hands now felt steady enough. His mother must have confronted Ross. No, Tate, he corrected. He examined her face and throat, checking for bruises, finding only the hint of one beneath his mother's chin. The bitch had used his method of asphyxiation. Connell sat back on his heels, drumming the fingers of one hand on his good thigh in time with the blood pounding in his ears. He knew, who better, that his mother's murder might pass as a natural death, but was that a risk he could afford to take? Definitely not. There were rumours enough already. If he didn't call in another doctor to register the death, it would excite comment, and suppose Ballingall or one of the others noticed the bruise. He couldn't sacrifice his hard-won respectability for this. Dear God, what was he to do? The constable was right outside, and it was astonishing this could have happened without rousing anyone. He only had a few hours until the little maid, Maggie, would be rushing about with the coal scuttle. Mother wasn't large, luckily. She'd fit in Owen Brennan's tea chest, but at this hour, with the constable patrolling the close, Connell couldn't see how to get a message to him. He'd have to fetch him instead, an awkward journey at the best of times, let alone at this hour, on an aching leg. Impossible. He'd have to wait until morning. This room is always kept locked, he reminded himself. No, that wouldn't work either. He was forgetting about rigor. If he waited, he and Brennan would never be able to fit her in the truck, and he couldn't very well keep her in the salon until rigor mortis wore off. That would take a day and a half. He needed to consider calmly. Mother wouldn't want him to be so overset. He bent down and straightened her legs, crossing her arms across her chest. Then it came to him, simple and perfectly believable. His servants would think little of it, and there'd be nothing to alarm the police. Catching hold of his mother's heels, he dragged her to the edge of the damaged rug, then rolled her up inside. He'd send for Brennan in the morning. Until then, he'd lock the room. He'd tell the servants he'd dropped a candle and have a new rug here by the end of the week. As for his mother, she wouldn't be wasted, he decided. One of the barrels at the school would do for 6 months or a year, in which he'd track and kill Isabel Tate. That was certain. Owen and his ilk would find her, if she didn't try her luck here again. He almost hoped she did, because he'd be ready. Meanwhile, he'd tell people his mother had gone on a spa holiday. They had enough money for it, and his mother had been ill. Many women went from one spa town to another, testing the different treatments on offer. It might seem like a hasty decision, but he'd make it convincing. Locking the door behind him, Connell limped up the stairs to pack a valise for his mother. Once he had done that, he'd take a dose of laudanum for the leg, and to put him to sleep. Chapter 36. I debated whether I should return to Kerr's place, but there was no place else to go. I'd have to chance it. Kerr was asleep. There was no reason he'd ever know I'd left. And if he suspected me tomorrow, when the police were summoned to Burnett's, well, there was a difference between knowing a thing and proving it. I told myself that every dozen steps or so, until I stood, shivering, outside the house. Unfortunately, there was a light in the upstairs window. Flight was the sensible option. Kerr was a police detective, and though I didn't think he would see me charged with murder, I couldn't count on it. But I was tired, cold, rattled, and I wasn't finished with Burnett yet. I let myself inside as quietly as I could, but I must have made more noise than I knew. The moment I latched the door, Kerr confronted me, speaking from the stairs. "What the hell were you thinking?" "You're dressed?" I asked, blinking to accustom myself to the light. "I was about to go after you. I woke up in the night, found you gone, and when Nan finally admitted what you were up to..." He raked a hand through his hair. "Saints above, Isabel, you might have been killed." "Well, I wasn't," I snapped tartly, hating the way trembling took hold of my limbs again. Kerr's eyes narrowed. "What happened?" I winced, reliving Mrs. Burnett's waning struggles and the smell of burning wool. "Come into the kitchen." I was in no state to argue. By the time I considered taking issue with his autocratic tone, I was relieved of the satchel and wrapped in a blanket, while Kerr fussed over laying and lighting a new fire. Nan was out of bed too, though still in a nightdress, and the way she flitted about, assembling tea, never in Kerr's direct line of vision, I could tell she intended to stay. Once the flames caught, though, Kerr turned on her. "Natanis, get to bed." She flashed me a wide-eyed glance and left the room. She even closed the door, but Adam seemed to listen to her retreat anyway, counting each creak of the stairs. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have involved her," I began. "No, you shouldn't have," he agreed. Ignoring Nan's pot of tea, he went to the cupboard and fetched a bottle of whiskey, pouring out a dram. He drank it down, poured another, and passed the glass to me. "You need something," he snapped. "A dose of sanity, mainly, but..." I picked up the bag from the floor. "Lizzie Dubb's hand is here." For a full minute he said nothing. Then, "What happened?" I was so weary, such a shadow of my usual self, that any attempt at defensive jockeying was beyond me. In spite of my misgivings, I told him. I told him everything. Long after I finished, Kerr paced out the room from sink to fire to window and back again. My unease grew with each second he frowned and said nothing. "Will you arrest me?" I finally asked. "It's not murder," he said, surprising me with the speed and certainty of his response. "But Burnett will make it look that way, so we'll have to handle this carefully." He was still frowning, probably sorting through different scenarios. I sank deeper in my chair. Just this once, it was nice not to have to think. I was warm again, and my head pleasantly muzzy from whiskey. I woke in bed without knowing how I'd arrived there, with an aching head and new bruises. My clothes were gone, and I was clad once again in one of Kerr's shirts. Frowning, I checked myself, then realised it was a little late for suspicion. I'd already confessed to killing Mrs. Burnett. For whatever reason, and I really couldn't think of a decent one, last night I'd decided to trust him. Today, that felt like a mistake. I glanced about for my clothes and saw an unfamiliar dress alongside a folded stack of stockings, shift and stays. Someone, Kerr, as little as I like to think of it, had laid out a comb and a toothbrush. I was afraid to face him today, afraid of seeing suspicion, dislike, the same barriers I put between myself and killers and couldn't reasonably believe in now. I feared he'd reconsidered in the night, and that Detective Fraser and a pair of constables would be waiting in his kitchen. Someone scratched on the door.
"It's me,"
Nan called.
"I can help you dress."
Now I saw that, unlike my housekeeper's garb, these clothes fastened in the back. I let Nan inside and tried to act like I wasn't bothered by the brush of linen I hadn't bought against my skin. These stays were stiffer than I was used to, with a wide wooden busk inserted in the front. I'd worn similar undergarments before, but lately grown used to more flexibility around my middle. "Where did he find these?" I asked dryly, sounding much more confident than I actually felt.
"Emily's,"
Nan informed me.
"She sent them over this morning."
"Must have been early." Nan shook her head.
"It's past noon. Adam said we weren't going to wake you."
My stomach twisted into double knots. Is there any news? Was Kerr still here? What about the stolen specimens left in my satchel, and the letters I'd planned on delivering today? Nan, balanced behind me on the chair, brushed the loose hair over my shoulders and set to work on the last buttons.
"Fits nicely,"
she announced.
"Emily said it would."
I grunted.
"Breakfast?"
she asked. It seemed that no matter how I felt, I was expected to eat. I trailed her down the stairs until I froze 3 from the bottom. There was, after all, a policeman in the kitchen. Neither Nan nor the constable acted like his presence was in any way remarkable. Without speaking, Nan dished me up a bowl of porridge and beckoned me to the table. I crossed the kitchen on stiff legs and sat down next to her, but I couldn't take my eyes off the uniformed man at the other side of the table, dipping toast into a cup of tea. "Excuse me, but why are you here?" I asked. There was nothing to gain being coy, but my skin itched as I waited for him to swallow and offer an answer. "Kerr said he's worried about ribbon men." His eyes swept to Nan. "On account of the girl. He's got some inquiries to make, but he'll return as soon as he's able. I'm to take you to his stepmother's." He dabbed at his moustache. I tried to decide how I felt about this, but my head was too sore and my stomach too uneasy to tease apart this tangle. I looked away, colliding with Nan's watchful eyes, and picked up my spoon with a sigh. Would Mrs. Burnett's ghost follow me now? Would she speak to me in the night, or over my morning cup of tea? I brought the napkin to my mouth and took a deep breath. "Not feeling the thing?" The constable appraised me sympathetically. I smiled weakly in response. "Not at all, constable. Not at all." I walked to Emily Kerr's house as slowly as I could, like Thomas had when I used to pull him unwillingly from the park. But the house was closer than I expected, only 2 streets away. Dawdling didn't help. I had no idea what Adam had told her, or what she must think of me. For months I'd lived someplace in between, but I was myself now, back where opinions mattered. We were admitted by a manservant who smiled and greeted Nan by name and nodded at me while looking over my shoulder. Emily Kerr wouldn't be the only one with opinions. This man probably had some too. I didn't like his sideways glances. Nothing marred my hands, but I felt like murderer was branded across my forehead. How could anyone see me and not know? Then I remembered. He was probably just noticing the bruises, lightening to green today, but still stamped firmly upon my face. The lady of the house was in the parlour, along with Kerr. "You're back! What news?" I blurted. He pinched his lips together, and I glanced at the woman beside him. Sensing the pressure of things unsaid, she motioned Nan to the writing desk and asked to be shown her letters, so Kerr could leave his chair and confer with me privately. "There's been no summons to Burnett's house," he said. I frowned. "But until there's a reasonable pretext, I can't appear to know more than the next man. So our best chance is to use an informer, not a constable. See if she can find out anything from Burnett's servants." "She?" I cocked my head. He nodded slightly. "I thought we could ask Jenny Dove. We can trust her, she'll want to help. So long as she avoids Burnett, there isn't too much risk." Again the dark look. "You and I can speak to her later today. She'll want to know what you found." I swallowed, catching the unspoken words. I didn't want to think about explaining how I'd found her dead sister's hand and paid for it with dearer coin than I'd ever spent before. It was self-defense. The words came to me in Adam's voice. He'd said them more than once last evening. But maybe I could have stopped sooner. If not for the threat of fire, if I hadn't been so terrified, would I have stayed my hand, tried to revive her? I didn't think so, and that, in its own way, was as frightening as being smothered. She'd killed John Barclay. She might have helped Burnett with the others. She might have conspired in the murder of my son. I'd tell myself so until I believed it, and make myself content with that. "Won't you have a seat, Mrs. Tate?" The question from Mrs. Emily Kerr almost made me laugh. It seemed far too genteel and ordinary. I couldn't sit here on a sofa with doilies on the armrests and converse. I glanced about, seeking escape, and my eyes fell on a pianoforte, glowing in the slanting light from the window. Astonishing that I hadn't seen it before, that my eyes hadn't lighted on it as soon as I entered the room. "Do you play?" I asked, as if this was as miraculous as her speaking Bulgarian. "Not well," she said, her eyelids dropping in the usual female response. At once I knew she was a competent musician at the very least. "May I?" The instrument was irresistible. More than anything, this was the salve I wanted. I'd avoided music, run from it before, but now I longed for that line of Vivaldi, the one I'd heard as Burnett smothered me, that sang new strength into my hands. But I hadn't played in so long. My fingers were bruised, my nails broken. Suppose I no longer knew how? It seemed fitting, like the prices paid by witches in Mrs. Williams' tales, that my hands would lose their gift after dropping poison into a whiskey decanter, after stabbing and smothering. "Of course you can play it," Mrs. Kerr said, leaving me no choice but to seat myself before the keys. "Do you wish to be left alone?" My hostess looked slightly anxious, as any good musician might. I hoped I could still play. I shook my head, lifted the cover, and adjusted the seat while Mrs. Kerr fluttered in my periphery, adjusting curtains, offering sheet music, and simultaneously apologising for her collection. It was all highly technical. That was a jab to my pride. I pretended to study the scores as she, Kerr and Nan settled themselves on the other side of the room. Clearly this wasn't what Kerr had in mind, but he could have intervened had he really wanted to stop it. And whatever was happening, whatever we, chose to do next, I needed this first. I let out a sigh, wondering if this instrument would hate me, if the blood on my hands made me unworthy of coaxing it into speech, let alone song. My fingers, resting lightly on the keys, were stiff and clammy, but right now, more than anything, I wanted a song, a spell of forgetting. I began with a scale. The melody I craved was too demanding to simply fall into. I flinched at my first errors, but soon they slipped past without causing pain. I picked up the first piece of sheet music, fumbled my way through, and had the satisfaction of doing better the second time through the repeats.
"You said you were out of practice, Mrs. Tate," Mrs. Kerr said, with the fading of the last chord.
I glanced back, saw the three of them, and an untouched plate of sandwiches I hadn't noticed arrive. "Oh, I am," I said. Her eyebrows lifted. I blushed and stretched my fingers. "Perhaps I should have told you that my father was something of a musical celebrity. I learned from him." She nodded, as if she now understood. "You don't mind if I continue?" I felt better playing, but not whole yet. Maybe that was too ambitious. "Please," she said. I bowed my head over the keys and took a deep breath. No more practice scales. I was ready. La-di-da, di-da, di-da. Quietly, my left hand picked out the syncopated pulse that haunted me, the melancholy measures that were the foundation of everything. Then my right travelled up the keyboard in slow, sad melody. Vivaldi's Largo written for spring, my song for grief and loss, played above the tempo of my lost boy's injured heart. The melody climbed, high, piercing, trilling with pain. The piece was slow, accommodating my hesitations and stumbles, the places where I stretched notes long to draw uneven breaths. I let the music lift me, a fathomless tide to draw out my own river of heartache, rising, rising to a tormented fluttering, a high note of pain that faded to silence above that low, uneven pulse. My shoulders curled, my left fingers slowed. 1 measure, 2, another 4, which Vivaldi hadn't called for. I lifted my hand and brushed my wet cheeks. The music stopped. "Isabel?" I stiffened. Kerr's voice was kind but unexpectedly close, right at my shoulder. He might have heard the song, but I didn't intend to share my tear-streaked face. Shrugging as if he'd touched me, I rasped, "I'm not finished yet." Shutting him out, I plunged my hands into the keys. There was sad music in me, but it wasn't my only song. I wanted volume, rapid tempo, a minor key. Something too fast for me to think, a whirlpool of notes to carry away everything else. Lost in the torrent, my fingers moved like father's had, unerring with a will of their own, striking a fusillade of sound. This wasn't a song for mourning or forgetting. I'd erred, but this was still the music of forging blades, of witch hazel and whiskey, of unheard voices and winds with unseen hands. My skin prickled, but I kept on, waiting for my hands to stumble, but they didn't, accelerating and landing with a crash that should have exploded the windows from all the force it carried. I sat on the piano stool, breathing like I'd run a mile. Tentatively, Kerr stepped into my field of view. "Isabel?" "I'm here," I said. A strange response, but he nodded as if it made sense to him. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I think so." I glanced over my shoulder. Nan's mouth was open. Mrs. Kerr couldn't have stared any wider if I'd sprouted wings. I let out a breath. It almost felt as if I had. Kerr leaned in close. "I don't know what will happen," he whispered, "but I am sure of this." He paused, so I prodded with a hum for a question. "Burnett had better watch out." I smiled and stood, acknowledging the astonished applause from Nan and Mrs. Kerr, my minuscule audience. "Thank you." And then I bowed. We left Nan with Emily and set out for Jenny's lodging after stopping at Kerr's to retrieve the hand, resting in a stoneware jar with Nan's mother's eyes and as much whiskey as Kerr had left after last night. Not a drop remained in the bottle, but there wasn't enough to cover everything in the jar. When I peered in, 3 fingers curled above the liquor's surface. "If you don't mind," Kerr swallowed. "Putting them in here was almost too much for me to manage." I used to be squeamish. Not anymore. I picked out the hand and laid it in the towel Kerr held out to me. "We have to tell Nan," I said. Another necessity that couldn't be avoided. "Let me do it," he said quietly. "In a day or 2. I'm afraid the news will hurt more than she thinks it will." Nan was a hardy soul and a brave one. I trusted her to bear up under the news, but the sight of her mother's eyes might very well shatter her. "Will you show her?" I asked. "If she wants to see, I'm afraid I might have to. But I don't—" He rubbed his mouth, speaking through his fingers. "Was it better or worse, seeing Thomas's heart?" I bit my lip. "Worse. Then better. But I don't know what will be right for Nan." Adam sighed. "Don't wait too long," I suggested. It was the closest thing to advice I could think of, and the only point I felt any certainty about. Nan deserved answers, kindly given, but clear. To me, nothing was worse than the unknowns surrounding the known. "This visit will be hard enough," he said. "You remember everything?" I nodded. I was ready, wearing my disguise, my statement carefully rehearsed. Even so, cold crept into my hands and feet the closer our carriage drew to Leith, biting sharper than it should, given that the chill outside wasn't unseasonable and I wore thick wool stockings and a cloak. Kerr stared out the window as we wended seaward and downhill, letting me study him without interruption. "What's your name?" I asked without thinking, flustering when his eyebrows drew up. "Not Adam," I said, desperate to explain, knowing it was too late to extricate myself. "Nan told me about your mother's people. She said that's where your name for her comes from, Natanis. Do you have one in that language too?" "Natanis isn't a name." He smiled self-deprecatingly. "It means my daughter. At least I think it does. After my father brought me to Scotland, I forgot the language, so I may have made it up." I waited, but he didn't elaborate. We rumbled along the road, bouncing over ruts so large I gripped the seat to steady myself with one hand and used the other to push Janet Ross's mistreated spectacles up my nose.
I haven't explained the exact meaning to her yet,
Kerr admitted. My gaze snapped back to him. You should. Nan ought to feel wanted.
I hope she does,
he said. Wouldn't you rather be sure?
It's not my way to presume,
he said, sounding needled. She's a child, I snapped, my breath inexplicably fast. Don't make her wonder. Let her feel loved and safe. Presume? I spat the last word, baffled that he couldn't see how much Nan already loved him and how much happier they would both be when... Adam let out a long breath.
I've never done this, he said. It's not easy finding my way.
He dropped his voice.
My mother called me Petit Oiseau.
I frowned at him. Petit Oiseau? My mouth couldn't quite reproduce his syllables.
She spoke a different language than my grandmother's,
Kerr explained.
A mixture of Cree and French.
I parsed the name, then my brow cleared. Little bird? I hazarded. It sounded a little like petit oiseau. He nodded. I measured him against the name, unable to see a likeness. He had been little once, but I couldn't imagine it. And Kerr was remarkably contained, with a capacity for stillness that was almost uncanny, not at all like the quick, chirping child who'd suit that name. When did you lose her? I hated that word. There was a difference between lost and stolen, and it was easier to be angry than bereft.
4, I think.
Younger than Thomas. I'm sorry. He shrugged.
You learned to carry on.
He had. I suppose I had too, sort of. I had a purpose at any rate, and I didn't often think beyond that. Why didn't you tell me you believed me, when I first told you about finding Thomas's heart? He'd said nothing then to indicate he'd even considered further investigations into Connell Burnett, and yet he'd kept on searching. If I'd known, the fight wouldn't have felt hopeless for so long. Kerr picked at the fabric of his trousers, fussing with an invisible spot on one knee. I've been honest with you, I reminded him. He sighed.
It will sound ridiculous.
I hear disembodied hearts, I said, and he smiled tightly.
My mother and grandmother had different traditions,
he began uneasily.
People tend to think them strange, so I don't mention them, but I remember some of the stories.
I stared at my hands. Thomas had a favourite story. He called it the one about the blood that speaks. I swallowed, hesitant to say what I scarcely dared to think aloud. And then, after he was murdered, I could hear him. I suppose if it comes right down to it, it must be madness. Or magic, I finished, under my breath. Of course he heard. His ears were sharp. He smiled slightly.
Kanapawamakan, my grandmother, told stories about spirits. Maybe she heard them too. I don't remember all the details, but she told me the ways to know the Witiko, and she acted like being able to see them for what they were was important.
His eyes were pinched around the edges, his gaze far away. What's a Witiko? He hesitated.
Like a bogeyman, but...
He swallowed, and my attention sharpened.
They start as men. They become monsters as a punishment for misdeeds. My grandmother said there were warnings if you knew how to watch and listen.
He didn't say more. He didn't need to. I was the listener, and the Whittico was Burnett. But most people didn't believe in bogeymen, and they certainly didn't think much of Adam's people. Unfamiliar, strange even, and living far away. So Adam had learned to keep his thoughts to himself, something I never had. I'd thought it unkind and unjust of him not being forthcoming. But if I'd spent most of my life under his burdens, I didn't think I'd have chanced my arm. "I'm sorry," I said quickly. "I only understood my own pain over it, and you've done more to help me than I have any right to expect, much more than anyone else."
"Some right," he corrected. "After all, I'm a detective with the police." I snorted. "And forgive me for presuming, but I felt there were things that I understood about you."
He let out a breath and shifted his eyes from me to the window.
"Loss, certainly. Maybe a willingness to cling to a bit of magic."
My lips twitched. No matter who your people were, everyone had stories about evil and magic, Whittico, witches and bogeymen, monsters and incomprehensible things. I'd rather think of myself as a witch than a lunatic. Maybe that was just madness of a different kind, because thinking a thing didn't make it so. But I heard heartbeats and whispers, and had felt the touch of wandering spirits. Lizzie Dove had seized me with her memories, and in all the months I'd anointed myself with witch hazel, hoping it might help me stay unknown, only Adam Kerr had recognised me. "I think I might be a witch," I said, waiting for him to laugh. Instead, he nodded.
"I think you might be too."
The air between us thickened until he freed us both by cracking a smile.
"I noticed right away that you're left-handed."
My mother was too. No red hair, though. Now he laughed, and I joined him, softening with relief.
"Maybe only half a witch, then,"
he said. I grinned. Maybe. The carriage stopped, and I remembered we weren't here to talk about monsters, constrained by matters of law and evidence. I picked up the carefully wrapped parcel and whispered a prayer for Jenny Dove. Adam helped me down from the hired carriage, in front of a cottage not far from the shore, wrapped in a vine of fading autumn leaves, rustling beneath the cries of gulls and the shushing wind. The air was fresh, and there were potato plants, carrots and onions still below ground in the garden. It was a lovely place, and I said as much to Adam, but he just shrugged.
"She's safe here."
I meant to ask more, but had to hurry after him into the house. Jenny Dove was inside, sewing, and she wasn't alone. Before my eyes could adjust to the dimmer light, a man's dark shape rose from his chair.
"Afternoon, Kerr. Miss Ross?"
I knew that voice. I smoothed my face and held out a hand in greeting. "It's Miss Ross. Good afternoon, Mr. Stevenson." Adam had said there'd be a prosecutor here, but he hadn't mentioned John, who clearly expected me and knew quite well there was no Janet Ross. I cut my eyes in Adam's direction, but he stood perfectly straight and impassive, even more contained than usual. John took my hand gingerly, releasing it almost immediately, not nearly fast enough. "How nice to see you," I said, then regretted it, as I intercepted a rapidly assessing glance from Jenny. She was no fool, and I was here for her. John cleared his throat.
"I've been recording Mrs. Dove's statement," he said, "if you'll look it over and make sure I haven't missed any important points."
As Adam moved to look over the papers, Jenny motioned to the place beside her on the settee, which I took, taking time to arrange my skirts. "You know Mr. Stevenson?"
"Long ago," I said.
"I just met him today." She rolled her needle between her thumb and forefinger. "He said, d'you have something for me?" I glanced at the parcel in my lap. "Only sadness," I whispered. "I wish—" Jenny interrupted me with a shake of her head. "No, please don't mistake me. I know the dangers you faced. Care told me. I've wanted to thank you." My hands clenched on the box, but Jenny wasn't looking at it. Her gaze was on her knees, draped in a familiar green wool. She was also wearing the jacket. I didn't know what to say. Jenny reached into her sewing box and pulled out a handkerchief that had been pressed and neatly folded, stitched with some excellent white-on-white work. Jenny's, probably. I'd seen the quality of her stitching before, on the skirt she'd sewn for her sister and was now wearing. "This was in the pocket," she murmured. "Lizzie made it. I want you to have it." "I can't," I said, eyes filling, but Jenny pressed her lips together and set the white square down beside me. She drew a deep breath. "The prosecutor told me you found her hand. He said it was my decision, but he hoped to have it as evidence. I said yes." "It's very brave of you, Mrs. Dove." I stiffened. I hadn't noticed John sit down again or slide his chair closer. He picked up his lap desk again, setting it on his knees. "Whenever you are ready." I had to remind myself he wasn't talking to me. He was here to take evidence, nothing else. And he must have agreed with Kerr that it was safer not to taint my evidence by revealing I wasn't really Janet Ross. To stop Burnett, he'd agreed to our conspiracy, even facing Burnett's fame and popularity and the blind eyes of Edinburgh's medical community. The John I'd known was clever and careful and selfish. He didn't stick his neck out, at least not very far, but he was doing that now. Too late, as always. I scowled, watching him put Jenny at ease, chronicling the remaining events of her sister's disappearance, scratching down her exact words in black ink. "I'm not as quick a recorder as my clerks," he said apologetically, "but Detective Kerr and I think it's best to keep information within as small a circle as possible, for your protection." His eyes darted up from the paper, giving me a brief, unreadable look. I didn't know whether to snort or to snap at him for acting like he cared or had any right to. Letting out a breath, I reminded myself of the litany of strengthening words I'd silently recited to myself when it became clear I'd have his child, and he still wouldn't choose me. That was the point I always pressed when we'd argued, until he conceded that I would choose everything else. "Miss Ross?" I came back to myself, facing 3 sets of eyes. I'd missed my cue. I surrendered the box into Jenny's hands, leaving mine uncomfortably empty and cold. I picked up the handkerchief, wanting the distraction of something between my fingers, something to rub away the pricking sensation sparking in my fingertips. I let out a cry, drawing my hand back like it was burned. "What happened?" Kerr demanded, as Jenny's face creased with concern. I stuck my finger in my mouth, tasted blood and drew it out. More blood swelled from a pinprick on the tip of my forefinger and rolled down the side. At once Jenny was searching for the handkerchief that I already held, for whatever it was that had stung me.
I'm so sorry, must be my needle. No.
Because there it was, tucked plainly and carefully in her sewing.
What could it have been? I must have dropped a pin.
She searched the cushions on the settee.
I can't find it,
she said, a little desperate. Probably on my lap somewhere. Without thinking, I wrapped my finger in the handkerchief I'd meant to refuse, blood spreading through the cambric. I'll find it. Jenny relaxed, leaving me to look half-heartedly for the errant pin. Somehow, I knew there was nothing to find. Jenny twitched her shoulders.
When you cried out, I had the most awful feeling, like a goose walking over my grave.
Understandable. I glanced at the box, which John had taken during the upset.
I suppose so.
I can open it for you, if you like,
John offered.
I can do it.
But she took the box slowly this time, and paused before plucking at the knot in the string, steeling herself. I squeezed my wounded finger tighter. She opened the box and lifted out the jar I'd selected, sealed with cork and wax and packed in a protective layer of straw. The 6-fingered hand floated inside, as clean and undamaged looking as I could make it. Her face crumpled, and the handkerchief she should have reached for was already twisted tight around my hand. Adam came forward with his.
"Do you recognise the hand?"
he asked.
It's Lizzie's,
Jenny said, her hands tight on the jar.
I didn't think...
She gulped and turned it around, studying it for at least a full minute.
I recognise so many things,
she said softly.
That freckle just above the wrist, the bitten nails, she was always doing that.
Her voice steadied and strengthened as she looked up at John and Kerr.
I don't need the extra finger. I'd know her from either hand.
How did Burnett not understand how easy it was to recognise the pieces of people you loved? They announced themselves in 1,000 different ways, in a living voice, in a handwritten word, in the blend of browns in a lock of hair, or the precise shape of an ear. This blindness would be his undoing. Jenny and I would bring it about. John bent again over the sheets of paper covering his lap desk, scribbling ferociously. Without looking up, he said,
"Now we come to your testimony, Miss Ross. Mrs. Dove has identified this hand as her sister's. How did you come by it?"
I cleared my throat.
"I'm sorry."
John licked his lips, visibly nervous again.
I forgot to put you under oath."
The wound in my finger pulsed a little when I raised one hand and laid the other on his Bible, but I repeated his words without blinking. "Until recently, I worked as Dr. Burnett's housekeeper," I began. "I met Jenny when she came to the house looking for her sister, and I'd heard about the woman who accused him of having her son's heart in his collection."
"That would be the Thomas Tate case, sir,"
Adam inserted.
"Yes, I remember it."
John dipped his pen, tapped it 4 times and dipped it again.
"Nothing was proved?"
His voice shook. "Mrs. Dove told me about her sister. What she was wearing, what she looked like. She would be easy to know because she had an extra finger. You don't forget a thing like that, Mr. Stevenson." I waited until his hand stopped moving across the page, each word committed to paper. I was worried. A short time later, a basket of clothes arrived at the house. The doctor told me they were for the parish, but there was a skirt like the one Mrs. Dove had described. I brought it to the police.
"Me, in fact,"
Adam said.
"Detective Adam Kerr,"
Stevenson said, timing his syllables with the contortions of his pen. And? I adjusted my spectacles. There was no reason why these lies should feel weightier than any of my others. Mistaking my hesitation, Jenny shifted like she meant to reach out and pat my arm and then thought better of it. I bridged the distance instead, capturing her hand in my handkerchief-bound one, glad of the contact, the company. She didn't know how much Burnett had taken from me, but she understood we both had scores to settle. I cleared my throat. One of my duties was cleaning Dr. Burnett's collection of medical specimens. He acquires new ones frequently, and soon after this, he added a 6-fingered hand. I squeezed Jenny's lightly, offering what I could in comfort and apology. I took it from the room, knowing it would interest the police. Aye? John didn't lift his eyes from the paper. Burnett came to my room later. He confronted me about the theft. I didn't think of it as stealing, Mr. Stevenson. I was concerned a crime had been committed. Adams stepped in. What did Dr. Burnett say to that? Nothing, Detective. He tried to smother me. If I hadn't managed to fight him off... The pen was still, and now the pressure on my joined hand came from Jenny. How did you do that? Adam prompted, since John couldn't. I managed to stab him in the leg. With what? A kitchen implement, I said. A knife? I shook my head. A meat fork. John's lips moved, but without any sound. He tried again. Forgive me, I need a minute. Slowly, scrupulously, he wrote down the words, composing himself. What happened next, Miss Ross? I ran away. With the hand? I nodded. But I heard that Dr. Burnett had accused me of stealing. He said I'd attacked him, and that made me too afraid to go to the police. Luckily, I located her eventually, Kerr said. When Mrs. Burnett's body surfaced, no one but Adam would know I was responsible. John set down his pen and rubbed the tightness from his hand. That should do it, he said. I think we've got what we need. They had Jenny's evidence, they had the hand, and a sworn statement of its provenance from Burnett's former housekeeper, Miss Janet Ross. I'll apply for the warrant today, John said, tidying his papers. They'd have to collect more evidence, but I knew it was there to find. Enough that when Miss Ross left Edinburgh before the trial, it wouldn't bring a halt to proceedings. A statement was one thing. I couldn't appear in court. Jenny licked her lips. If I can ever help you, Janet. The name caught me off guard. I wished I could give her my real one. Instead, I unwrapped the handkerchief from my hand, but she stopped me. No, I want you to have it. It was dotted with my blood, so there was really no way to refuse. I spread it on my lap, smoothing away the creases, trying to think of something to say. Look, you made a pattern, Jenny said. I glanced down. Besides a few smears, the blood had concentrated in one place, soaking through the cambric and leaving a dark spot perfectly placed in each of the 4 corners. Magic to protect you. Though I'd always told the story, the words came to me in Thomas's voice. I swallowed. You have to keep it now, Jenny said. Maybe it will be lucky. I'll be more careful with it from now on, I said slowly. Jenny's lips twitched. From what I heard, I don't think you know how. Her mouth firmed into a frown. I hope his leg still hurts. I lowered my voice. You should have heard him bellow. I focused on folding the handkerchief so she wouldn't see my suppressed shudder and tucked it beneath my sleeve, next to my wrist. "I'm afraid you and I have to hurry," Adam said, standing beside me like he'd offer his hand if I didn't immediately rise to go. I stood and drew my hood. "A moment, Miss Ross." In his hurry, John dropped one of his papers. Adam stepped aside, resigned to the interruption. But when I looked at John, with his rounding shoulders and flushed cheeks, I shook my head. "Another time, Mr. Stevenson. You have some important work to do." And so did I. Chapter 37. Connell limped into the laboratory with a mere 20 minutes to spare, but today's specimen wasn't waiting under a sheet. The body was almost as he'd left it yesterday, with the ribs still intact, and his assistants, instead of frantically sawing to expose the lungs, were hunched over an open newspaper. "What's going on?" Connell asked. Their heads snapped up guiltily. Only Ferguson had the grace to flush. "We're terribly sorry, sir." "Sorry? I'm supposed to be lecturing on the lungs in 15 minutes. At least half his students were already gathered in the theatre, with more arriving every minute. An impossibly vexing situation on a good day, never mind this wet, windy one, after 3 unexpected cancellations from his morning patients and a late and most unsatisfactory luncheon. When he'd expressed his displeasure, Mrs. Williams had only shrugged, saying that with Miss Ross gone, it was impossible for Maggie to keep up with the house and the marketing, especially with the mistress away. Then she'd stared at him, waiting for him to offer some news of his mother. "Is she enjoying Harrogate?" Her question was sulky, almost demanding, so Connell stammered a response, saying that if he didn't have a letter from Mrs. Burnett soon, he would visit her. The opportunity for the trip had arisen so unexpectedly, and she was probably having such a wonderful time she'd simply neglected to reply to him. "Have you written? Maggie hasn't posted any letters to her," Mrs. Williams said flatly, folding her arms. "I write to her from the school," Connell explained hastily. "So naturally I give the letters to the porter." Mrs. Williams grunted and returned to the kitchen, but her stares and questions were becoming so problematic it might be necessary to dismiss her. But if he did that... Connell stared at the unfinished corpse and rubbed his forehead tiredly. His skin was warm, warmer than was healthy, and his leg hurt. He shucked off his coat and looked around for his apron. "Right here, sir." Jones thrust it into his hand. "We weren't sure you would wish to proceed with the scheduled lecture, and—" "Why wouldn't I?" Connell tugged the ties around his waist. "My classes follow a set schedule for good reasons." Jones licked his lips. "You didn't—" "There's something in this morning's paper, sir," Ferguson interjected. "Perhaps you should take a look." Connell stumped to the newspaper splayed open on his workbench. The headline leaned out and struck him from 2 yards away. "Mysterious disturbances. Are Edinburgh's missing bodies in famed anatomist's collection?" "I'll sue them for libel," Connell spat, snatching the paper close. A wasted effort. He'd eat his hat if his assistants hadn't read the thing 6 times already. Connell scanned the lines, his stomach shrinking like a punctured bursitis. He could almost hear the writer clearing his throat self-importantly in the opening sentence. Most, if not all, of Edinburgh's doctors, surgeons and medical students have viewed the curiosities in Dr. Connell K. Burnett's Medical Museum, and probably half this city's polite society as well. In this scientific age, an educated man can hardly call himself complete without a visit, nor can the fashionably daring lady. A troubling phenomena, given the disturbing delivery received by this paper yesterday. Connell looked up.
Did you send this rag anything?
I never read the Edinburgh Courant, Jones protested. Another student showed it to me. We live in the same lodging house.
Keep reading, Ferguson muttered.
I would venture, in my term as editor, that this newspaper has never reported anything quite so horrifying before. Halfway through a dismissive snort, Connell read, I received a letter, accompanied by a glass jar containing 2 human eyes, one blue, the other brown. Here is the text of the letter, which the directors of this paper have decided to reproduce in full. Here the print changed, the letters becoming larger and more emphatic. Dear Sirs, again, it is time to draw attention, or try, to the gross crimes perpetuated in this city in the name of science, because yet again, a so-called specimen in Dr. Connell K. Burnett's medical museum has been connected to a missing person. Earlier this year, Mary Burt, a milliner's assistant, mother to a young child, went missing for no apparent reason. Police investigations, half-hearted at best, proved fruitless, and it was generally assumed that Mrs. Burt had abandoned her child and left town. Mrs. Burt was known for having mismatched eyes, like these ones which I now send you, having liberated them from the museum in question. Or perhaps your paper doesn't consider murder a newsworthy concern. Mrs. Burt was well known by her neighbours. It should not be difficult to have these eyes identified. It should not be hard to find among the many museum visitors at least one who remembers seeing them in the collection. It will not be hard for a person of ordinary curiosity and average conscience, if Edinburgh has any of those. Junius.
Junius!
A drop of spittle flew onto the new sheet, which shook slightly in his hands.
A pseudonym, obviously, Ferguson said. I asked my father. It's a reference to another anonymous letter writer.
He took the paper from Connell's hands and smoothed the wrinkles from the edge of the sheet.
60 years ago, in London, the Duke of Grafton had to resign as Prime Minister because of Junius's letters, and the author was never found. You could almost call it a compliment.
His feeble attempt at a smile vanished.
They ought to have contacted me before printing this trash. My lawyer will...
That's why we didn't think you'd lecture this afternoon,
Jones said quietly.
This isn't like last time.
He faltered beneath Connell's stare.
You know, that hysterical mother?
He waved his hands helplessly.
I wasn't there, but Ferguson was, and you had to send a letter to the newspaper.
Connell nodded, quelling the lightning flash of pain in his leg with a slowly exhaled breath.
I remember.
He straightened his shoulders, keeping his weight on his left.
The unlettered will always try to hinder progress. I won't let my lectures be interrupted by scandal-mongering. Tonight I will call on this editor.
He lashed into the word, almost trilling the R. There was such heavy contempt in his voice.
And both of you, right now, will compose letters to the Edinburgh Courant and the Caledonian Mercury.
He'd contact Ballingall and the other members of the Aesculapian Club. He'd enlist his students and the university's deans. They wouldn't stand for this. They couldn't afford to. There wasn't a man among them who hadn't worked on illegally acquired corpses. He set down the paper, though there was still a full column of additional remarks, and seized the corners of the wheeled table burdened with the ill-prepared corpse.
"I'll apologise to the students. Explain why we are not perfectly ready."
Ferguson looked satisfied, but Jones was still wide-eyed and sweaty.
"Sir, about those eyes."
Connell fixed his own sternly on the wavering apprentice.
"Never mind, sir."
Masking his limp, Connell propelled the demonstration table into the theatre. The murmured tumult died beneath his confident gaze. Chapter 38. Adam escorted Isabel home from the cottage in Leith, then returned to his office at the station. It was too early for Stevenson to have obtained a warrant, but there was another matter he must tend to. Nodding at the desk sergeant, Adam took the stairs 2 at a time, pausing only to look inside Hugh Fraser's empty office before disappearing into his own. Everything looked just as he'd left it, but he checked anyway, leafing through the papers on his desk and unlocking the side drawer. The neatly penned notes he'd left underneath the biscuit tin were missing. Adam sighed and slumped into his chair. He'd learned woodcraft from Kanapawamakan, and she'd always praised his ability to set traps. The house was in the opposite direction from his own, nearer the university, and though on a perfectly respectable street, it was also nearer to the Westport. It took him twice as long as it should have to walk the distance. Adam knocked, then waited on the front step with his hands in his pockets, afraid of what might happen if they were left free, or that he'd betray himself with visible trembling.
"Who's there?"
Through the door he recognised her warm Irish lilt, the TH sliding into a cheerier D.
"It's Adam."
The door swung wide.
"Well, what are you doing here then?"
Hugh's wife gave him a broad smile, her eyes as bright and her cheeks as round as her baby's. Wee Sarah smiled too, comfortably balanced on her mother's hip.
Come in, Adam. You haven't been round in ages."
"Evening, Sarah."
He resisted the urge to caress her daughter's chubby fist.
"Hugh in?"
"Just sat down to supper. You'll join us."
As she led him inside, not waiting for a reply, Adam picked up the leather briefcase resting by the coat stand, beneath Hugh's hat and overcoat. Both were new. Adam's feet were slow, but his fingers were quick with the case's buckles. He pulled out the contents as he came into the kitchen, where Hugh was sitting at the table in his shirt sleeves and apparently unarmed, though there was a knife resting between his hand and a plate of meat and potatoes.
"Adam, what are you—"
"I'm looking," he said curtly, as the welcoming smile slid off his friend's face.
"Yes, it's here."
He laid the duplicate notes, written much more neatly than his first version, out on the table.
"These are my notes about the influence of ribbon men in the force. Why did you take them from my desk?"
In the past week, he'd afforded all 3 of his suspects an accidental glimpse of the document, with ribbon men in capital letters writ across the top. Bait. An idea he'd stolen from Burnett, but a good one, apparently. Hugh had taken it as quickly as Isabel.
"It's good work."
Colour rose in Hugh's cheeks, but he spoke with almost his usual tone.
"Though I can understand why you were hesitant. Thought I should help. Show it to one of the prosecutors. We can't take it to Maxwell, you know that."
He nodded at the sheet, where Maxwell's name was written in the middle.
"And this?"
Adam reached out a forefinger to Hugh's name, last of all, at the bottom. Hugh shrugged.
"We both know you're the better detective. You consider all the possibilities, even the absurd ones. Gave me a start, it did, seeing my name there, but I suppose you're just doing your job. If ribbon men are bribing the police,
I think it's more than that, Adam said, and the flow of words stopped from Hugh's throat.
Adam, what are you talking about?
Sarah asked, her arm tightening around the baby. Adam took a step back, his right hand ready to reach for the pistol waiting snug in the small of his back.
Where are your people from again, Sarah? Louth? Some awful murders there, as I recall, about 10 years back.
Her lips pressed shut.
Rough justice there too. I think the magistrates hung nearly 30 people for those crimes, after trials that make a mock of law and justice. Did you know about these happenings, Hugh, when you and Sarah married?
Hugh's face was too guarded to read, but he was tense as a cat ready to spring. Countering, Adam moved his hand to his waist. Against the two of them, a single-shot pistol might even the score, if neither were armed at least.
Knew Sarah was Irish. Wasn't time for much more,
Hugh began, trying to divert them with a joke.
Quiet, Hugh,
Sarah snapped. They'd married quickly, these two, with wee Sarah arriving not long after that. Adam knew Sarah had brought more money than one would expect to the marriage, including this house. But had Hugh never thought about where it came from?
Let me hold her,
Adam said, nodding at wee Sarah, who was gurgling on her mother's hip. When Sarah's arms tightened, he slid his fingers onto the pistol and pulled it out from under his coat.
I want to hold my goddaughter.
No one moved except wee Sarah. Frozen in place, they weighed each other's glances.
Let him hold her,
Hugh said. Sarah's eyes darted from her husband to Adam to the gun. She blinked as her eyes filled and whispered,
You wouldn't.
No tears, Sarah. You let me in because you trust me, just like I trusted you. Adam!
Silencing Hugh with a jerk of his pistol, Adam held out his free arm and Sarah passed him the baby, moving like her bones were grinding together. Wee Sarah whimpered once, then closed a fist around Adam's shirt.
Good lass,
he murmured, settling her with a bounce.
Now we can talk.
Don't hurt her,
Sarah blurted. Adam sent her a look that made her catch her lip in her teeth.
Sit down, both of you,
he said.
Hands on the table. You can knock the knives onto the floor.
Hugh huffed.
You're holding our child. You can't think... I thought I knew what to think. I was wrong,
Adam snapped.
So push the knives to the floor and listen.
Both blades landed with a clatter.
Sarah, you told me your father and brother were in the masonry trade.
She nodded reluctantly.
They do have a storefront,
Adam admitted.
But not much stone cutting happens there. So where does the money come from? Growing it in the ground out back with the potatoes? Because they own a prodigious lot of shovels.
Husband and wife exchanged glances, and Hugh's shoulders drooped.
I didn't know, Adam. Not until months after. And by then...
He swallowed.
By then we had our baby.
Wee Sarah sneezed. To keep her settled, Adam began walking back and forth.
Selling bodies is good business, he said. Lots of money to be made, especially if you're Irish and last on the list for most other kinds of work, or if you already have differences with the law.
Sarah lifted her chin.
You want to watch yourself, Adam.
He huffed a laugh. I certainly do. Tell me, Sarah, when did Hugh begin giving you information? No answer, so Adam prodded. If I don't know, there's only one thing for me to do next. He adjusted wee Sarah's soft weight, fitting her closer in his arm, praying her parents wouldn't call his bluff. Sarah's shoulders crumpled, and her eyes dropped to the meat congealing on the table.
Right from the start,
she whispered. Hugh flinched.
Not on purpose, not then, she said quickly. When he was with me not working, I'd tell my da, and then I'd visit you at the station, see who was there, who wasn't, who was in the cell.
Quick worker, Adam said.
And then I began asking things. Hugh...
Don't, Sarah. Hugh's face twisted, but she went on as if he hadn't spoken.
I told him there was money in it, and there was.
Hugh gave Adam a stricken look. What was I supposed to do? My own wife. Tell me about the Brennans, Adam said, his eyes on Sarah.
They worked for us, digging up bodies, selling them.
To Connell Burnett?
And others.
She let out a long breath.
I didn't know Owen had extra business with him. Not until Hugh saw your drawing of Owen's face during the case of that missing boy. But he came home and told me right quick.
Adam's gut clenched. Believing a thing and knowing it were very different. And you told Brennan? She nodded.
I had to protect you. If you'd found Owen...
We might have found Thomas, the missing boy. Adam's muscles drew so tight, wee Sarah bleated. He forced down a swallow, softened his grip and gave her another bounce, but his next words emerged in as rough a tone as ever. You're a mother too, Sarah, for God's sake. Didn't you even think of that? She lifted her face, the shine of tears marring her cheeks, and answered in a smothered voice.
I did. I made Brennan tell me everything before he left town, but he'd already taken him to the doctor. He said...
She choked.
He said the boy would be dead by now. There was nothing I could do.
That's not true. Adam's breath fluttered through Sarah's soft curls, his heart a battering ram against his chest. You could have told me. We could have made a case. We could have arrested Burnett and stopped him from killing at least 2 others. And the Brennans? Do you know what else they were up to? Sarah licked her lips. They kidnapped Nan Burt and put her in a grimy workshop, Sarah, to work out her days, unpaid, underfed, never seeing the sun. Only a fool would believe Will and his wife only tried that trick once, but both Brennans were dead now, so there was no way to find out. If you hadn't... We know, Hugh said. We stopped them? Adam asked. Someone did, because they were about to testify against people like you.
Not us.
Sarah shook her head.
My father takes protection money. He runs the grave robbing, that's all.
I don't believe you, Adam said. You have to, Hugh said. Please, Adam, it's the truth. Adam's fingers tightened. If it weren't for the child in his arms, he'd pull out his gun and smash his friend across the face with it. Hugh deserved at least that much. That's not the plan, Adam reminded himself. He settled his weight on his heels and let out a long breath.
What are you going to do with Sarah?
Her mother asked. She's coming with me. The words vibrated in his chest. "You can't!" Sarah clutched the table. Swearing, Hugh half rose, but Adam warned him back with a lifted brow and a shift of his grip on the gun. It took a few heartbeats and a tightening of his finger on the trigger, but then Hugh subsided in his chair.
"She's my goddaughter,"
Adam said.
"She'll be cared for. Better than Nan Burt and Thomas Tate."
The muscles in Hugh's neck snapped tight.
"How long?"
demanded Sarah.
"That depends on you."
Adam tucked the baby closer, tilting his head toward her cheek.
"Don't think about coming after me. She's going to a family of gentry where she'll be safe and out of your reach. I've reported you both to the prosecutor and he's willing to offer a deal."
A better one than they deserved.
"You have 6 months,"
Adam said.
6 months to provide me with proof against the ribbon men or whoever is running the workshops in the Westport. If there are orphaned or kidnapped children in any of them, I want them back. I want details of the body trading, proof that your family are digging bodies up, not killing for corpses, and evidence against Owen Brennan and anyone in the Westport that is. You'll get your daughter back once I have a case, and then you get to leave Edinburgh. No charges."
For a moment, Hugh looked about to choke, blood rushing to his cheeks.
"You bastard,"
he breathed in an undertone.
"Not at all,"
Adam smiled.
"But I am a half-breed, and I was your friend."
Hugh lurched to his feet, but Sarah halted him even before Adam stepped back.
"No!"
She leaned her shaking arms onto the table.
"No, Hugh. He'll shoot."
She swallowed.
"This is business. And Adam is being more than fair."
Her husband sat down. She looked at Adam.
"We'll get what you want."
Adam nodded and began backing toward the door.
"See that you do."
"Just..."
Sarah's voice broke, so Hugh finished for her.
"Please, take care of her."
Adam nodded. He'd taken no blanket, so Adam wrapped wee Sarah in his overcoat, quieting her surprised cries, and walked with her to the end of the street where a carriage was waiting. The door opened as he approached, and Adam climbed inside.
"They agreed,"
he said. "Good," said John Stevenson. "This is the girl?" Adam nodded.
"You'll keep her safe."
"She's going to my grandmother's out in Lomond. I'm sending her with a footman and a nurse, as well as the coachman and outriders." Adam nodded. Across from him sat a neatly garbed woman in a frilled cap. She smiled at him and reached for the baby.
"This is Sarah,"
he told her.
"She's a pretty one."
"Like her mother," Adam said with a tight smile. "You have to do this," he told himself, "or what will happen to other children like Nan?"
"I'm sorry it was Fraser,"
John said quietly.
"I know you were friends."
Adam tried to speak, failed, then settled for a nod, and studied his hands in his lap, folding his fingers together to still their shaking. At the Royal Mile, John signed for the carriage to stop.
"I'm going back to the Crown Office," he said, "working on that warrant. My coachman will continue on to Lomond. Care to join me?"
Adam considered. He didn't exactly suffer from too many invitations. This probably meant Stevenson was starting to see him as a friend. So he paused and chose his words carefully before shaking his head.
"Thank you, but I have to say no."
He softened the words with a smile.
"I'm going home to Isabel." there are things I need to tell her.
Stevenson gave him a long look and finally nodded.
Wise idea. I'll send you word when I have the warrant.
Adam brushed a hand across wee Sarah's face and smiled at the nurse.
I'd best go.
Following John, he climbed from the carriage. Easy to walk home from here.
Good night, John.
The carriage rolled away.
Adam!
He turned and looked back. Stevenson was smiling lopsidedly at him.
Best of luck.
Chapter 39.
Where's Isabel? Why isn't she back yet?
Adam held in a sigh, meeting Nan's anxious eyes.
She can't be still yet.
It had been a difficult conversation, but he told Isabel everything Sarah said. Isabel hadn't slept. He'd heard her crying intermittently all night, and come morning she'd gone walking, not even waiting for breakfast. She'd returned midday, terse and pale, but only long enough for them to deliver their next parcel to the Edinburgh Courant. Nan had joined them, and she had as much reason to be fretful as anyone. But though Nan had settled after the delivery, Isabel had not, prowling about the house until finally she took to the hills again, trailed by the constable assigned to protect her from malice and mischance. She hadn't even returned for the delivery of the evening papers to see the results of their work.
I'm worried,
Nan said. Adam dropped a kiss on her forehead. It eased his heart, seeing Nan's courage grow as their snare drew in on Dr. Burnett. Maybe, for Isabel, it still wasn't enough. Nan sighed, prompting him to shift in his seat and draw her a little closer.
I'm sorry about your mum,
he said quietly. Nan only nodded, and when she finally spoke, she first gave a little shake.
If she's not home soon, will you fetch her?
Let's finish reading,
Adam suggested, wary of making any promises. Whatever drove Isabel was too murky for him to measure. He'd read Junius's second letter to Nan already, published in the evening edition, but like the paper 2 days ago, this one had additional commentary from the newspaper's editor.
It is time for our people and our police to earnestly consider how much confidence can be laid on these physicians. With opportunities for riches and fame riding solely on reputations for learning and discovery, and not at all on what you and I consider basic scruples and common decency, can we trust we are safe? Or do their so-called resurrection men restrict themselves to stealing the bodies of the dead? Do they think science excuses murder? Readers are invited to turn the page and examine Dr. Burnett's response, along with those from other notable doctors. While full of indignation and fury, I find them lacking in reassurance and proof. Because this writer spoke with a dozen residents of the Westport yesterday.
Adam broke off.
Please, finish.
Nan's voice was soft, her body still. Adam cleared his throat.
Spoke with a dozen residents of the Westport.
He swallowed and closed his fingers around Nan's tightly fisted hand.
Who all claim to recognise Mrs. Mary Burt's eyes.
I'm glad I did it.
She blinked twice and looked up at him.
When Isabel comes home, I'll tell her.
Adam nodded, insight chilling him. Reasons why Isabel walked and walked even in the rain. She wasn't merely struggling for her own peace. She was leaving room for Nan to find hers, with Adam the first and only one to turn to.
That will ease her mind somewhat, I'm sure.
Adam said, with more hope than confidence.
This hasn't been easy to ask of you, for either of us.
He smoothed the hair from her forehead.
You know how much I wish I'd helped you better, right from the first. I'm so sorry, Nan, and I'm very, very proud of you.
She squeezed his hand back, and with the peculiar blend of bold shyness that only belongs in childhood, brushed the tears from his cheeks.
Are you going to adopt me? She asked. Now that we know?
Absolutely.
He caught himself steadying his voice because it was on the verge of breaking.
That is, if you wish it. We can wait if you aren't ready.
She considered, brows tilting up and down, then rebalancing.
I'm ready.
An hour later, Nan was in bed, after subsiding to sleep faster than Adam had seen before, her breath deep and even, when he heard the sound of Isabel's key in the lock. She was soaked through, and though Adam had 100 rehearsed lines to say to her, he only offered a blanket, tea, and a chair by the fire.
They printed my letter again?
In 4 different papers this time,
Adam confirmed.
Not just the Courant and the Mercury.
The commentary?
Her hands were clenched.
On our side,
Adam said.
Not Burnett's.
She relaxed only a touch.
Nan confided in me,
Adam said, probing gently without questioning. His answer came in the loosening of her knitted brows.
She's happy with her choice.
He brushed at nothing on the back of his hand.
She's letting me adopt her.
I'm glad.
Isabel nodded, then leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes.
I thought of another letter while I was walking.
I might have to ask one of the constables to deliver it,
Adam said. Her eyes snapped open.
I just had a message from John Stevenson.
Adam measured her face carefully, but her expression remained inscrutable.
They've approved his search warrant.
A day later than he'd hoped, but they finally had it. Now her eyes lit up.
We're standing by you. Of course we are,
Ballingall repeated. But he'd been shifty this whole interview, glancing away from Connell, at the wallpaper, at the windows and the door. Connell pried his teeth apart.
So why are you asking me not to come?
Instead of answering, Ballingall applied his lancet, releasing a trickle of blood from Connell's left arm.
You're overwarm,
he reminded Connell.
Trifle feverish, even. You should be in bed, not gallivanting to dinners.
If Ballingall had fought half as hard as Connell had for admittance to the Aesculapian Club, he'd understand why nothing but death would stop Connell from attending tonight's dinner, even though it wasn't their usual meeting, just a gathering hosted by one of the senior members.
I'll be much better after this,
Connell insisted.
The wound has an encouraging amount of pus,
Ballingall temporised.
Bodes well for healing, but I don't think...
He changed tack as Connell drew breath.
Kelly insists on it. He says if you want to continue with the club, you must let this fracas resolve itself first.
There was a mulish set to his mouth. Connell scowled at the blood pooling in the basin.
Not too much, mind. I know my work,
Ballingall said. Again he glanced at the wall behind him. Connell followed his gaze, landing on a shelf of specimens.
Have you considered...
Considered what?
Your resurrection men, your dealers, what if they—"
Ballingall cleared his throat.
"What if they're anticipating?" "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do."
Ballingall reached into his bag and pressed a wad of gauze with unnecessary firmness to Connell's arm. Though he pressed his lips together, Connell refused to flinch.
"It could happen innocuously enough,"
Ballingall said, his cheeks reddening with every word.
"Maybe your assistants contribute, willingly or not. No one would deny that Ferguson is ambitious. He and Jones know the needs of your school, how many bodies, what sort, when you have to have them in the curriculum, and they are intimately familiar with your museum. Most of the time they lead the tours. We all deal with unsavoury types. We have to, or we'd never have any bodies at all. Suppose Ferguson let it slip that you were interested in acquiring some particular specimen or item of interest."
He set aside the gauze and wiped his forehead.
"Item?" Connell raised his brows. "You know what I mean," Ballingall muttered. "And you must have better, bolder, resurrectionists than anyone else. No one has finer specimens."
Connell fought through a wave of light-headedness and reached for his tumbler of whisky. Maybe Ballingall was offering him an out.
"You know I don't like to get too involved," he said slowly. "Of course not,"
Ballingall nodded, his forehead smoothing.
"Ferguson and Jones deal with most of that," Connell said. "Sometimes it's better." "We all understand," Ballingall said. "But just now it puts all of us in an impossible situation."
Connell took another sip from his glass, swallowing back the retort that sparked on his tongue. No one was more impressed than Ballingall by his collection. Did he think it just came to him without any effort? But then some men did have success given to them. And like Ballingall, these ones frequently fell into a dither at the first show of opposition. They didn't know the first thing about staying the course.
"I heard a rumour." "Not another one," Connell said. "Not about you," Ballingall put in hastily. "About the man you use. Brennan, I think he's called." "Not the most savoury character," Connell agreed. "Irish, isn't he?" Connell nodded. "Well..."
Ballingall turned up his hands. Connell sipped again, nodded again, more slowly.
"Not really trustworthy, of course, but it's not as if you had any choice," Ballingall said in a rush. "No," Connell agreed. "Stay home tonight," Ballingall said. "I'll tell the others how you are doing. Kelly is really quite concerned for you."
Connell resisted the urge to snort.
"And I'll come around again tomorrow to take your pulse and to tell me what happened at dinner,"
Connell said firmly. Ballingall smiled, showing too many teeth.
"Of course."
He looked around the room.
"What happened to your servants?"
Quickly correcting.
"I don't mean that awful woman who was posing as housekeeper, but—"
If he wasn't pale and short of breath from the bleeding, Connell would have flushed. Instead, he flinched, watching Ballingall catalogue the dust on the desk, tables and window ledges, and the unswept grate.
"I sent the maid to Harrogate with my mother," he said stiffly. "Ah, Would it help, hiring someone temporary? I can recommend a very competent sick nurse.
Connell snorted.
I don't need one of those.
Ballingall repacked his bag, and with one last caution to take some rest, left for the Aesculapian Club. At midnight, someone knocked on the door. Connell set down his whisky and peered through a gap in the curtains, but whoever was on the step was keeping to the shadows. Of course, that gave Connell an excellent idea who this might be. Heart sinking, he walked to the door.
"Who's there?"
he called.
Brennan.
As he'd thought.
"What do you want?"
Brennan wasn't supposed to come here. They transacted business out of the shed behind the school. If not for the matter of his mother's body, he'd never have let Brennan know the location of his house.
I've news. You want it? Brennan said.
Connell was quite sure he didn't, until Brennan added far too loudly,
"It's about the police."
With fumbling hands, Ballingall did tend to bleed patience enthusiastically, Connell unbolted the door.
"Quiet,"
he hissed, then inventing rapidly,
"You wake my servants."
It wouldn't hurt for Brennan to believe Connell wasn't entirely alone, now that Mrs. Williams had walked off the job, taking Maggie with her. As usual, Brennan was hooded, with a closely wrapped muffler concealing his face, but he unwound it when Connell brought him into the study. He, of course, seemed unmindful of the dust and sprawled into a chair with his dripping boots right where the carpet had been, before they'd moved it to fill the empty place in the drawing room.
"What news?"
Connell asked.
"Can't I have a drink first?" "I was about to go to bed,"
Connell said. Brennan rubbed his chin. He didn't have facial hair, just thick ridges of scar that, he said, tended to itch.
"Well, that plan's shot to hell then."
His mouth contorted, a cruel approximation of a smile.
"Why?"
Connell still hadn't taken a chair, and now he hesitated between the smaller armchair, Brennan had taken his, and the sideboard with the whisky decanter, glowing in the candlelight.
"Heard a rumour."
Brennan was different tonight. Although he always had a menacing edge, the deferential mien he usually adopted was gone. Connell's eyes narrowed.
"I don't generally concern myself with gossip," he said.
Brennan laughed.
"Well, good luck staying out of this one. From what I hear, there's a prosecutor just got a warrant with your name on it."
He blew on his hands, red-tipped and grimy, inadequately protected by a pair of worn fingerless gloves, and studied Connell from lashless eyes.
"A search warrant, not an arrest warrant," he added coolly. "And so far as I know, there's nothing here the police shouldn't see. Not anymore."
Connell's heart resumed beating. Brennan noticed, judging from the quick quirk of his mangle of a mouth.
"But,"
Brennan added,
"I imagine they'd be most interested to learn the whereabouts of your mother."
Connell's mouth went dry. His mother was at the school, packed in a barrel.
"I suppose I do need your services this evening,"
Connell admitted tightly.
"You do?"
Brennan folded his arms.
"My silence, too. And that, my friend, is going to be expensive."
Connell crossed to the sideboard and carefully unstoppered the decanter, smoothing his movements purposefully to hide the twitching impulses of his hands. If promised immunity,
Brennan would happily testify to anything and lead the police right to his mother's concealed body. He might even admit to moving the body of the six-fingered woman and kidnapping Thomas Tate.
I was under the impression that I paid you very well,
Connell said mildly. £62 this year already, a princely sum for a man in Brennan's class.
I think you can spare more,
Brennan said.
I want 20.
Connell gasped.
Impossible.
Brennan said nothing, just studied his fingers.
All right, maybe,
Connell admitted.
What are your terms?
I guess that depends on what your life's worth, Doctor. He'd never subdue Brennan. Not with his wound, not right after a bleeding. Connell cursed and protested, but Brennan was unmoved, even after a second glass. Finally, Connell refilled both glasses a third time and carried them back to the fire.
Independence is worth a great deal to me, Brennan. Well then.
The man took the glass and straightened in his chair.
I have 10 now. Come to the anatomy school tomorrow for the rest.
Chapter 40.
You'll wait here?
Adam asked, for the third or fourth time. I nodded, picking at my breakfast. Nan was still asleep. The warrant had come, but I was not allowed to witness the search of Burnett's house, or even to accompany him to the police station. It was infuriating, but Adam had decided. Too much depended on my statement as Janet Ross to risk anyone guessing there might be any connection between her and Isabel Tate. And, as Adam had pointed out many times, we didn't know what Burnett might say, in perfect truth, for once, if they found his mother's body. Adam believed me that it wasn't murder, but why should anyone else? I couldn't argue, but the strictures chafed.
I don't think you should walk today,
Adam said. Why not? This was the first fine day in ages, and there was little to do at Kerr's house. No piano, only a small store of books, most of them travel accounts to the Americas. For lack of anything else, Nan and I occasionally helped with the cleaning, which seemed to make Kerr acutely uncomfortable and irritated the daily woman who typically looked after things. I thought perhaps Nan and I could walk together. We needn't go for long, and we'll be back in time for your return. Which wouldn't be for some time if they found good evidence. I hated waiting when there was so much real work to do, and though I was constantly composing letters and sifting through newspapers, gauging the public response, I felt unmoored, removed from the struggle to which I'd already given everything, my hands idle and my mind spinning.
You'd take Nan?
Why wouldn't I?
I'm never quite sure if you want to,
he said, flat and forthright.
And it doesn't seem fair to ask you to look after her.
I rolled my eyes, annoyed that he seemed to think I would mind helping her with her letters or dusting the shelves of his house, when what I needed more than anything else was something to do. But his sentence didn't finish the way I expected.
When I imagine it must be painful to you.
It's not painful, I said, and stopped. The words surprised me, but it didn't hurt, spending time with Nan, especially now that Adam had settled the adoption question and was treating her like the daughter he intended her to be. Soon he'd be almost as considerate a father as mine had been. Papa had always wanted my company and kept me with him, even when perhaps he shouldn't have. He always said I wasn't to blame, that I couldn't have fallen in and out of love with John if I'd been governessing somewhere or a pupil at a young ladies' academy. I'd always told him I was stubborn, and if it hadn't been John, it would have been someone else, because 19-year-olds are bound to fall in love with someone. Papa, bless him, had never let me win that argument. "You think too much," I told Adam, but the scold was meant for myself as well. I liked Nan and wanted her happy. No need to think further than that. What's the harm in a walk? Even if I wanted to, Nan and I can't leave the house without the company of your constable. I hear someone smashed a window in Surgeon Square, Adam said quietly. And Emily told me on Sunday the vicar's chosen text was, "Thou shalt not kill." Fellow went on about the sanctity of the body as the temple of the soul for 29 minutes. I didn't know Emily well, but she'd already made her opinions clear about brevity at church. I could just imagine her counting the minutes, as she must have done to end with a figure like 29. Stifling a laugh, I choked on a mouthful of porridge, coughing over my bowl until Adam passed me my cup of tea. A large swallow cleared my throat. "Was the sermon well received?" I asked. My heart was racing. Though it was funny to think of Emily fidgeting impatiently in her pew, the congregation's reaction mattered. It mattered very much. Adam cleared his throat. "She said there was a lot of hear, hear. By the end, she said it felt more like a rally than a Sabbath meeting." I stirred my spoon through the porridge. "I'll be easier when Burnett's in jail and we've pulled this thing off," Adam said. So'd I. At least I'd always thought so, and there was little point in anticipating it before it happened. I'd had too many disappointments. "Not this time," I promised. Adam had stepped away, perhaps sensing me drifting from him again, deeper into my thoughts. I surfaced just as he was shoving his arms into his coat. "Detective Kerr?" "I wish you'd call me Adam." I did, in my head, but there was no need for him to know that. I licked my lips. "You'll look for it today? Thomas's heart? It's small, about the size of his fist, smaller than Nan's. I'll bring it back for you," he promised. I nodded, dropping my eyes to the bowl on the table. "You might visit my stepmother again," he suggested. "Play the pianoforte. This is a difficult time for you." I nodded. "That's a good idea, and it gives us a short walk at least." He didn't roll his eyes with exasperation, as I expected. He just grinned and shook his head, conceding. "A short one is probably all right, and my stepmother would love to hear you play again." We'd visit, I decided, and afterward Nan and I would take a walk into Surgeon Square. It was short, after all, only a mile. I wanted to see that broken window. Chapter 41. "Watch yourself!" Connell spat, and the sandy-haired constable who'd lumbered into him, trying to return the sofa to the place where it belonged, shied away.
"I'm sorry, Doctor."
Connell knew he was overreacting, but the man's innocuous nudge had turned the world white with pain. After last night's bleeding, physical and financial, he'd slept poorly. "Don't touch that," Connell said as Kerr, that bad penny, leaned toward an incredibly delicate natural skeleton. A juvenile specimen, perhaps 3 years old, in beautiful condition, and— "You're far too close," Connell snapped. "I'm holding you responsible for any damage." Kerr snorted, but his hand drew back. "Where did that one come from?" The prosecutor, a man named John Stevenson, demanded. Connell had dined at Stevenson's house, but today the man had refused to shake his hand, and when Connell mentioned the party given by Mrs. Stevenson, The prosecutor looked away with such cutting swiftness Connell hadn't dared offer regards to his former hostess.
"The natural skeleton? I inherited that one," Connell said. "From my former partner, Dr. Barclay. He didn't keep records of his acquisitions. People trusted him."
"You see," Kerr muttered to Stevenson.
"No accountability. The whole profession is in on it."
Connell prepared to launch a stinging retort, but Stevenson sent him a look that would have made him step back if his throbbing leg had allowed it. Instead, Connell extracted a handkerchief and dabbed it against his forehead.
"Who's your dealer?" Stevenson snapped. "If you buy these instead of taking them, who sells them to you?"
Connell spread his hands.
"My assistants look after most transactions. I'm afraid my lecturing schedule doesn't permit."
"I'd like to speak to those gentlemen,"
Stevenson said.
"They're both working, I'm afraid. Like I should be," Connell said.
"You don't look well," Stevenson said.
Connell flushed. "Actually, I am under a doctor's care. This persecution isn't healthy for me. I'm trying to be helpful, but I really don't know what you expect to find."
"Really?" Kerr raised his eyebrows and stuffed his hands into his pockets. "What happened to the old rug, for starters? You used to have one with more blue." Connell dabbed at his forehead again. He really needed to lie down, just for a quarter of an hour.
"There was an accident with a candle."
"Should you be out of bed, Doctor?" Kerr asked.
"No," Connell retorted. "But I have you and your hoard in my house, unannounced. I have an injury to my leg. My cook has resigned."
Stevenson's eyebrows shot up.
Has she? Why's that?
"I don't know. Doubtless some argument with my mother."
He broke off to glare at Stevenson because now he was prodding the natural skeleton with his forefinger. "Who also is missing," Kerr informed the prosecutor.
"She isn't missing," Connell said. "Mother's gone to Harrogate."
Kerr's brows lifted, only a fraction, but with such scepticism Connell felt the hairs raising on his arms. There was no way this detective could know.
"Harrogate? Is that so?"
Kerr asked, whipping out a notepad and pencil. "When did she go there?" Connell's right palm began to itch. He stuffed his hand into his jacket pocket.
"A fortnight ago? I haven't been counting the days exactly."
Now Stevenson was moving jars, peering at the back of the shelf.
"I'd like her address, please."
Kerr blinked about as often as a reptile, and his scrutiny was just as unsettling.
"Surely that's unnecessary," Connell said,
as out of breath as if he were losing to the detective in a foot race.
"She's unwell. She's taking a cure."
"All the more reason. You'll be relieved, I know, to have someone look in on her, busy as you are." There had to be a way out of this, but his burning leg and clammy skin usurped too much thought for him to find it. His mother might have died or moved to a different hotel. There were plenty of possibilities, but for now he was stuck, afraid of trapping himself further. Connell spat out an address, promising himself he'd think of a solution later, when he had time to plan it out.
"Are you finished here? I'm expected in Surgeon Square."
Stevenson consulted his list, making Connell balance on his raw leg for a few seconds longer.
"I wouldn't say finished, Doctor, but we are done for now. You may complete your business at Surgeon Square, but you may not leave town."
A syringe full of morphia eased his leg, even if it did little to clear his head, so he could cut a way through this thorny problem. Kerr knew more than he was telling. Had constables broken into the academy? Had his mother's body already been found? Connell couldn't gauge the closeness of the surrounding dangers or count how many. The point, he told himself, is that there's room to fight. He just had to be clever in choosing how, same as before. He must make sure the cellar beneath the laboratory floor was secure. He must make sure Ferguson and Jones were blamed for everything found there. He hailed a hackney carriage and settled himself in for the short ride to Surgeon Square, keeping the window shades drawn because the noise outside was louder than usual. When the carriage stopped unexpectedly before the last turn, he raised the blind and discovered why. The square was full, but not with students arriving for his afternoon lecture.
"Sir," the coachman called back hesitantly, "do you wish to turn around?"
Connell's first thought was that it was lucky the man hadn't called him doctor. Then he remembered this driver knew him well. The omission was intentional. He opened the door and leaned out, just as the rumbling clarified into a unified shout. "Burnett! Burnett!"
"Turn around,"
Connell said. Children hurled clods of mud at the students trying to pass. Women shook fists, and in the centre of the square was a straw-stuffed effigy, slumped over a growing pile of scrap wood and torn books. Someone, Ferguson, the porter, had boarded his ground and first-floor windows so they matched the other blindfolded facades fronting the square. As he watched, the crowd shoved a young student from their disorderly ranks. The man sprawled to the pavement, crying out, his books and bag flying. "Murderer!" The student, hat gone, front dirtied, scrambled to his feet. He had spectacles and a weedy moustache, features Connell knew. Jones. "Burn it!" The crowd howled again. Jones started for his bag, then, eyeing his attackers, abandoned it on the cobbles to wheel and run.
"Turn around,"
Connell said again, his voice hoarse.
"I can't without going forward," the driver said. "We have to go forward at least another 20 yards to make the turn."
Even with the blinds closed, it wouldn't be hard to guess who was coming if the carriage ventured that far into the press.
"I can back the horse," the driver said, "but I'll have to get down."
And it would take several minutes, in which they'd be practically motionless here on the edge of the square.
"I'll get out. I'll walk from here,"
Connell said. He could let himself inside through the gate and back.
"Be careful, sir."
Connell edged out the door farthest away from the trouble, swearing as his foot landed on the pavement. Lowering his hat, he edged away from the hackney, fist tight on the handle of his bag. Just another doctor making a discreet exit. "Burnett! Burnett!" He glanced over his shoulder at the limp straw figure with his name painted across the tattered shirt front in blood-red letters, an inexplicable chill running down his back. Tonight was All Hallows' Eve. He'd forgotten. He forced the tension from his muscles, exercising it with a long, slow breath. Because of All Hallows, the police might stand aside so the mob could scream and sing and spend their rage with the bonfire. Bonfires were traditional, after all. But constables would ring the square, probably in the next hour, so no more students were accosted. Tomorrow at the latest, they would clear this mess away. There'd been demonstrations against doctors caught stealing bodies before, and every time the storm had passed. He needn't think this one would be any different, just because it was directed at him, just because of a date and the superstitions his mother believed in. He straightened his shoulders, adjusting course for the offshoot alley that would conduct him safely to his laboratory, and then he glimpsed a familiar profile out of the corner of his eye. like a puppet on a string, his head jerked sideways. It was her, the Ross Tate woman, a little way off from the crowd, watching a knot of adolescent boys tear apart Jones's books. A young girl stood beside her, holding her hand. This was all that woman's fault. She gestured across the square, and at the same moment a rock sailed through the air, right into his second-story window. The pane cracked, and a cheer trumpeted from the crowd. Ice spread up his spine. Had she directed the stone? Impossible. But then he remembered her, panting and clutching a bloody meat fork. His eyes narrowed. "I know your secrets," she'd said. "They're ghosts, tell me." This was all her fault. He dabbed at the sweat on his forehead and suppressed a shiver. Witch. He thought of his mother and the mutterings he'd long dismissed as superstition. He'd been wrong, and now she was dead, and he was on the back foot, wounded and hounded by police. His problems wouldn't be resolved with mere strategy. He glanced at the pile of wood and dismembered books and nodded. It was the same in every story, he thought, limping and bracing himself with a feverish hand on a soot-stained wall. Nearly stumbling, he righted himself with a moan and hobbled from the square. Once, law had decreed it, but he didn't need legislation to tell him what needed to be done. It was written in the Bible. "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." He needed to kill Isabel Tate. Chapter 42. I held Nan's hand tighter on the walk home, inexplicably uneasy. The tumult in the square was a wonder, a miracle I'd fought for but never seen foretold in the stars. Chills chased up and down my spine. After bearing my anger alone, it was dizzying to swim among a crowd carried by the same current. Maybe I was just shaken. I glanced over my shoulder, earning a tolerant smile from Constable Gilmore, 2 paces behind. He'd been guarding us all day, and it had only taken a little cajoling to persuade him to allow us to walk to the edge, only the edge, mind, of Surgeon's Square.
"I wish we could see the bonfire," Nan said.
It would be a sight, but by nightfall the afternoon's disorderly, defiant throng might be a riot. Adam would never permit her to go. I wouldn't either. The mood was dangerous, as if someone, me really, had untied the bag holding all the fiercest winds and loosed them into the square. I couldn't see what might come of this storm.
"I've been to bonfires before,"
Nan reminded me, reading some of my thoughts from my face. "Not like this one. You and I have to stay in tonight."
"My mum used to let me go guysing," she said.
It was All Hallows Eve, but mask or no, Nan wasn't venturing out tonight. "You and I can make neat lanterns and put them in the windows," I said appeasingly, recalling the basket of root vegetables in Adam's cellar. She brightened at that. I glanced back but saw only ordinary people in ordinary hats and coats. No ghouls, no monsters. "Hungry?" I asked Nan, and she nodded, as always, and hopped over a cracked paving stone.
"Bread and cheese and apples?"
she suggested. I nodded. Constable Gilmore could eat with us. We'd bring out the toasting forks. The house was in sight, glowing in the afternoon sun, but I reached into my sleeve, reassuring myself that my handkerchief charm was still there. Waiting for Adam to return home was a trial of patience and nerve. Nan and I carved our vegetable lanterns, played spillikins and sewed, while I tried not to jump at every unexpected sound. Constable Gilmore departed, replaced by the older, grey-whiskered Sergeant Cathcart. Nan would have been happy with nothing but apples for supper, but out of consideration for her stomach, I insisted she work at eating a bowl of soup and tried to set an example myself. Mostly I just stirred it around. By now Cathcart was lost in his book, and until Adam returned, I wouldn't have today's newspapers. A dozen times I resolved to walk out and buy even one, but when it came down to it, I was too rattled to even consider sending Cathcart. The light outside had been golden over an hour ago. Now the sky was an indigo bruise and night was falling. And I didn't know, on this night of guising and bonfires, what the anger I'd stirred up might do. My heart lurched in my chest when Adam appeared behind Nan in the kitchen without any warning sound. "I didn't hear you," I said, explaining the hand that had flown involuntarily to my throat.
"Sorry."
His tired eyes matched the wilting points of his shirt collar. He bent to kiss Nan's head, then poured tea into a cup and himself into a chair. "What happened?" I'd thought of two things today: the simmering crowd in Surgeon Square and Adam's search. He'd been gone so long, he must have news of both.
"I couldn't find the heart," he said heavily. "And there was nothing traceable remaining in his collection. But he's changed the rug in the salon, and he's lying about his mother. He says she's in Harrogate. It will take a little time, but we'll disprove that soon enough."
More time? When the poor on whom he'd preyed were shouting for his effigy to be burned in Surgeon Square? Knocking down his students and tearing up their books couldn't satisfy them for long. Soon they'd be lighting their bonfire and beating anyone foolish enough to be caught walking about. I glanced at the window, assessing the sky.
"If you won't be needing me, I'd like to return home, sir," Cathcart said.
Adam nodded. Cathcart tucked his book under his arm, laid his hat on his head, and went out. "Hungry?" Nan asked. I hid a smile. She liked to copy me. A pity, really. Most men wouldn't be impressed by a curt offer of soup and apples or bread and cheese. But Adam smiled and reached for a toasting fork, and Nan bustled to dish up a bowl from the pot on the fire. I shifted in my chair, trying to adjust the lump, warm and uncomfortably heavy, that solidified in my stomach whenever I watched the two of them. Adam's bundle of newspapers lay next to the tea tray. I picked up the one on top and tried scanning the lines. Daddy-la. I frowned, glanced right, and gave my head an imperceptible shake, focusing on a smudge through a line of dark print. Daddy-la. I lowered the page.
"He's got wicked eyebrows,"
Adam said, grinning at the neat lantern Nan was showing him. "Look at Isabel's." Nan held up a turnip head with appallingly jagged teeth. I wasn't clever with a knife. He laughed.
"It's dark enough to put in the rushlights. Shall we?"
Nan seized her chance.
"May I go guising? You could take—"
"Do you hear that?" I interrupted, but the pulse died before their voices stopped. "Listen," I urged. Silence and a pop from the fire like the firing of a gun. Nan jumped, then relaxed into a laugh. Adam gave me a look and a barely discernible shake of his head, warning me away from ghost stories. "I'm not—" I began, just as the beat sounded again. It was different, heavier, not so much a thud as a series of clunks, lacking the blur of the usual shushing. My eyes followed the noise, right to the kitchen door. "Don't you—" Daddy-la. Something was tapping against the panels. Adam silenced me with a raised hand and sprang to his feet. Nan dropped the turnip lantern, sending it rolling across the stone floor. They heard it too. I lunged for the door, my skin burning. "Hide!" I gasped. They couldn't. I couldn't let them face this danger, even if I had no time to guess what it might be. I clutched the bolt, but before I could slide it home, Adam pushed me aside. "Stay back," he ordered, and braced himself against the door, firelight gleaming off the wide wicked blade clutched in his fist. Daddy-la. Adam threw open the door and vanished into the dark. I couldn't see anything in the back garden, but a thud reached my ears, some scuffling. As I seized a candle and threw myself outside, a shot rang through the room. I staggered, and the light winked out. Not me. I was breathing. I wasn't hurt. "Papa!" Nan scrambled over me, clawing and tearing in her haste. "Wait!" The monster was outside, and though a pistol held only one shot, suppose he had another? I darted after her, blind in the night. "Nan!" Then I stumbled on a prone body, landing on the ground so hard I lost my breath. I squeezed my eyes shut, gasping insufficient sips of air, nowhere near enough to restart my lungs. Above the rib-cracking wheezes shaking apart my chest, I heard a moan. The body beside me was Adam. My lungs eased as I pushed onto all fours and crawled to him, patting his arms and chest. "Careful," he gasped. "My leg. I'll be fine. You have to go back in the house." It was too dark to see, and now I didn't dare touch. "You're shot. I can't—" "Isabel." He pushed himself up on his elbows. "That tapping. He's hunting you. Get back inside." A high scream answered him instead of me, coming farther away from the door. "Nan!" But this shout was Adam's. I was breathless again, reeling from an invisible blow. A curse, a grunt, but no more screaming. He had her. I surged to my feet. I could make out shapes now, deeper wells of shadow and motion several yards from me, a hunchbacked form disappearing out the gate. It would take only a minute to smother her, so I had less time than that to catch him. "Call for help," I told Adam, praying he wasn't bleeding fast. "I'm going after her." Chapter 43. Hold still. The girl writhed in Connell's arms, even with his hand clamped to her mouth. He shook her with neck-snapping force and limped to the end of the road, where his hackney carriage was waiting, and bundled her inside. Gritting his teeth, he levered himself in after her, shouting commands at the driver. The carriage lurched into motion spasmodically, as if it too was intent on disobeying him, and the girl squirmed free and bit his hand. Connell jerked away, sending another lightning bolt of pain from his leg to his head. Bracing himself on the ceiling, Connell swung out a fist, knocking her back onto the seat, away from the door. The child whimpered. No time to waste. As soon as he'd grasped her, he'd known this wasn't the witch woman, Isabel Tate. But he'd seen her holding the girl's hand. She'd emerged to the sound of his tapping, the beat of her dead son's heart. She'd come after this child too. He'd be ready for her, but for now he needed to quiet this one. He only had so many punches. He dropped his good knee onto her chest and fumbled in the dark for his bag. Just as his hand closed on the syringe, the carriage turned, forcing him off balance. He groaned aloud as weight shifted onto his wounded leg. "Try not to pitch me into the street!" Connell shouted angrily.
You said to hurry,
the driver called back. There it was, the steel syringe, filled with another dose of morphine to dull his pain. Connell slipped his fingers into the rings and his thumb on the plunger. In his current state, after lugging her down the street, he couldn't overpower her much longer.
Keep still.
He wrenched up her skirts, exposing a white swathe of thigh, and jammed in the needle. As if in protest, his leg quivered, another wave of pain overpowering her high scream.
Don't stop!
Connell shouted at the driver, who must have heard him because they kept rolling forward. He yanked out the syringe, shook it once, stuck it through his trouser leg, and pressed the plunger the rest of the way home, eyes closing with relief. Long breaths. He tossed the syringe into his bag, where it landed with a clink. The girl wasn't screaming. Connell peered at her. It should have taken longer for the morphine to take effect. He'd been ready, now that the edge of his pain was blunted, to stop her nose and mouth. He watched while lights passed outside them, too worn and shaken to bother taking a pulse or counting her breaths. She was quiet. She wasn't going anywhere. Connell let himself slump into the opposite seat. Chapter 44. I raced through the gate and remembered Adam's knife, lying somewhere in the dark. My stomach twisted, but I didn't slow down or turn back. I ran down the road, hands empty. At the bottom of the road, the lumbering shadow hailed a hackney carriage. I sprinted forward, shouting, but though the driver turned his head in my direction before he started his horses, he immediately slapped the reins, urging the beasts faster, and drove around the corner without looking back. "Please don't let him kill her," I begged, and ran on, my shadow swinging past me every time I dashed through the glow of a street lamp. In spite of my pumping arms and pounding feet, my pace was much too slow, the carriage pulling farther and farther away. I'd have to take a chance. Veering right, I dashed into the nearest close and up the steep stairs, a direct route not open to carriages. I'd not seen the attacker, but I knew it was Burnett. Who else would tap that exact cadence to lure me into the dark? And where would he go but south, to his home or to Surgeon Square? A gamble, and not one I could afford to lose. Pain ripped through my lungs, but I took the steps two at a time, pushing myself faster. I collided with a square set of shoulders, bursting from the close onto the mile, but pushed free and ran on without a word, curses trailing behind me. Gangs of masked and hooded children wove along the street. I shouted for them to clear the way, but most only jeered at me, brandishing lanterns with evil faces. And there were others about, full-grown men and women carrying torches, wearing masks. Their flames glowed gold against the grey stone. One called for me to join them, but I swerved and kept running. The road slanted downward now, and the wind was at my back, pushing seaward from high above the castle. My feet felt like they were flying. As I drew near South Bridge, I glanced right at the southbound carriages. There, that driver, the one with hunched shoulders, a green muffler and a dented hat. I was ahead of them, barely, but if I kept running, I'd be close by the time they reached Surgeon Square. Except Nan had been in Burnett's hands for too long already. I sobbed, drawing a startled gaze from a fiddler on the pavement. Something brushed against my neck, but it didn't feel like my hair whipping about my shoulders. I glanced back and saw nothing, but between my frantic footfalls, I thought I heard pounding from other feet, a light skip, a heavy trot, and the easy stride of a born runner. Once this would have frightened me. "Come with me," I begged. There were ghosts and demons abroad tonight, and I feared that alone I wouldn't be able to stop him. The hackney pulled ahead, but this time panic didn't close my throat. I followed as fast as I could, even when I lost sight of them a few blocks from the square. I'd have run straight into it, but the way was blocked by a line of constables. Behind the barricade of their shoulders, the square was filled with people, visible only as black and amber outlines against a giant bonfire, shooting 1,000 sparks into the sky. I smelled smoke and liquor, and the footsteps in my ears faded beneath shouts and songs with "Burn it! Burn it!" chanted loudest of all. "Get back!" the nearest constable snarled. "I've business here," I said, and ducked under his outstretched arms. A club whizzed by my head, fluttering my hair. I ran as far as I could into the surging crowd surrounding the fire, jostled this way and that, until I lost the way forward and my stomach fell into my shoes. There was no way Burnett could have driven into this. Should I have run to his house? Prayers were such slender things. I'd relied on them to keep Nan alive so long already that the thought of fighting my way out of the square and running another 1/4 mile extinguished all my hopes. "Have you seen him?" I said to the man nearest me. He turned, so I repeated the question in a shout.
"Too much of a coward," he said, shaking his head. "Look!" His companion, freckled with a crooked nose, seized his arm. The dummy, twice the size of Burnett, was almost on top of us, swimming on the raised arms of the crowd. "They didn't burn it yet?" "Any minute now," the freckled man shouted in my ear. "Waiting until midnight. Don't be afraid." My lip curled scornfully. "I'm not here for children's games. I'm here to catch a monster. Burnett's taken another child, a little girl." I nodded at the building. "You didn't see him?" They shook their heads, eyes wide. The dummy passed over us, nearly dropping, since none of us raised our arms. "Another child?" the woman beside me asked, clutching a young boy close. I nodded, fixing my eyes on the lower windows armoured by heavy planks. Above them, though, I could see the broken windows, 3 stories up, much too high to climb. They were all dark. "A minute or so passed. I thought I saw a light inside," the woman ventured. My arms stiffened. He was here. "I'm going after her," I shouted, but my words couldn't have reached more than 5 sets of ears. "Will you help me inside?" A gust swirled around me, tossing my skirts and scurrying on icy feet up the back of my neck. "How? Everything's boarded up," the woman said. If 2 of us were lifted onto the portico, over the iron railing, the second person could lift me to the next floor, using the ornamental ledge if he were strong enough. "Please, there's no time." The woman edged away, but the 2 men must have had more to drink, because they didn't turn away. "He took my son's heart," I said desperately. "We have to stop him." I wished they were as eager as my ghosts. Another man, tall and unshaven, wearing a spotted neckerchief, shook his head. "You can?" "I can." I smiled without opening my lips. "Burnett doesn't know I'm a witch." No way to know if they'd believe me, or if they considered themselves superstitious. But I knew that tonight, with the fire burning, the crowd calling for blood, and tales of murder and stolen bones abounding, anyone would be tempted. They glanced at each other. I raised my fist to the sky and opened my hand, and in exactly the same instant, the passing cloud blew away from the moon, washing us in blue light that froze me to my bones. It lasted only seconds.
With renewed shouts, someone touched a torch to the dry straw body on top of the bonfire. Bright flames streaked into the sky, but no one circled around me heeded them. I laughed, because against all odds, I'd shown them something, and now their eyes were fastened on me. "I'll stop him," I promised. "I'll save this child." The freckled man nodded, and the three began shouldering away from the fire, nearer to the mud-splattered walls. I caught hold of one man's shirt so I wouldn't be torn away by the crowd. "Quickly," I urged. We reached the railing. "Lift me up first. Then I'll need someone else to come up and hoist me to the upper windows."
"It's too high,"
the man with the neckerchief said. "Do you want her to die?" I countered. The wind swelled, showering us with sparks from the fire, blinding me briefly with my own hair.
"The constables will see you," another warned, "as soon as we lift you up."
"By the time they reach here, I'll be inside. You can slip back into the crowd." It might work if we did it in under a minute. The constables were sensible men who'd run around the edge of the square instead of fighting through this crowd. I crossed my heart. "Get me inside. If I can't finish Burnett, I'll send him out to you." "Burnett! Burnett!" the crowd shrieked.
"All right," the first man said. "We'll be watching."
"Be quick." The freckled man knelt down, cupping his hands. "We'll have to toss you." I swallowed, but stepped onto his and his friend's hands, balancing myself with a hand on each of their shoulders. "Ready?" I wasn't. They hurled me up anyway, screeching like a hawk. Windmilling through the air, I had barely enough time to throw out my arms and grab the railing before I crashed into the wall. My face stung, and my lungs had no air, but my hands held tight. "Use your feet," someone shouted. "Push up from the wall." "Help me!" I was too far up for any assistance from below, but the wind pressed me as my feet scrabbled against the stone, and I heaved onto the balcony, landing in a trembling heap. "Hurry!" I picked myself up. My arms were as useful as frayed ribbons, and blood ran from my scratched face. If I couldn't help one of the men up and over... Look. I leaned closer. One of the boards hadn't been nailed to the window frame. I didn't stop to think if this was intentional or oversight. I tugged and discovered it was nailed, just only on one side. I leaned over the railing. "Loose board! I can get inside! Keep watch!" Then I turned away, ignoring their protests. I pried the board free, kicked away the pain beneath it, and groped for the window catch. It took 2 tries to slip the latch, and more attempts than that to slide up the sash until there was room enough to wriggle through. My clothes caught and tore, my skin too, but I squeezed out my breath and inched forward until my shoulders were clear, then my chest. I had a bad moment, imagining myself stuck, but before I went mad with panic, I kicked the rest of the way inside. Even with the broken window, the noise from the square was muted by the thick stone walls of the school and the thudding of blood in my ears. I checked each door, peering into the lecture theatre, the stairwell, the cloakroom off the ground floor corridor, but all were lifeless and empty. Then I heard the clink of glass. My head spun automatically. The laboratory door was open, with a weak glow spilling into the hall. I stepped inside, stopped. A cry tore from my throat because Nan lay in an untidy bundle on the floor, pale as wax. And 2 yards in front of her, emerging from an underground cellar, was Dr. Burnett, clutching a jar. Though his hands obscured the specimen inside, the thud in my ears swerved to a different tempo. It had to be Thomas's heart.
Stay there, he commanded.
No. My skin prickled, the hair on my arms on end, and though his cool lizard's gaze tried to root me to the floor, I stepped forward once, twice, like I was fighting a heavy wind. No, I said it again, as if the word were a charm that could bring life and breath and colour back to the girl crumpled behind him. As if it could rewind the clock through autumns and summers and springs, to one where Thomas fell asleep beside me and walked holding my hand. Burnett fumbled with the jar, freeing one hand. Something gleamed between his fingers. That heart doesn't belong to you, I said, taking another step.
I'll give it to you. For a price, Mrs. Tate.
His hair stuck in clumps to his forehead. His cheeks had a high flush, like the one I remembered from Thomas's fever. The glittering thing in his hand, a scalpel, quivered. You're still limping, I said stupidly.
Putrefaction, from you and that blasted fork, he said bitterly. I hope it hurts.
His fist tightened on the scalpel as, eyes on me, he set down the jar on the nearby work table, slightly behind him.
I'll trade it to you, for your blood, for another piece of flesh.
His eyes shone in the lamplight. Maybe I could have done something, but my hands were empty. I reached anyway, but nothing happened. There were no whispers, no icy touches, no lashings of air. The room was still, silent, and the jar stayed right where it was. Burnett laughed.
I'm going to kill you, he said. End what's left of your power. You'll never—
I accept, I said. He could have my blood. He could have my heart too, but I didn't have to listen. His glassy eyes and burning cheeks and sweat-damp hair told me the truth. Burnett was dying. I'd already won. I wished I could have saved Nan. Adam would find me here with her. I wouldn't have to tell him, and Burnett wouldn't live long enough for the law to hang him. That would trouble Adam, but not me. Death from my hands was better. I hadn't even had to conjure any magic. I'll pay, I said, face hardening. Give me the heart. Victory, with Thomas's heart in my hands. Burnett held out the knife, mouth flexing in a wolf's wide grin.
Come closer.
Da-dee-la. I took one step, then another, to bring my son and me back together. Burnett lunged for my stomach and screamed as the blade turned, tearing the cloth of my dress and slicing the side of his hand. I'd forgotten about the busk tucked into my borrowed stays beneath my borrowed dress. Be quick. I shoved hard, forcing him back, stealing half a second to seize the jar. He recovered faster than I anticipated, slashing my arm, releasing a spout of blood into his face. The jar fell and shattered around my son's heart, exploding into shards. I fumbled at my bleeding arm, trying to stop the blood spurting through my fingers. The room tilted, and I lowered myself to the floor. Above me, Burnett mopped blood from his eyes. He must have dropped the knife, but I couldn't see it, and I didn't dare let go of my wound. My head swam, and my nostrils filled with the smell of iron.
The radial artery, Burnett said with a satisfied nod at my blood-soaked arm. You'll be dead in 2 minutes.
He stooped to pick up the heart. I kicked out at him, a feeble gesture, but he straightened and backed away.
I suppose you paid for it?
He smirked.
Grab it, if you can. Good night, Mrs. Tate.
I heard him go, watching crimson spill from my hand, staining my skirts, sleeves and cuffs, but not, oddly, a tiny corner of white on my right wrist. The handkerchief. I blinked hazily. The charm had failed. I'd earned revenge, but not protection. Nan was dead, and I would follow her, because no matter how I squeezed, blood pulsed out of me. Hush, hush, hush. Connell stumbled down the hallway, wiping her blood from his face. By now the witch was breathing her last. What a pity he'd had to split his dose of morphine. He hadn't saved nearly enough and could scarcely think for the throbbing. Leaning against the walls, he slipped through the open back door, past the ice house into the alley that would take him safely away, if he could walk that far. The way was shorter if he just skirted the edge of the square. No one would notice him, not in such a crowd, not in the excitement of the bonfires. Connell turned up his collar. He didn't know what had become of his hat. So painful was his forward shuffle, he didn't immediately notice the big, freckled man.
Oi, you!
A wide hand clamped down on his shoulder.
Do you just come from there?
His head jerked at the boarded building behind them. Connell's words died on his tongue. There were 3 of them, hulking men with bulging forearms and heavy scowls.
What you do to that lassie, then? The witch!
The barricade of shoulders drew closer. Through the cracking of the fire filling his ears, Connell realised he must have spoken his thought aloud.
Aye, her for starters, but she said there was a wee one you had with you. No, I only meant, are you that doctor, then?
This from the fellow with a neckerchief.
No, I'm just...
Connell backed, looked sideways, but they hemmed him in, and more were joining them, studying him with frowns and curious stares and moving inexorably closer. Nothing would escape from here, except the sparks streaking into the sky.
It's him. Has to be,
the freckled man said.
I'm not. My name is Ross,
Connell shouted, but this assertion quailed under a familiar, guttural laugh.
Don't be fooled, men. It's Connell Burnett, all right.
The wall parted, admitting a man in a low hat and heavy coat. His face was half hidden by a brown scarf.
You know him?
The man in the neckerchief demanded.
I do.
Gloved hands slid from Owen Brennan's pockets, trailing a length of dark rope.
I know Dr. Connell Burnett right well.
Hush, hush, hush.
I blinked. I couldn't see Nan anymore. I couldn't see Thomas.
Tie up your arm.
My brain screamed at me through numbing fog. The charm. Lizzie's handkerchief. I let go of the wound, releasing a jet of blood. Clumsily, I tugged the handkerchief free with my blood-soaked hand, taking one corner between my teeth and wrapping it around my arm, looping it under, drawing it tight, then even tighter. The blood stopped spurting, slowing to a trickle. I fell back as the room darkened around me, my breaths fast and shallow. My hand went to the wound, pressing hard. I swallowed, blinked. Maybe not yet, Thomas. I lay still, Maybe if I didn't move an eyelash, my body could knit itself together. But of course I had to blink. I couldn't fight the impulse down, though each fall of my eyelids seemed impossibly heavy. I began to shiver and couldn't stop that either, but the room seemed brighter. Maybe I really was dying. I turned my head, searching for the heart. It was there, sparkling on the floor beside me, pulsing gently. It must have closed itself when the jar broke, hiding the injured valve inside. Even the cut that had laid it open was no longer visible. I didn't dare touch it, but the sight drew warm tears from my eyes. The haze around me cleared. It became easier to focus, and though my eyes only wanted the heart beside me, there was something behind it, something round and silver on the floor, teasing me with its unfamiliar shape. Finally, I let my eyes drift to it, in a place farther away. I squinted, trying to make sense of a silver cylinder, a sharp needle, 2 rings, and a metal plunger. There was a word for this, but it took an age before I thought of a syringe, and longer again before I guessed what this meant. My throat burned. I looked back at the heart, still sparkling, now still. I must have imagined it beating. Morphia solution could be injected by a syringe. Even in a swirl of lightheadedness, my thoughts were quickening. But I was afraid to decide what a syringe that might hold morphia could mean. Anyway, I was dying. I couldn't drag myself across this floor. I'd roll onto Burnett's knife or cut myself again on the bits of glass. Maybe she's still breathing. In spite of the hazards, I rolled, expecting to fail or flop like a fish, but it wasn't half as hard as I was expecting. Hand on my arm, I heaved myself up and began scooting across the floor, closer to the blue heap of Nan's dress and the tangle of her hair. A loose strand of hair swayed back and forth in front of her parted lips. I started to cry. Chapter 45.
Isabel.
It was Adam. I knew before I blinked my eyes clear.
Don't move, he said. I've brought a doctor.
Nan?
Yes, her first. I'm to keep watch over you for the time being.
I turned my head sideways, wishing it didn't bob like a too big flower on a too thin stalk. My stomach flipped once, then settled.
Not a doctor. He's a surgeon.
I knew the hands carefully turning Nan, and the balding head bent to her chest above the stethoscope.
Slow but steady, he said. Regular.
I sighed.
Good evening, Mr. Craig.
He bandaged me up, fearing for my life and my arm, debating when and whether to cut off my makeshift tourniquet.
Your father would never forgive me if I make it impossible for you to play again, he said, blinking, his voice rough. But I've got to keep you with us yet.
Please do,
I said. At last Mr. Craig said we could be moved. My arm was white with bandages, and Nan was wrapped inside Adam's coat. Mr. Craig wanted her at home, next to a large fire, with hot broth ready as soon as she stirred. Adam carefully picked the glass off Thomas's heart and wrapped it in more of Mr. Craig's bandages.
Your leg?
I asked him. His bandages were smaller than mine and not nearly as clean. Nan's and my fault, I supposed. He was using a stick.
It'll be fine, he said.
It might turn putrid,
I said, biting my lip. "A clean wound, but I'll check it every day," Mr. Craig promised. One of the constables picked me up and carried me into the hall. Mr. Craig brought Nan, her head cradled on his shoulder. Adam limped along behind us.
"Don't worry, there's a carriage,"
Adam murmured. I frowned. What about the bonfire? The scores of shouting people? It was quiet outside, though I smelled smoke. Adam's lips tightened.
"I recommend you close your eyes."
Of course I didn't. I actually managed to lift my head and look around the square. There were constables everywhere, and most of the people had fled. The fire burned sulkily beneath the glares of the fire brigade, a third the size it had been before. They weren't trying to put it out, but I noticed they had a great many pails of sand.
"We mustered all the constables,"
Adam said.
"but it took time to subdue the crowd."
Why? Then I saw it, dangling like a discarded cloak from the nearest street lamp. There was a cloak, but also hands and arms and a pair of costly shoes. I couldn't recognize the face, it was too dark and discoloured, but the shoes I knew. I'd seen Maggie polish them so many times. The body, beaten and strung up in the street, had once been Dr. Connell Burnett. What happened? I asked.
"I don't think he was in his right mind,"
Adam said.
"They say he walked right into the square. Some men were waiting. The story goes that he told them not to worry, that he'd killed the witch. They started beating him, saying that they'd better kill the devil then too."
His lips pressed together.
"When we arrived, it was too late. They'd already strung him up."
"Don't upset her," Dr. Craig said. "I told you it's touch and go." "I'm not—" I stopped trying to shake my head because the movement hurt. I swallowed. "A witch? What a strange story." Adam shrugged.
"I've heard stranger."
He got what he deserved. "That's enough for now," Mr. Craig said. "I don't want her spending her strength talking. She'll turn delirious." So Adam pinched his lips together again, and the constable set me inside the carriage. The jostling hurt a little, and I closed my eyes. The fever hadn't killed Burnett after all, but this seemed just. I wasn't the only one with a score against him. Maybe there'd been others like me in the square. "Will anyone be charged with killing Burnett?" I asked, earning a dark look from Mr. Craig. Adam gave a tight smile.
"One. I saw him when we arrived, holding the rope. The constables have arrested him. He has quite a memorable face. You know him."
I saw the answer in his eyes, but the name passed through my lips all the same, faint, half believing. "Owen Brennan?"
"Yes, him."
His voice was perfectly even. Chapter 46.
"Your breakfast,"
Adam said, limping in with a tray. I shifted on the pillows. The light at the windows looked like morning, but it was so hard to tell. My head felt full of cotton. Nan was beside me, practicing letters on her slate. "Eat it all," she told me severely. I glanced at the broth, the bread, the pretty plates and silver spoon, the boiled egg standing in a china cup. "This will take me all day," I complained.
"That's why I brought the newspaper,"
Adam said, settling heavily into the chair.
"I'll read to you."
"Are they still making guesses about Junius's identity?" Adam nodded.
A good half-dozen today, none of them close to the truth. I'll read them to you, but first there is something you need to see.
I raised my eyebrows. We both knew I was too weak to pick up the paper.
Both of you,
Adam said.
It's here on the second page. There's a public demonstration tomorrow afternoon at the university. The body of suspected murderer Connell Burnett will be dissected by Dr. Alexander Monroe.
My eyebrows soared. Imagine that, I said. Nan snorted. I can imagine it, but I bet he never did. Adam shrugged. Setting aside the paper and bringing a cup of tea to my lips.
Thought you both should know. I don't imagine it will... well, most fates are too good for him, but this seems...
fitting, I said. Nan nodded. Nan was first to recover, and Dr. Craig remained satisfied with Adam's healing leg. After a week, he was back at the station and, to my surprise, newly promoted to Chief Inspector. But I took a fever and had to be kept in bed for over a fortnight. Afterward, I was still breathless and feeble, but I began taking walks and working at persuading Adam. Nan only snorted and said I was welcome to try.
You'll never make it up the hill, never mind all the way to the top,
Adam warned me. You'll hire a carriage to take me most of the way, I told him. I'll rest when I need to. I can put one foot in front of another. I'll get there, even if it takes all day.
All day and all night, more likely,
he told me.
Isabel,
I shook my head. I'm not waiting. This isn't meant to keep. I gestured at the new jar, resting on the other side of the room. Thomas and I have waited long enough. He hesitated.
You need something to put it in.
He left me and went to his and Nan's room, still full of odds and ends packed in crates under the eaves, and though I heard a good deal of bumping about, he didn't return for almost a quarter of an hour.
Will this do?
He passed me a leather pouch, stitched with a sunrise pattern in bright threads.
To lift the soul and soothe the spirit, he said.
I swallowed. I thought I knew who made this, but I wasn't ready to ask. Not yet. Are you certain? He nodded. I stroked it with a finger. I would be comforted by this gift, if you are truly willing to part with it.
It will help, he said softly, and untied the pouch.
The next day, after Adam took Nan to church, I wrapped Thomas's heart in the torn and stained handkerchief that had saved my life and wouldn't wash clean, no matter how I scrubbed it. Care held out the open pouch. I raised the package to my cheek, then slipped it inside.
You can carry it around your neck, he told me. It will be next to your heart while you climb.
That seemed right. We were quiet in the carriage. Nan had stayed behind, and though I felt anxious leaving her, if I could have, I would have made this walk alone. It was slow, and both Adam and I had to lean on sticks, though I suspected he was using his in large part to humour me. The sun was falling westward when we reached the top of the mount, and the wind was blowing. Adam took out a spoon, and I sat down to rest while he dug a hole. I don't remember what I said, but I remember the sigh I felt as the pouch touched the earth. With cupped hands I pushed a covering over it, concealing the bundle beneath a mound of earth. I was breathless again. We need stones, a little cairn to protect it and mark the place, I said. Adam nodded. I watched him walk along the hill's edge, gathering stones, returning to me with his hands full and his pockets overflowing. Choosing from them, I began crying, remembering how Thomas had found stones, carried and thrown and stacked them, loving them like children do. I assembled the cairn alone, and when it was complete, we sat. "Can you make it back down?" Adam asked. I gave a tired smile. "Eventually." "And then?" He wasn't asking about supper or what I wanted to do this evening. I suspected he wasn't even asking about next month. I hesitated. I wasn't certain. "You may, at some point, want your bed back," I suggested. "I'm not set on it," he said. "But I understand. With so many memories here, you may not wish to stay. You could go somewhere else. Give yourself another name." I thought about that, drawing up my legs and resting my chin on my knees. Down by the crags, 2 boys, older than Thomas had ever been, were flying a kite. "I always thought that was what I'd do," I said slowly. "Before." "And now?" "Burnett is gone," I said. I held the ground. Edinburgh is my home, not his. "So it is." Kerr leaned back, stretching out on the ground. He laced his hands together, putting them behind his head. I followed the change of colour in the sky, over the spreading rooftops below, blue to pink to gold. I took the bonnet off my head and let the wind weave through my hair. Burnett had taken enough. I had more good memories than bad ones here. "So it is," I repeated, like the words were a charm, and saying them would make a home for me, even if it was new and different, because I suspected, somehow, that they could. The end. This is Kathleen McCarran. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Specimen by Jaima Fixsen. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.